Section 1 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by William Henry Smyth. A digest of sea terms and phrases. D to deck. D. In the complete book, D means dead or deserted. DSQ, discharged from the service or into another ship. Dab, the sea flounder, an old general term for plurinecked or flat fish of any kind, but usually appropriated to the Platessa lemanda. The word is familiarly applied to one who is expert in anything. Dabberlack, a kind of long seaweed on our northern coasts. Dabchick, the little grebe, Podiceps minor, a small diving bird common in lakes and rivers. Dacoits, see dacoits. Daddick, a west country term for rotten wood, touchwood, etc. Dagon, a peculiar dirk or poignard. Dagar, an old term for a dogfish. Dagger knee, a substitute for the hanging knee applied to the underside of the lodging knee. It is placed out of the perpendicular to avoid a porthole. Anything placed aslant or obliquely, now generally termed diagonal, of which, indeed, it is a corruption. Dagger piece or dagger wood, a timber or plank that faces onto the poppets of the bilgeways and crosses them diagonally to keep them together. The plank securing the head is called the dagger plank. Dagus, an old term for pistols or handguns. Dahlgren gun, a modification of the Pikesan gun, introduced into the United States service by Lieutenant, now Admiral Dahlgren, of that Navy, having in obedience to the results of ingenious experiment on the varying force of explosion on different parts of a gun, what has been called the soda water bottle or pear-shaped form. Dam, an Arab or Indian decked boat. Daily progress, a daily return when in port of all particulars relative to the progress of a ship's equipment. Dares, small unsaleable fish. Dale, a trough or spout to carry off water, usually named from the office it has to perform, as a pump dale, etc. Also a place forward to save the decks from being wetted, now almost abolished. Dallop, a heap or lump in a clumsy state, a large quantity of anything. Dam, a barrier of stones, stakes, or rubble constructed to stop or impede the course of a stream. See inundations and floating dam. Damascened, the mixing of various metals in the Damascus blades, the creese or other weapons, sometimes by adding silver to produce a watered effect. Damascus blade, swords famed for the quality and temper of the metal, as well as the beauty of the jawhir or watering of the blades. Damask, steel worked in the Damascus style, showing the wavy lines of the different metals, usually termed watered or twisted. Damber, an old word for lubberly rogue. Damelapre, an ancient flat-floored vessel belonging to Holland and intended to carry heavy cargoes over their shallow waters. Dama, a kind of turpentine or rosin from a species of pine which is used in the East Indies for the same purposes to which turpentine and pitch are applied. It is exported in large quantities from Sumatra to Bengal and other places, where it is much used for paying seams in the bottoms of vessels, for which latter purpose it is often mixed with sulphur, and answers admirably in warm climates. Damper, the means by which the furnace of each boiler in a steamer can be regulated independently by increasing or diminishing the draught to the fire. Damsel, a coast name for the skatefish. Dancers, the coruscations of the aurora. See merry dancers. Dandies, rowers of the budgerow boats on the Ganges. Dandy, a sloop or cutter with a jiggermast abaft on which a mizzen lugsail is set. Danger, perils and hazard of the sea, any rock or shoal which interferes with navigation. Dank, moist, mouldy, a sense in which Shakespeare uses it, also Tusser. Dank ling forgot will quickly rot. Danker, a North Country term for a dark cloud. Danskers, natives of Denmark. Darbies, an old cant word for irons or handcuffs. It is still retained. Dare, an old word for to challenge or incite to emulation, still in full use. Daredevil, one who fears nothing and will attempt anything. Darkening, closing of the evening twilight. Dark glasses, shades fitted to instruments of reflection for preventing the bright rays of the sun from hurting the eye of the observer. Darks, nights on which the moon does not shine, much looked to by smugglers. Darky, a common term for a negro. Darning the water, a term applied to the action of a fleet cruising to and fro before a blockaded port. Darag, a Manx or Erse term for a strong fishing line made of black hair snuds. Darsena, an inner harbour or wet dock in the Mediterranean. Darts, weapons used in our early fleets from the round tops. Dash, the present with which bargains are sealed on the coast of Africa. Dashing, the rolling and breaking of the sea. Datu, west wind in the Straits of Gibraltar, very healthy, also a Malay term of rank, and 4 of whom form the council of the Sultan of the Malayu Islands. Datum, the base level. David's staff, a kind of quadrant formerly used in navigation. Davy, an old term for davit. Davit, a piece of timber or iron with sheaves or blocks at its end, projecting over a vessel's quarter or stern, to hoist up and suspend one end of a boat. Fish davit is a beam of timber with a roller or sheave at its end, used as a crane, whereby to hoist the flukes of the anchor to the top of the bow without injuring the planks of the ship's side as it ascends, and called fishing the anchor. The lower end of this davit rests on the fore chains, the upper end being properly secured by a tackle from the masthead, to which end is hung a large block, and through it a strong rope is rove, called the fish pendant, to the outer end of which is fitted a large hook, and to its inner end a tackle. The former is called the fish hook, the latter the fish tackle. There is also a davit of a smaller kind, occasionally fixed in the longboat, and with the assistance of a small windlass, used to weigh the anchor by the buoy rope, etc. Davit guys, ropes used to steady boats' davits. Davit rope, the lashing which secures the davit to the shrouds when out of use. Davit topping lift, a rope made fast to the outer end of a davit and rove through a block made fast to a vessel's mast aloft with the tackle attached, usually employed for bringing the anchor inboard. Davy Jones, the spirit of the sea, a nicker, a sea devil. Davy Jones's locker, the ocean, the common receptacle for all things thrown overboard. It is a phrase for death or the other world when speaking of a person who's been buried at sea. Dawfish, the Psyllium catullus, a small dogfish. Dock boat, a boat for the conveyance of letters in India, dock being the Hindustani for mail. Day, the astronomical day is reckoned from noon to noon, continuously through the 24 hours, like the other days. It commences at noon, 12 hours after the civil day, which itself begins 12 hours after the nautical day, so that the noon of the civil day, the beginning of the astronomical day, and the end of the nautical day occur at the same moment. See the words solar and sidereal. Daybook, an old and better name for the log book, a journal, French. Daymates, formerly the mates of the several decks, now abolished. See sub-lieutenant. Day sky, the aspect of the sky at daybreak or at twilight. Day's work, in navigation, the reckoning or reduction of the ship's courses and distances made good during 24 hours, or from noon to noon according to the rules of trigonometry, and thence ascertaining her latitude and longitude by dead reckoning, which see. D-block, a lump of oak in the shape of a D bolted to the ship's side in the channels to reeve the lifts through. Dead angle, in fortification, is an angle receiving no defence, either by its own fire or that of any other works. Dead calm, a total cessation of wind, the same as flat calm. Dead doors, those fitted in a rabbet to the outside of the quarter gallery doors, with the object of keeping out the sea in case of the gallery being carried away. To deaden a ship's way, to retard a vessel's progress by bracing in the yards, so as to reduce the effect of the sails, or by backing minor sails. Also, when sounding, to luff up and shake all, to obtain a cast of the deep-sea lead. Dead eye, or dead man's eye, a sort of round, flattish wooden block, or oblate piece of elm, encircled and fixed to the channels by the chain plate. It is pierced with 3 holes through the flat part, in order to receive a rope called the lanyard, which, corresponding with 3 holes in another dead eye on the shroud end, creates a purchase to set up and extend the shrouds and stays, backstays, etc., of the standing and topmast rigging. The term dead seems to have been used because there's no revolving sheave to lessen the friction. In merchant ships they're generally fitted with iron plates in the room of chains, extending from the vessel's side to the top of the rail, where they're connected with the rigging. The dead eyes used for the stays have only 1 hole, which, however, is large enough to receive 10 or 12 turns of the lanyard. These are generally termed hearts on account of their shape. The crowfeet dead eyes are long cylindrical blocks with a number of small holes in them to receive the legs or lines composing the crowfoot, also called oeuvres. Dead flat, the timber or frame possessing the greatest breadth and capacity in the ship, where several timbers are thrown in of the same area. The middle one is reckoned a dead flat, about 1/3 of the length of the ship from the head. It is generally distinguished as the midship bend. Dead freight, the sum to which a merchant is liable for goods which he has failed to ship. Dead head, a kind of dolphin, which see. Also a rough block of wood used as an anchor buoy. Dead-headed, timber trees which have ceased growing. Dead horse, a term applied by seamen to labor which has been paid for in advance. When they commence earning money again, there is in some merchant ships a ceremony performed of dragging round the decks an effigy of their fruitless labor in the shape of a horse, running him up to the yard arm and cutting him adrift to fall into the sea amidst loud cheers. Dead lift, the moving of a very inert body. Dead lights, strong wooden shutters made exactly to fit the cabin windows externally. They are fixed on the approach of bad weather. Also, luminous appearances sometimes seen over putrescent bodies. Dead lawn, a completely still atmosphere. Deadmen, the reef or gasket ends carelessly left dangling under the yard when the sail is furled instead of being tucked in. Dead men's effects. When a seaman dies on board or is drowned, his effects are sold at the mast by auction, and the produce charged against the purchasers' names on the ship's books. Dead months, a term for winter. Dead on end, the wind blowing directly adverse to the vessel's intended course. Dead pay, that given formerly in shares, or for names borne, but for which no one appears, as was formerly practised with widows' men. Dead reckoning, the estimation of the ship's place without any observation of the heavenly bodies. It is discovered from the distance she has run by the log, and the courses steered by the compass, then rectifying these data by the usual allowance for current, leeway, etc., according to the ship's known trim. This reckoning, however, should be corrected by astronomical observations of the sun, moon, and stars whenever available, proving the importance of practical astronomy. Dead rising, in shipbuilding, is that part of a ship which lies aft between the keel and her floor timbers towards the stern post. Generally, it is applied to those parts of the bottom throughout the ship's length, where the sweep or curve at the head of the floor timber terminates or inflects to join the keel. See rising line. Dead ropes, those which do not run in any block. Dead shares, an allowance formerly made to officers of the fleet from fictitious numbers borne on the complement, the time of Henry VIII, varying from 50 shares for an admiral to half a share for the cook's mate. Dead sheave, A scored aperture in the heel of a topmast, through which a second top-tackle pendant can be rove. It is usually a section of a lignum vitae sheave let in so as to avoid chafe. Dead ticket. Persons dying on board, those discharged from the service, and all officers promoted, are cleared from the ship's books by a dead ticket, which must be filled up in a similar manner to the sick ticket, which see. Dead upon a wind. Braced sharp up, and bowlines hauled. Dead water. The eddy water under the counter of a ship under way, so called because passing away slower than the water alongside. A ship is said to make much dead water when she has a great eddy following her stern, often occasioned by her having a square tuck. A vessel with a round buttock at her line of flotation can have but little dead water, the rounding abaft allowing the fluid soon to recover its state of rest. Dead weight. A vessel's lading when it consists of heavy goods, but particularly such as pay freight according to their weight and not their stowage. Dead wood. Certain blocks of timber, generally oak, fade on the upper side of the keel, particularly at the extremities before and abaft, where these pieces are placed upon each other to a considerable height, because the ship is there so narrow as not to admit of the two half timbers, which are therefore scored into this dead wood, where the angle of the floor timbers gradually diminishes on approaching the stem and stern post. In the forepart of the ship, the dead wood generally extends from the stemson, upon which it is scarfed, to the loof frame, and in the after end, from the stern post, where it is confined by the knee, to the after balance frame. It is connected to the keel by strong spike nails. The dead wood afore and abaft is equal in depth to 2/3 of the depth of the keel, and as broad as can be procured, not exceeding the breadth of the keel, that is, continued as high as the cutting down line in both bodies, to afford a stepping for the heels of the cant timbers. Deadwood knees. The upper, foremost, and aftermost pieces of dead wood being crooked pieces of timber, the bolting of which connects the keel with the stem and stern posts. Dead works. All that part of the ship which is above water when she's laden, the same as upper work or supernatant, which see. Deal beach. This coast consists of gravelly shingle, and a man who is pock-marked or in galley-cant, cribbage-faced, is figuratively said to have been rolled on Deal beach. Deal ends. Applied to deal planks when under 6 feet in length. Death or money boats, so termed from the risk in such frail craft. They were very long, very narrow, and as thin as the skiffs of our rivers. During the war of 1800 to 1814 they carried gold between Dover and Calais, and defied the custom-house officers. Death wound. A law term for the starting of a butt end or springing a fatal leak. A ship had received her death wound, but by pumping was kept afloat till 3 days after the time she was insured for it. It was determined that the risk was at an end before the loss happened, and that the insurer was not liable. To debark. To land, to go on shore. Debenture. A custom-house certificate given to the exporter of goods on which a bounty or drawback is allowed, also a general term for a bill or bond. Debouche. The mouth of a river, outlet of a wood, defile or narrow pass. In military language, troops defile or march out from. Decagon. A plane geometrical figure that has 10 equal sides and as many equal angles. To decamp. To raise the camp, the breaking up from a place where an army has been encamped. Deceptio visus. Any extraordinary instance of deception to the sight, occasioned by the effects of atmospheric media. See terrestrial refraction and mirage. Decimation. The punishing every 10th soldier by lot was truly decimatio legionis. Décime. A small copper coin of France equal to 2 sous, or 1/10 of a franc. To deck. A word formerly in use for to trim, as we decked up our sails. Deck beam knees. The same as lodging knees. Deck beams. See beams. Deck cargo, otherwise deck load, which see. Deck cleats, pieces of wood temporarily nailed to the deck to secure objects in bad weather as guns, deck load, etc. Deck hook, the compass timber bolted horizontally athwart a ship's bow, connecting the stem, timbers, and deck planks of the forepart. It is part and parcel of the breast hooks. Deck house, an oblong house on the deck of some merchantmen, especially East Country vessels, and latterly in passenger steamers, with a gangway on each side of it, sometimes termed roundhouse. Deck load, timber, casks, or other cargo not liable to damage from wet, stowed on the deck of merchant vessels. This, with the exception of carboys of vitriol, is not included in a general policy of insurance on goods, unless it be specially stipulated. Deck nails, a kind of spike with a snug head, commonly made in a diamond form. They are single or double deck nails and from 4 to 12 inches long. Deck pipe, an iron pipe through which the chain cable is paid into the chain locker. Deck pumps, in a steamer, are at the side of the vessel, worked with a lever by manual power to supply additional water. In a ship of war, used for washing decks, one of the midship pumps. Decks, the platforms laid longitudinally over the transverse beams. In ships of war they support the guns. The terms in use for these decks are, assuming the largest ship of the line, poop, the deck which includes from the mizzenmast to the taffrail, the upper or spar deck, from stem to stern, having conventional divisions as quarter-deck, which is, when clear for action, the space abaft the main mast, including the cabin. Next, the waist, between the fore and main masts, on which the spars and booms are secured. In some ships, guns are continued, always in flush-decked ships, along the gangway. Then the forecastle, which commences on the gangway, from the main tack chock forward to the bows. Small craft, as brigs and corvettes, are sometimes fitted with top-gallant forecastles to shelter the men from heavy seas which wash over. Next, the main or gun deck, the entire length of the ship. It is also divided conventionally into the various cabins. The waist under the gangway, the galley from the fore hatchway to the sick bay, and bows. Next below is the middle deck of a 3-decker, or lower of a 2-decker, succeeded by lower deck and the orlop deck, which carries no guns. The guns on these several decks increase in size and number from the poop downwards. Thus, although a vessel termed a 3-decker was rated 120 guns, the fact stood thus: poop deck, 10 guns, 24-pounders, total of 240 pounds. Quarter deck, 22 guns, 24 long, and forecastle, 10 guns, 32 cannons, for a total of 848 pounds. Main deck, 34 guns, 24-pounders, for a total of 816 pounds. Middle deck, 36 guns, 24-pounders, 864 pounds. Lower deck, 36 guns, 32-pounders, 1,152 pounds. Total of 148 guns, 3,920 pounds. Broadside of 1,960 pounds. But latterly 56 and 84-pounders on the lower and 32 on the middle afforded a heavier weight of broadside. The Santissima Trinidada, taken from the Spaniards, carried 4 whole tiers of guns. Now the tonnage of the largest of these would be insignificant. Deckers are exploded, and a Pallas of the same tonnage, 2,372, carries 8 guns. A Bellerophon, 4,272, carries 18 guns, ranging in size, however, from the 64-pounder up to the 300-pounder. Flush deck, or deck flush fore and aft, implies a continued floor laid from stem to stern upon one line, without any stops or intervals. Half deck. In the Northumberland colliers, the steerage itself is called the half deck, and is usually the habitation of the ship's crew. Deck seam, the interstices between the planks. Deck sheet, that sheet of a studding sail which leads directly to the deck, by which it is steadied until set. It is also useful in taking it in should the downhaul be carried away. Deck standard knees, Iron knees having two tails, the one going on the bottom of a deck beam, the other on the top of a hold beam, while the middle part is bolted to the ship's side. Deck stopper, sea stopper of the cable. A strong stopper used for securing the cable forward of the capstan or windlass while it is overhauled. Also abaft the windlass or bitts to prevent more cable from running out. Deck tackle, a purchase led along the decks. End of section 1, read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 2 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. DECL to DEW. Declaration of war. A ceremonial frequently omitted, and esteemed by the greatest authorities rather a proof of magnanimity than a duty. The Romans proclaimed it, but except Achaia, none of the Grecian states did. It would be to the interests of humanity and courtesy were it made indispensable. It has been held, especially in the case of the Leopard and Chesapeake, that without a declaration of war no hostile act at the order of an admiral is legal. Declination of a celestial object is the arc between its center and the equinoctial. With the sun, it is its angular distance from the equator, either north or south, and is named accordingly. Declination, to correct. A cant phrase for making a glass of grog at noon, when the day's works are being reduced. Decoy, so to change the aspect of a ship of war by striking a top-gallant mast, setting ragged sails, disfiguring the sides by whitewash or gunpowder, yellow, etc., as to induce a vessel of inferior force to chase. When getting within gunshot range, she becomes an easy capture. Similar maneuvers are sometimes used by a single ship to induce an enemy's squadron to follow her into the view of her own fleet. Deep, a word figuratively applied to the ocean. On the coast of Germany, to the northward of Friesland, it is of the same import as gulf on the coasts of France, Spain, Italy, etc. Also any depth over 20 fathoms. Deep-sea fishing, in contradistinction to coast, or when the hand lead reaches bottom at 20 fathoms. Hand deeps, out of ordinary leadsman's sounding. A vessel is deep as regards her lading, and is also said to sail deep when her expenses run high. Deepening, running from shoal water by the lead. Deep-sea line, usually a strong and water-laid line. It is used with a lead of 28 pounds and adapted to find bottom in 200 fathoms or more. It is marked by knots every 10 fathoms and by a small knot every 5. The marks are now nearly superseded by Massey's patent sounding machine, marks and deeps, etc. See lead and line. Deep waist, that part of the open skids between the main and fore drifts in men of war. It also relates to the remaining part of a ship's deck, when the quarter-deck and forecastle are much elevated above the level of the main deck, so as to leave a vacant space called the waist on the middle of the upper deck, as in many packets. Dees, an East country term for a place where herrings are dried. Defaulter's book, where men's offences are registered against them and may be magnified without appeal. Defects, an official return of the state of a ship as to what is required for her hull and equipment, and what repairs she stands in need of. Upon this return, a ship is ordered to sea, into harbour, into dock, or paid out of commission. Deficiency, what is wanting of a ship's cargo at the time of delivery. Defilade, in fortification, is the art of so disposing defensive works on irregular or commanded sites that the troops within them shall be covered from the direct fire of the enemy. Defile, a narrow pass between two heights, which obliges a force marching through to narrow its front. This may prove disastrous if attacked, on account of the difficulty of receiving aid from the rear. Defiling, filing off, marching past. Definitive, conclusive, decisive. Deflection, the tendency of a ship from her true course, the departure of the magnetic needle from its true bearing, when influenced by iron or the local attraction of the mass. In artillery, the deviation of a shot from the direction in which it is fired. The term is usually reserved to lateral deviations, especially those resulting from irregular causes, those constant ones due to the regular motion of rifled projectiles coming under either of the designations constant deflection, derivation borrowed from the French, or drift from the Americans. These latter, according to the direction usually given to the rifling in the present day, all tend away to the right, though they include some subordinate curves not yet distinctly determined. Deformed bastion. One out of shape from the irregularity of its lines and angles. Degradation. Debasement and disgrace. The suspension of a petty officer from his station, and also the depriving an officer or soldier of his arms, previous to his being delivered over to the civil power for execution. Degree. A degree of longitude is the 1/360th part of the great equatorial circle, or any circle parallel to it. A degree of latitude is the 90th part of the quadrant or quarter of a great meridional circle. Each degree is divided into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds, according to the sexagesimal division of the circle. Also rank or condition. Dacoits or dacoits, robbers in India, and also pirates who infested the rivers between Calcutta and Burrampore, but now suppressed by the improved system of river police and the establishment of fast rowing boats of light draught. Del, Saxon for part. Del a bit, not a bit, a phrase much altered for the worse by those not aware of its antiquity. Del credere, a percentage on a cargo, under particular circumstances of trust. Also the commission under which brokers sometimes guarantee to the insured the solvency of the underwriters. Delegates, not heard of in the Navy since the mutiny at the Nore. Delphin, the old form of spelling dolphin. Delictum, to be actual, must unite intention and act. To deliver. To yield, to rescue, to deliver battle, to deliver a broadside, a shot, or a blow, also to take goods from the ship to the shore, to discharge a cargo from a vessel into the keeping of its consignees. Delivered, the state of the harpoon when embedded in the body of a fish so that the barbs hold fast. Deliverers, particular artificers employed in our early ships of war in constructing the castles. Dell, a narrow valley, ravine, or small dale. Delta, a name given by the Greeks to the alluvial tract enclosed between the bifurcating branches of the Nile and the sea line. It is well known that rivers which deposit great quantities of matter do also very often separate into two or more branches previous to their discharge into the sea, thus forming triangular spaces, aptly called deltas from their resemblance to the Greek letter delta. All deltas appear by their section to be formed of matter totally different from that of the adjacent country. They are the creation of the rivers themselves, which, having brought down with their floods vast quantities of mud and sand from the upper lands, deposit them in the lowest place, the sea, at whose margin, the current which has hitherto impelled them ceasing, they are deposited by the mere action of gravity. This is particularly illustrated on the western coast of Africa by the shoals off the Rio Grande, Rio Nunez, and others. The coast, as well as the embouchures of the rivers, exhibit a deposit of deep mud, and yet far at sea banks of clean silicious sand arise. Demand. The official paper by which stores are desired for a ship, the making out of which is the duty of the officer in whose charge the stores will be placed. They must be approved by the captain and admiral before being presented to the dockyard authorities, also whence from, where bound. Demi-bastion, in fortification, a bastion which has a flank on one side only. Demi-cannon, an ancient name for a gun carrying a ball of 33 pounds weight, with a length of from 12 to 14 feet and a diameter of bore of 6½ inches. Its point-blank range was estimated at 162 paces and its random one at 2,000. Demi-culverin, An ancient cannon which threw a ball of 9 pounds weight was about 9 feet long and 4 inches in diameter of bore. Its point-blank range was called 174 paces, and its random one about 1800. Demi-hag, a long pistol, much used in the 16th century. Demi-lance, a light horseman who carried a light lance. Demi-lune, in fortification, the outwork more properly called a ravelin, which see. Demi-revêtement, in fortification, that form of retaining wall for the face of a rampart which is only carried up as high as cover exists in front of it, leaving above it the remaining height, in the form of an earthen mound at its natural slope, exposed to but invulnerable by shot. Demonstration ships, those kept in a certain state of preparation for war, though on a peace establishment. Demurrage, the compensation due to a ship-owner from a freighter for unduly delaying his vessel in port beyond the time specified in the charter party or bill of lading. It is in fact an extended freight. A ship unjustly detained as a prize is entitled to demurrage. Vessels chartered to convey government stores have a term given for discharge by government aid. If not delivered within that period, demurrage, as stated in the document, is paid per diem for any unavoidable delay. Den, a sandy tract near the sea, as at Exmouth and other places. Den and strand, a liberty for ships or vessels to run or come ashore. Edward I granted this privilege to the barons of the Cinque Ports. De nautico faenore, of nautical usury, bottomry. Dane, the Anglo-Saxon dane, implying a kind of hollow or ravine through which a rivulet runs, the banks on either side being studded with trees. Deneb, the bright star in the constellation Cygnus, well known as a standard nautical star. Density, the weight of a body in comparison with its bulk. Dentis, an excellent fish, so named from being well furnished with teeth. It is of the Sparidae family and frequents the Adriatic. Department, a term by which the divisions in the public services are distinguished, as the civil, the commissariat, the military, the naval, the victualling, etc. Departure, the bearing of an object on the coast from which a vessel commences her dead reckoning and takes her departure. The distance of any two places lying on the same parallel, counted in miles of the equator. Depot, a magazine in which military stores are deposited. Also a company left in England for the purpose of recruiting when regiments are ordered abroad. Depress, the order to adjust the coin in great gun exercise, to depress the muzzle to point at an object below the level, in contradistinction to elevate. Depressed pole, that end of the earth's axis which is below the horizon of the spectator, according to his being in the northern or southern hemisphere, also applied to the stars, see polar distance. Depression of the horizon, see dip. In artillery, the angle below the horizon at which the axis of a gun is laid in order to strike an object on a lower level. The depression required in batteries of very elevated site, those of Gibraltar, for example, for the laying the guns on near vessels, is so great as to necessitate a peculiar carriage. Depth of a sail, the extent of the square sails from the head rope to the foot rope, or the length of the after leach of a staysail or boom sail. In other words, it is the extent of the longest cloth of canvas in any sail. Depth of hold, the height between the floor and the lower deck. It is therefore one of the principal dimensions given for the construction of a ship. It varies, of course, according to the end for which she is designed, trade or war. Derelict, Latin derelictus, abandoned. Anything abandoned at sea. A ship is derelict either by consent or by compulsion, stress of weather, etc., and yet to save the owner's rights, if any cat, dog, or other domestic animal be found on board alive, it is not forfeited. The owner may yet recover on payment of salvage within a year and a day, otherwise the whole may be awarded. See salvage. Derivation. In artillery, the constant deflection of a rifled projectile. See deflection. Derrick, a single spar supported by stays and guys to which a purchase is attached, used in loading and unloading vessels. Also a small crane either inside or outside of a ship. To derrick, a cant term for setting out on a small, not over-creditable enterprise. The act is said to be named from a Tyburn executioner. Derring do, a Spenserian term for deeds of arms. Descending node, see nodes. Descending signs, those in which the sun appears to descend from the North Pole, or in which his motion in declination is towards the south. Descending squall, a fitful gust of wind issuing from clouds which are formed in the lower parts of the atmosphere. It is usually accompanied with heavy showers, and the weather-wise observe that the squall is seldom so violent when it is followed as when it is preceded by rain. See white squall as a forerunner. Descension, the same as oblique ascension, which see. Descent, the landing of troops for the purpose of invading a country, the passage down a river. Description book, a register in which the age, place of birth, and personal description of the crew are recorded. Desert, an extensive tract, either absolutely sterile or having no other vegetation than small patches of grass or shrubs. Many portions of the present deserts seem to be reclaimable. Deserter, one that quits his ship or the service without leave. He's marked R, run, on the books, and any clothes or other effects he may have left on board are sold by auction at the mast, and the produce borne to account. Desertion, the act of quitting the army or navy without leave, with intention not to return. Desertion money, the sum of £3 paid to him who apprehends a deserter, which is charged against the offender's growing pay, his wages for previous service having become forfeited from his having run. Destroying papers, a ground of condemnation in the Admiralty Court. Detached, on detached service, a squadron may be detached under a commodore or senior officer. Detached bastion, a bastion cut off by a ditch about its gorge from the body of the place, which latter is thus rendered in a degree independent of the fall of the former. Detached escarp, an escarp wall originally invented by Carnot and revived by the Prussians, removed some distance to the front of the rampart, which latter being finished exteriorly at the natural slope of the earth, remains effective after the destruction of the wall by a besieger. It was at first intended, being kept low and covered by a near counterguard, to offer extraordinary difficulties to the besiegers' breaching batteries, but improved artillery has nullified that supposed advantage. Detached works, works included in the scheme of defence of a fortress, but separated from it and beyond the glacis. Detachment, a force detached from the main body for employment on any particular service. Detail of duty, the captain's night orders. Detention of a vessel, on just ground, as supposed war, suspicious papers, undue number of men, found hovering, or cargo not in conformity with papers or law. Detonating hammer, a modern introduction into the Royal Navy for firing the guns. With the aid of an attached lanyard, it is made to descend forcibly upon the percussion arm of the tube, and fires the piece instantaneously. It is, however, already generally superseded by the use of the friction tube, which see. Deviation, a voluntary departure from the usual course of the voyage, without any necessary or justifiable cause, a step which discharges the insurers from further responsibility. Liberty to touch, stay, or trade in any particular place not in the usual course of the voyage must be expressly specified in the contract, and even this is subordinate to the voyage. The cases of necessity which justify deviation are 1. Stress of weather, 2. Urgent want of repairs, 3. To join convoy, 4. Succouring ships in distress, 5. Avoiding capture or detention, 6. Sickness, 7. Mutiny of the crew. It differs from a change of voyage, which must have been resolved upon before the sailing of the ship. See change. Deviation is also the attraction of a ship's iron on the needle. It is a term recently introduced to distinguish a sort of second variation to be allowed for in iron vessels. Devil, a sort of priming made by damping and bruising gunpowder. Devil bolts, those with false clenches, often introduced into contract-built ships. Devilfish, the Lophius piscatorius, a hideous creature which has also obtained the name of fish frog, monkfish, bellows fish, sea devil, and other appellatives significant of its ugliness and bad manners. There is also a powerful raya which grows to an immense size in the tropics, known as the devilfish, the terror of the pearl divers, manta of Spaniards. Devilry, spirited roguery, wanton mischief, sort of crime. Devil's claw, a very strong kind of split hook made to grasp a link of a chain cable and used as a stopper. Devil's smiles, gleams of sunshine among dark clouds, either in the heavens or captain's face. Devil's tablecloth, see tablecloth. Devil to pay and no pitch hot. The seam which margins the waterways was called the devil. Why, only caulkers can tell, who perhaps found it sometimes difficult for their tools. The phrase, however, means service expected and no one ready to perform it, impatience and not to satisfy it. Dew point, a meteorological term for the degree of temperature at which the moisture of the atmosphere would begin to precipitate. It may be readily ascertained by means of the hygrometer. End of section 2. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 3 of the Sailor's Word Book by Admiral W. H. Smyth, D to G. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. D.H. Dole, a kind of dried split pea supplied in India to the Navy. Dhoni or Dhoni, a country trading craft of India from 50 to 150 tons, mostly flat-bottomed. See Dhoni. Dhow. The Arab dhow is a vessel of about 150 to 250 tons burden by measurement. Grab built with 10 or 12 ports, about 85 feet long from stem to stern, 20 feet 9 inches broad, and 11 feet 6 inches deep. Of late years, this description of vessel has been well built at Cochin, on the Malabar coast, in the European style. They have a great rise of floor, are calculated for sailing with small cargoes, and are fully prepared by internal equipment for defense. Many of them are sheathed on 2.5-inch plank bottoms with 1-inch board, and the preparation of chunam and oil called galgal put between, causing the vessel to be very dry and durable, and preventing the encroachments of the worm or teredo navalis. The worm is one of the greatest enemies in India to timber in the water, as the white ant, termites, is out of it. On the outside of the sheathing board there is a coat of whitewash made from the same materials as that between the sheathing and planks, and renewed every season they put to sea. They have generally one mast and a lateen sail. The yard is the length of the vessel aloft, and the mast rakes forward for the purpose of keeping this ponderous weight clear in raising and lowering. The tack of the sail is brought to the stem head and sheets aft in the usual way. The halyards lead to the taffrail, having a pendant and treble purchase block, which becomes the backstay to support the mast when the sail is set. This, with 3 pairs of shrouds, completes the rigging, the whole made of coir rope. Several of these vessels were fitted as brigs after their arrival in Arabia, and armed by the Arabs for cruising in the Red Sea and Arabian Gulf as piratical vessels. It was of this class of vessel that Tipu Sultan's navy at Annor consisted. The large dhows generally make one voyage in the season to the southward of Arabia, taking advantage of the northeast monsoon to come down and the southwest to return with an exchange cargo. The Arabs who man them are a powerful, well-grown people, and very acute and intelligent in trade. They usually navigate their ships to Bengal in perfect safety and with great skill. This was well known to Captain Collier and his officers of the Liverpool frigate when they had the trial cruise with the Imam of Muscat's fine frigate in 1820. Diacal, an old term for boat compass. Diagonal braces, knees, planks, etc., are such as cross a vessel's timbers obliquely. See diagonal trussing. Diagonal riband, a narrow plank made to a line formed on the half-breadth plan by taking the intersections of the diagonal line with the timbers. See ribands. Diagonals, a line cutting the body plan diagonally from the timbers to the middle line. Diagonals are the several lines on the drafts delineating the station of the harpings and ribs to form the body by. Diagonal trussing, a particular method of binding and strengthening a vessel internally by a series of riders and truss pieces placed diagonally. Diameter, in geometry, a right line passing through the center of any circular figure from one point of its circumference to another. Diameter apparent, the angle which the diameter of a heavenly body subtends at any time, varying inversely with its distance. The true is the real diameter, commonly expressed in miles. Diamond cut, see rhombus. Diamond knot, an ornamental knot worked with the strands of a rope, sometimes used for bucket strops on the foot ropes of jib booms, man ropes, etc. Dibs, a galley term for ready money, also a small pool of water. Dice, see dice. Dichotomized, a term applied to the moon when her longitude differs 90 degrees from that of the sun, in which position only half her disk is illuminated. Dickadee, a northern name for the sandpiper. Dickadilver, a name for the periwinkle on our eastern coasts. Dicker work, the timbering of tide harbors in the channel, wattling between piles. Dicky, an officer acting in commission. It's all dicky with him, it's all up with him. To diddle, to deceive. Diego, a very strong and heavy sword. To die on the fin, an expression applied to whales which when dying rise to the surface after the final dive with one side uppermost. Diet, the regulated food for patients in sick bays and hospitals. Difference, an important army term, meaning firstly the sum to be paid by officers when exchanging from the half to full pay, and secondly the price or difference in value of the several commissions. Difference of latitude, the distance between any two places on the same meridian, or the difference between the parallels of latitude of any two places expressed in miles of the equator. Difference of longitude, the difference of any place from another eastward or westward, counted in degrees of the equator. That is, the difference between two places is an arc of the equator contained between their meridians, but measured in space on the parallel. Thus the difference of a degree of longitude in miles of the meridian would be, at 20 degrees latitude, 56.4 miles. At 40 degrees latitude, 38.6 miles. At 60 degrees latitude, 30 miles. At 80 degrees latitude, 10.4 miles. Differential observation, taking the differences of right ascension and declination between a comet and a star, the position of which has been already determined. Difficulty, a word unknown to true salts. Dite, from the Anglo-Saxon deit, arranging or disposing, now applied to dressing or preparing for muster, setting things in order. Digit, a 12th part of the diameter, a term employed to denote the magnitude of an eclipse, as so many digits eclipsed. Dike, see dike. Dill, an edible dark brown seaweed torn from the rocks at low water. Dillisk, the dried leaves of an edible seaweed. See dulse and pepper dulse. Dillyrek, a common corruption of derelict, which see. Dime, an American silver coin, in value the tenth of a dollar. Diminished angle, in fortification, that formed by the exterior side and the line of defense. Diminishing plank, the same as diminishing stuff, which see. Diminishing strakes, see black strake. Diminishing stuff, in shipbuilding, the planking wrought under the whales where it is thinned progressively to the thickness of the bottom plank. Diminution of obliquity, a slow approximation of the planes of the ecliptic and the equator at the present rate of 0.485 seconds annually. Dimsel, a piece of stagnant water larger than a pond and less than a lake. To ding, to dash down or throw with violence. Ding-dong, ships firing into each other in good earnest. Dinghy, a small boat of Bombay, propelled by paddles and fitted with a settee sail, the mast raking forwards, also the boats in use on the Hooghly, also a small extra boat in men-of-war and merchant ships. Dingle, a hollow vale-like space between two hills, a cloch, also a sort of boat used in Ireland, a coracle. Dinnage, see dunnage. Dip, the inclination of the magnetic needle towards the earth, see dipping needle, also the smallest candle formerly issued by the purser. To dip, to lower, an object is said to be dipping when by refraction it is visible just above the horizon, also to quit the deck suddenly. Dip of the horizon, the angle contained between the sensible and apparent horizons, the angular point being the eye of the observer, or it is an allowance made in all astronomical observations of altitude for the height of the eye above the level of the sea. Dipped, the limb of the sun or moon as it instantly dips below the horizon. Dipper, a name for the water ouzel, Cinclus aquaticus, a bird of the passerine order, but an expert diver, frequenting running streams in mountainous countries. Dipping ladle, a metal ladle for taking boiling pitch from the cauldron. Dipping needle, an instrument for ascertaining the amount of the magnet's inclination towards the earth. It is so delicately suspended that instead of vibrating horizontally, one end dips or yields to the vertical force. This instrument has been so perfected by Mr. R. W. Fox of Falmouth that even at sea in the heaviest gales of wind, the dip could instantly by magnetic deflectors be ascertained to minutes, far beyond what heretofore could be elicited from the most expensive instruments observed over 365 days on shore. Dipping net, a small net used for taking shad and other fish out of the water. Dips, see lead line. Dipsector, an ingenious instrument for measuring the true dip of the horizon, invented by Dr. Wollaston, and very important not only where the nature and quantity of the atmospherical refraction are to be examined, but for ascertaining the rates of chronometers and the exact latitude in those particular regions where accidental refractions are very great, for the difference between the calculated dip and that observed by the sector may exceed 3 minutes. It is a reflecting instrument of small compass, but requiring patience and practice in its use. Dipsy, the float of a fishing line. Direct acting engine, a steam engine in which the connecting rod is led at once from the head of the piston to the crank, thus communicating the rotary motion without the intervention of side levers. Direct fire, one of the 5 varieties into which artillerists usually divide horizontal fire, which see. Direction or set of the wind and current. These are opposite terms, the direction of the winds and waves being named from the point of the compass whence they come, but the direction of a current is the point towards which it runs. A current running to leeward is said to have a leeward set. The opposite is a windward set. Direction, see arc of direction. Direct motion, see motion. Dirk, a small do-little sword or dagger, formerly worn by junior naval officers on duty. Dirt gabard, a large ballast lighter. Dirty Olin, a name for the Arctic skua. cataractes parasiticus, a seabird allied to the gulls. Dirty dog and no sailor or soldier, a mean, spiritless, and utterly useless rascal. Disabled, to be placed hors de combat by the weather or an enemy. To disappoint, to counterwork an enemy's operations in mining. To disarm, to deprive people of their weapons and ammunition. Disbanded, when the officers and men of a regiment are dismissed on a reduction of the army. Disk or disk. In nautical astronomy, the circular visible surface presented by any celestial body to the eye of the observer. Discarcare, Italian, an old term meaning to unlade a vessel. Discharged, when applied to a ship, signifies when she is unladen. When expressed of the officers or crew, it implies that they are disbanded from immediate service, and in individual cases that the person is dismissed in consequence of long service, disability, or at his own request. When spoken of cannon, it means that it is fired off. Discharge ticket. On all foreign stations men are discharged by foreign remove tickets, and in other cases by dead, sick, or unserviceable ticket, whether at home or abroad. Discharge valve. In the marine engine is a valve covering the top of the barrel of the air pump, opening when pressed from below. Disciplinarian. An officer who maintains strict discipline and obedience to the laws of the Navy, and himself setting an example. To discourse. An old sea term to traverse to and fro off the proper course. Discovery ship. A vessel fitted for the purpose of exploring unknown seas and coasts. Discovery vessels were formerly taken from the merchant service. They have latterly been replaced by ships of war, furnished with every improved instrument and acting on occasion as active pilots leading in war service. Discretion. To surrender at discretion implies an unconditional yielding to the mercy of the conquerors. Disembark. The opposite of embark, the landing of troops from any vessel or transport. To disembay. To work clear out of a gulf or bay. Disembogue. The fall of a river into the sea. It has also been used for the passage of vessels across the mouth of a river and out of one. Disguise. Ships in all times have been permitted to assume disguise to impose upon enemies, and obtain from countries in their possession commodities of which they stand in need. To dish. To supplant, ruin, or frustrate. To dislodge. To drive an enemy from any post or station. Die sling. See sling. Dismantled. The state of a ship unrigged, and all her stores, guns, etc., taken out, in readiness for her being laid up in ordinary, or going into dock, etc., etc. To dismantle a gun is to render it unfit for service. The same applies to a fort. Dismasted. State of a ship deprived of her masts, by gales or by design. Dismiss. Pipe down the people. To dismiss a drill from parade is to break the ranks. Dismission. A summary discharge from the service, which a court-martial is empowered to inflict on any officer convicted of a breach of special laws, though it cannot for minor offences which formerly carried death. To dismount. To break the carriages of guns and thereby render them unfit for service. Also in gun exercise to lift a gun from its carriage and deposit it elsewhere. Dismounted. The state of a cannon taken off a carriage, or when by the enemy's shot it is rendered unmanageable. Also cavalry on foot acting as infantry. Disobedience. An infraction of the orders of a superior, punishable by a court-martial, according to the nature and degree of the offence. Disorder. The confusion occasioned by a heavy fire from an enemy. To disorganize. To degrade a man of war to a privateer by irregularity. Dispart, or throw of the shot. The difference between the semi-diameter of the base ring at the breech of a gun and that of the ring at the swell of the muzzle. On account of the dispart, the line of an aim takes a small angle with the axis, so that the elevation of the latter above the horizon is greater than that of the line of aim. An allowance for the dispart is consequently necessary in determining the commencement of the graduations on the tangent scale, by which the required elevation is given to the gun. Disparting a gun, to bring the line of sight and line of metal to be parallel, by setting up a mark on the muzzle ring of a cannon, so that a sight line taken from the top of the base ring behind the touch hole to the mark set near the muzzle may be parallel to the axis of the bore. See gun. Dispart sight. A gun sight fixed on top of the second reinforced ring, about the middle of the piece, for point-blank or horizontal firing, to eliminate the difference of the diameters between the breech and the mouth of the cannon. Dispatch. All duty is required to be performed with diligence. Dispatches. Not simply letters, but such documents as demand every effort for their immediate delivery. Charged with dispatches overrides all signals of hindrance on a voyage. Displacement. The center of gravity of the displacement relates to the part of the ship under water, considered as homogeneous. The weight of water which a vessel displaces when floating is the same as the weight of the ship. See center of cavity. Disposed quarters. The distribution when the camp is marked about a place besieged. Disposition. A draft representing the several timbers that compose a ship's frame properly disposed with respect to ports and other parts. Also the arrangement of a ship's company for watches, quarters, reefing, furling, and other duties. In a military sense it means the placing of a body of troops upon the most advantageous ground. Disrank or disrate, to degrade in rank or station. Disrepair. A bar to any claim on account of sea unworthiness in a warrantry. Distance. The run which a ship has made upon the long board. In speaking of double stars, it is the space separating the centers of the two stars, expressed in seconds of arc. See lunar distances. Distilling seawater. Apparatus for the conversion of seawater into potable fresh water have long been invented, though little used, but of late the larger ships are effectively fitted with adaptations for the purpose. Distinction. Flags of distinction, badges, honorable note of superiority. Distinguishing pendant. In fleets and squadrons, instead of hoisting several flags to denote the number of the ship on the list of the Navy, pendants are used. Thus 10 ships may be signaled separately. If more than as one answers, her pendant is hauled down, and then 2 pendants succeed. See signals. Distress. A term used when a ship requires immediate assistance from unlooked-for damage or danger. See signal of distress. District orders. Those issued by a general commanding a district. Disturbance. See Spanish disturbance. Ditch. In fortification, the excavation in front of the parapet of any work, ranging in width from a few feet in field fortification to 30 or 40 yards in permanent works, having its steep side next the rampart called the escarp. The opposite one is the counter-escarp. Its principal use is to secure the escarp as long as possible. There are wet ditches and dry ones, the former being less in favor than the latter, since a dry ditch so much facilitates sorties, counter-approaches, and the like. That kind which may be made wet or dry at pleasure is most useful. Ditty bag derives its name from the dittis, or Manchester stuff of which it was once made. It is in use among seamen for holding their smaller necessaries. The ditty bag of old, when a seaman prided himself on his rig as the result of his own ability to fit himself from clew to earring, was a treasured article, probably worked in exquisite device by his lady love. Well can we recollect the pride exhibited in its display when on end clothes was a joyful sound to the old pigtailed tar. Ditty box, a small caddy for holding a seaman's stock of valuables. Diurnal arc, that part of a circle parallel to the equator which is described by a celestial body from its rising to its setting. Diurnal parallax. See parallax. To dive. To descend or plunge voluntarily head foremost under the water. To go off deck in the watch. A ship is said to be diving into it when she pitches heavily against a head sea. Diver. One versed in the art of descending under water to considerable depths, and abiding there a competent time for several purposes, as to recover wrecks of ships, fish for pearls, sponges, corals, etc. The diver is now a rating in Her Majesty's ships. He may be of any rank of seaman, but he receives £1 10s. 5d. per annum additional pay, 1 penny a day for risking life. Also, a common web-footed seabird of the genus Colymbus. Divergent, a stream flowing laterally out of a river, contradistinguished from convergent. Diversion, a maneuver to attract, wholly or partially, the enemy's attention away from some other part of the operations. Divigoo, a northern term for the Larus marinus, or black-backed gull. Divine service, ordered by the Articles of War whenever the weather on a Sunday will allow of it. Diving apparatus, supplied to the flagship, and also a man with the title of diver, to examine defects below water. Diving bell, used in underwater operations for recovering treasure, raising ships, anchors, etc. Diving dress, India rubber habiliments, the headpieces of light metal fitted with strong glass eyes, and an attached pliable pipe to maintain a supply of air. The shoes are weighted. Division, a select number of ships in a fleet or squadron of men of war, distinguished by a particular flag, pendant, or vane. A squadron may be ranged into 2 or 3 divisions, the commanding officer of which is always stationed in the centre. In a fleet, the admiral divides it into 3 squadrons, each of which is commanded by an admiral, and is again divided into divisions. Each squadron had its proper colours, now distinguishing mark, according to the rank of the admiral who commanded it, and each division its proper mast. The private ships carried pendants of the same colour with their respective squadrons at the masts of their particular divisions, so that the ships in the last division of the blue squadron carried a blue pendant at their main top-gallant masthead, the vane at the mizzen. All these are superseded by the abolition of the red and blue. The St. George's white ensign flag and pendant alone are used. Divisions, the sub-classification of a ship's company under the lieutenants, also a muster of the crew, also of an army, a force generally complete in itself, commanded by a major general, of an average strength of 8 or 10,000 men. It is itself composed of several brigades, each of which again is composed of several battalions, besides the complement of artillery, transport corps, and generally also of cavalry, for the whole. Of a battalion, a term sometimes used in exercise, when the companies of a battalion have been equalized as to strength for one of such companies. End of section 3, read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 4 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. DJ to DO. Germa, see Germ. Doa, a Persian trading vessel. Doasta, an inferior spirit, often drugged or doctored for unwary sailors in the pestiferous dens of filthy Calcutta and other seaports in India. Daub, the animal inhabiting the razor shell, solan, used as a bait by fishermen. Dauber, the float of a fishing line. Dubbin, a phrase on our southern coasts for sea gravel mixed with sand. Dock, an artificial receptacle for shipping, in which they can discharge or take in cargo and refit. A dry dock is a broad and deep trench formed on the side of a harbour or on the banks of a river, and commodiously fitted either to build ships in or to receive them to be repaired or breamed. They have strong floodgates to prevent the flux of the tide from entering while the ship is under repair. There are likewise docks where a ship can only be cleaned during the recess of the tide, as she floats again on the return of the flood. Docks of the latter kind are not furnished with the usual floodgates, but the term is also used for what is more appropriately called a float, which see. Also in polar parlance, an opening cut out of an ice floe into which a ship is warped for security. Dock dues, the charges made upon shipping for the use of docks. Dockers, inhabitants of the town which sprang up between the docks and the town of Plymouth. Dock solicited and obtained the royal license in 1823 to be called Devonport, a very inappropriate name, Plymouth being wholly within the county of Devon, while Hamoise is equally in Devon and Cornwall. To dock herself. When a ship is on the ooze and swaddles a bed, she is said to dock herself. Docking a ship. The act of drawing her into dock and placing her property on blocks in order to give her the required repair, cleanse the bottom and cover it anew. See breaming. Dock up or duck up. To clew up a corner of a sail that hinders the helmsman from seeing. Dockyard duty. The attendance of a lieutenant and party in the arsenal for stowing, procuring stores, etc. Dockyard mateys. The artificers in a dockyard. In former times an established declaration of war between the mates and midshipmen versus the mateys was hotly kept up. Many deaths and injuries, never disclosed, were hushed up or patiently borne. It terminated about 1830. Dockyards. Arsenals containing all sorts of naval stores and timber for shipbuilding. In England, the royal dockyards are at Deptford, Woolwich, Chatham, Sheerness, Portsmouth, Devonport, Pembroke. Those in our colonies are at the Cape of Good Hope, Gibraltar, Malta, Bermuda, Halifax, Jamaica, Antigua, Trincomalee, and Hong Kong. There Her Majesty's ships and vessels of war are generally moored during peace, and such as want repairing are taken into the docks, examined and refitted for service. These yards are generally supplied from the north with hemp, pitch, tar, rosin, canvas, oak plank, and several other species of stores. The largest masts are usually imported from New England. Until 1831, these yards were governed by a commissioner resident at the port, who superintended all the musters of the officers, artificers, and labourers employed in the dockyard and ordinary. He also controlled their payment, examined their accounts, contracted and drew bills on the Navy Office to supply the deficiency of stores, and finally regulated whatever belonged to the dockyard. In 1831, the commissioners of the Navy were abolished, and admirals and captains superintendent command the dockyards under the controller of the Navy and the Admiralty. Doctor, a name which seamen apply to every medical officer, also a jocular name for the ship's cook. Doctor's list, the roll of those excused from duty by reason of illness. Dod, a round-topped hill, generally an offshoot from a higher mountain. Dodecagon, a regular polygon having 12 sides and as many angles. Dodecatemoria, the anastrus signs or 12 portions of the ecliptic which the signs anciently occupied, but have since deserted by the precession of the equinoxes. Dodge, a homely but expressive phrase for shuffling conduct or cunning of purpose, also to watch or follow a ship from place to place. Dodman, a shellfish with a hod-like lump, a sea snail, otherwise called hodmandod. To doff, to put aside. To do for, a double-barreled expression meaning alike to take care of or provide for an individual, or to ruin or kill him. Dog, the hammer of a firelock or pistol, that which holds the flint, also called dog-head. Also a sort of iron hook or bar with a sharp fang at one end so as to be easily driven into a piece of timber, and drag it along by means of a rope fastened to it, upon which a number of men can pull. Dog is also an iron implement with a fang at each end, to be driven into 2 pieces of timber, to support and steady one of them while being dubbed, hewn, or sawn. Span dogs, used to lift timber. A pair of dogs linked together and being hooked at an extended angle, press home with greater strain. Dog bitch thimble, an excellent contrivance by which the topsail sheet block is prevented making the half-cant or turn so frequently seen in the clew when the block is secured there. Dog bolt, a cap square bolt. Dog drave, a kind of sea fish mentioned in early charters. Dogfish, a name commonly applied to several small species of the shark family. Dog, a small silver coin of the West Indies, 6 of which make a bit. Also in meteorology, see stub. Dogged, a mode of attaching a rope to a spar or cable, in contradistinction to racking, by which slipping is prevented. Half-hitched and end-stopped back is one mode. Dogger, a Dutch smack of about 150 tons, navigated in the German Ocean. It is mostly equipped with a main and a mizzen-mast, and somewhat resembles a ketch or a galliot. It is principally used for fishing on the Dogger Bank. Doggerfish, fish bought out of the Dutch doggers. Doggermen, the seafaring fishermen belonging to doggers. Dogs, the last supports knocked away at the launching of a ship. Dog's body, dried peas boiled in a cloth. Dog shores, 2 long square blocks of timber resting diagonally with their heads to the cleats. They are placed forward to support the bilgeways on the groundways, thereby preventing the ship from starting off the slips while the keel blocks are being taken out. Dog sleep, the uncomfortable fitful naps taken when all hands are kept up by stress. Dog's tail, a name for the constellation Ursa Minor or Little Bear. Dog stopper, put on before all to enable the men to bit the cable, sometimes to fleet the messenger. Dog tongue, a name assigned to a kind of sole. Dog vane, a small vane made of thread, cork, and feathers, or bunting fastened on the end of a half-pike and placed on the weather gunwale, so as to be readily seen and show the direction of the wind. The term is also familiarly applied to a cockade. Dog watch, the half watches of 2 hours each, from 4 to 6 and from 6 to 8 in the evening. By this arrangement an uneven number of watches is made, 7 instead of 6 in the 24 hours. Otherwise there would be a succession of the same watches at the same hours throughout the voyage or cruise. Theodore Hook explained them as curtailed. See watch. Doit, a small Dutch coin valued at about half a farthing, formerly current on our eastern shores. Doldrums, those parts of the sea where calms are known to prevail. They exist between and on the polar sides of the trade winds, but vary their position many degrees of latitude in the course of the year, depending upon the sun's declination, also applied to a person in low spirits. Dole, a stated allowance, but applied to a scanty share or portion. Dolefish, the share of fish that was given to our northern fishermen as part payment for their labour. Doling, a fishing boat with 2 masts on the coasts of Sussex and Kent. Each of the masts carries a spritsail. Doolittle, or Doolittle sword, the old term for a dirk. Dollar, for this universally known coin, see piece of 8. Dollop, an old word for a lump, portion, or share, from the Gaelic diolab. Dolphin. Naturalists understand by this word numerous species of small cetaceous animals of the genus Delphinus, found in nearly all seas. They greatly resemble porpoises and are often called by this name by sailors, but they are distinguished by having a longer and more slender snout. The word is also generally, but less correctly, applied to a fish, the dorado, Coryphena hipporus, celebrated for the changing hues of its surface when dying. Also a small, light, ancient boat which gave rise to Pliny's story of the boy going daily to school across the Lucrine lake on a dolphin. Also in ordnance, especially brass guns, 2 handles nearly over the trunnions for lifting the guns by. Also a French gold coin, dauphine, formerly in great currency. Also a stout post on a quay head or in a beach to make hawsers fast to. The name is also given to a spar or block of wood with a ring bolt at each end, through which a hawser can be rove, for vessels to ride by, the same as wooden buoys. Dolphin of the mast, a kind of wreath or strap formed of plaited cordage, to be fastened occasionally round the lower yards to prevent nip, or as a support to the puddening, where the lower yards rest in the sling, the use of which is to sustain the fore and main yards by the jeers, in case the rigging or chains, by which those yards are suspended, should be shot away in action. See puddening. Dolphin striker, a short perpendicular gaff spar under the bowsprit end for guying down the jib boom, of which indeed it is the chief support, by means of the martingales. See martingale. Dolver, the reclaimed fen grounds of our eastern coasts. Domestic navigation, a term applied to coasting trade. Dominions. It is a settled point that a conquered country forms immediately a part of the king's dominions, and a condemnation of ships within its harbours as droits of admiralty is valid, although the conquest may not yet have been confirmed by treaty. Don, a general name for Spaniards, one of the perfumed terms of its time. To don, to put on. Donderbase, see bombard. Donny. The donny of the Coromandel coast is about 70 feet long, 20 feet broad, and 12 feet deep, with a flat bottom or keel part, which at the broadest place is 7 feet, and diminishes to 10 inches in the siding of the stem and stern post. The fore and after bodies are similar in form from midships. Their light draught of water is about 4 feet, and when loaded about 9 feet. These unshapely vessels, in the fine season, trade from Madras and Ceylon, and many of them to the Gulf of Mannar, as the water is shoal between Ceylon and the southern part of the continent. They have only one mast, and are navigated by the natives in the rudest way, their means for finding the latitude being a little square board, with a string fast to the centre, at the other end of which are certain knots. The upper edge of the board is held by one hand so as to touch the North Star, and the lower edge the horizon. Then the string is brought with the other hand to touch the tip of the nose, and the knot which comes in contact with the tip of the nose tells the latitude. Donjon, the keep or place of retreat in old fortifications. A redoubt of a fortress, the highest and strongest tower. Donkey engine. An auxiliary steam engine for feeding the boilers of the principal engine when they are stopped, or for any other duties independent of the ship's propelling engines. Donkey frigate. Those of 28 guns, frigate built, that is, having guns protected by an upper deck, with guns on the quarter deck and forecastle. Ship sloops in contradistinction to corvettes and sloops. Dunny, a small fishing net. Doola, a passage boat on the Canton River. Dooted, timber rendered unsound by fishers. Dorado, the Coryphena hippurus, an oceanic fish often called dolphin. Dory, a flat-floored cargo boat in the West Indies, named after the fish John Dory. Dornicle, a northern name for the viviparous blenny. Dora, from the Gaelic dorga, a crab net. Dorsal fin, the median fin placed upon the back of fishes. Dory, a fish, Zeus faber, commonly known as John Dory, or truly jaune doré, from its golden hues. Dottle, the small portion of tobacco remaining unsmoked in the pipe. To double, to cover a ship with an extra planking, usually of 4 inches, either internally or externally, when through age or otherwise she has become loosened. The process strengthens her without driving out the former fastenings. Doubling, however, is a term applied only where the plank thus used is not less than 2 inches thick. To double a cape, see doubling a cape. Double-acting engine, one in which the steam acts upon the piston against a vacuum, both in the upward and downward movement. To double bank a rope, to clap men on both sides. Double banked, when 2 opposite oars are pulled by rowers seated on the same thwart, or when there are 2 men labouring upon each oar. Also 60 gun frigates which carry guns along the gangway, as was the custom with Indiamen, are usually styled double bankers. Double bitted, 2 turns of the cable round the bits instead of 1. Double block, 1 fitted with a couple of sheaves in holes side by side. Double breeching, additional breeching on the non-recoil system or security for guns in heavy weather. Double capstan, 1 shaft so constructed as to be worked both on an upper and lower deck, as in ships of the line or in Phillips' patent capstan. Double crown, a name given to a plate made with the strands of a rope which forms part of several useful and ornamental knots. Double deck nails, see deck nails. Double Dutch coiled against the sun. Gibberish or any unintelligible or difficult language. Double eagle, a gold coin of the United States of $10, value £2, 1 shilling, 8 pence at the average rate of exchange. Double futtocks, timbers in the cant bodies extending from the dead wood to the run of the second futtock head. Double-headed maul, 1 with double faces, top mauls in contradistinction to pin mauls. Double-headed shot, differing from bar shot by being similar to dumbbells, only the shot are hemispherical. Double image micrometer, has one of its lenses divided and separable to a certain distance by a screw, which at the same time moves an index upon a graduated scale. When fitted to a telescope for sea use, as in chase, it is called a coming-up glass. Double insurance, where the insured makes 2 insurances on the same risks and the same interest. Double ironed, both legs shackled to the bilbow bolts. Double jack, see jack screw. Double land, that appearance of a coast when the sea line is bounded by parallel ranges of hills rising inland one above the other. Double-sided, a line of battle ship painted so as to show the ports of both decks, or a vessel painted to resemble one, as used to be frequent in the Indian marine. Double star, 2 stars so close together as to be separable only with a telescope. They are either optically so owing to their accidental situation in the heavens, or physically near each other in space, and one of them revolving round the other. Double tide, working double tides is doing extra duty. See work double tides. To double upon, see doubling upon. Double walnut, with or without a crown or a double crown, is made by intertwisting the unlaid ends of a rope in a peculiar manner. Double whip. A whip is simply a rope rove through a single block. A double whip is when it passes through a lower tail or hook block, and the standing end is secured to the upper block or where it is attached. Doubling. See rank, putting 2 ranks into 1. Doubling a cape. In navigation is to sail round or pass beyond it, so that the point of land separates the ship from her former situation. Doubling nails, the nails commonly used in doubling. Doubling upon. In a naval engagement, the act of enclosing any part of a hostile fleet between 2 fires, as Nelson did at the Nile. The van or rear of one fleet, taking advantage of the wind or other circumstances, runs round the van or rear of the enemy, who will thereby be exposed to great danger and confusion. Doubloon, a Spanish gold coin, value $16, 3 pounds 3 shillings to 3 pounds 6 shillings English. Dough boys, hard dumplings boiled in salt water, a corruption of dough balls. To douse, to lower or slacken down suddenly, expressed of a sail in a squall of wind, an extended hawser, etc. Douse the glim, your colours, etc. To knock down. To doubt, to put out a light, to extinguish, do out. Shakespeare makes the Dauphin of France say in King Henry V, quote, that their hot blood may spin in English eyes, and dote them. End quote. Doter or dowser, an extinguisher. D'outre-mer, from beyond the sea. Dovercourt beetle, a heavy mallet. There is an old proverb, a Dovercourt, all speakers and no hearers. Quote, a Dovercourt beetle and wedges with steel, strong lever to raise up the block from the wheel. Tusser. Dovetail, the fastening or letting in of one timber into another by a dovetailed end and score, so that they hold firmly together and cannot come asunder endwise. The operation of cutting the mortise is called dovetailing. Dovetail plates, metal plates resembling dovetails in form, let into the heel of the sternpost and the keel to bind them together, and also those used for connecting the stem foot with the fore end of the keel. Dowel, a coke of metal in a sheave. Dowbrick, a northern term for the fish, also called sperling or smelt. Dowel, a cylindrical piece of hard wood about 3 inches in diameter and the same in length, used as an additional security in scarfing 2 pieces of timber together. Dowels are also used to secure the joinings of the felloes or circumferential parts of wheels, and by coopers in joining together the contiguous boards forming the heads of casks. Dowel or dowel bit is the tool used to cut the holes for the dowels. Doweling, the method of uniting the butts of the frame timbers together with a cylindrical piece or tenon let in at each end. Down all chests, the order to get all the officers' and seamen's chests down below from off the gun decks when clearing the ship for an engagement. Down all hammocks, the order for all the sailors to carry their hammocks down and hang them up in their respective berths in readiness to go to bed, or to lessen top weight and resistance to wind in chase. Down along, sailing coastways down channel. Down east, far away in that bearing. This term, as down west, etc., is an Americanism recently adopted into our vernacular. Down falls, the descending waters of rivers and creeks. Down haul, a rope passing up along a stay, leading through cringles of the staysails or jib, and made fast to the upper corner of the sail to pull it down when shortening sail. Also through blocks on the outer clews to the outer yard arms of studding sails, to take them in securely. Also the cockpit term for a great coat. Downhaul tackles, employed when lower yards are struck in bad weather to prevent them from swaying about after the trusses are unrove. Down in the mouth, low-spirited or disheartened. Down killick, let go the grapnel, the corruption of keel hook or anchor. Down oars, the order on shoving off a boat when the men have had them tossed up. Downs, an accumulation of drifted sand which the sea gathers along its shores. The name is also applied to the anchorage or sea space between the eastern coast of Kent and the Goodwin Sands, the well-known roadstead for ships stretching from the south to the North Foreland, where both outward and homeward bound ships frequently make some stay, and squadrons of men of war rendezvous in time of war. It is defended by the castles of Sandwich, Deal, and Dover. Downwind, down sea, a proverbial expression among seamen between the tropics, where the sea is soon raised by the wind, and when that abates is soon smooth again. Down with the helm, in order to put the helm alee. Dowsing chock, a breast hook or piece fayed athwart the apron and lapped on the knightheads or inside stuff above the upper deck, otherwise termed hawse hook. Dolt, lazy or stupid. Do you hear there? An inquiry following an order, but very often needlessly. End of section 4, read by Czandra. Section 5 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. Dr to dy. Drabler, a piece of canvas laced on the bonnet of a sail to give it more drop, or as Captain Boteler says, quote, "As the bonnet is to the course, so in all respects is the drabler to the bonnet." End quote. It is only used when both course and bonnet are not deep enough to clothe the mast. Drachma, A Greek coin, value 7 pence 3 farthings sterling, 14 cents, American or Spanish real. Draft or draught, a small allowance for waste on goods sold by weight. Draft of hands, a certain number of men appointed to serve on board a particular man of war, who are then said to be drafted, a transfer of hands from one ship to complete the complement of another. Drag, a machine consisting of a sharp square frame of iron encircled with a net and commonly used to rake the mud off from the platform or bottom of the docks, or to clean rivers, or for dragging on the bottom for anything lost, also a creeper. To drag for the anchor, the same as creep or sweep. Dragging, an old word for dredging. Dragging on her, said of a vessel in chase, or rounding a point, when she's obliged to carry more canvas to a fresh wind than she otherwise would. Drag net, a trawl or net to draw on the bottom for flat fish. Dragoman, the name for a Turkish interpreter. It is corrupted from tarihman. Dragon, an old name for a musketoon. Dragon beam or piece, a strut or abutment. Dragonet, a sea fish, the gaudi or Callionymus lyra. Dragon volant, the old name for a gun of large calibre used in the French Navy, whence the term was adopted into ours. Dragoon, originally a soldier trained to serve alike on horse or foot, or as Dr. Johnson equivocally explains it, who fights indifferently on foot or on horseback. See troop. The term is now applied to all cavalry soldiers who have no other special designation. Drag ropes, those used in the artillery by the men in pulling the gun backwards and forwards in practice and in action. Drags, whatever hangs over the ship into the sea, as shirts, coats, or the like, and boats when towed, or whatever else that after this manner may hinder the ship's way when she sails, are called drags. Drag sail, any sail with its clews stopped, so as when veered away over the quarter to make a stop water when veering in emergency. The drag sail formed by the spritsail course was frequently used in former wars to retard the ship apparently running away until the enemy got within gunshot. Drag saw, a crosscut saw. To drag the anchor, the act of the anchor's coming home. Drake, an early piece of brass ordnance. Drakkar, a Norman pirate boat of former times. Draft or draught, the depth of water a ship displaces, or of a body of fluid necessary to float a vessel. Hence a ship is said to draw so many feet of water when she requires that depth to float her, which, to be more readily known, are marked on the stem and stern post from the keel upwards. Also the old name for a chart. Also the delineation of a ship designed to be built, drawn on a given scale, generally a quarter inch to the foot for the builders. See sheer draft. Draft hooks, iron hooks fixed on the cheeks of a gun carriage for dragging the gun along by draft ropes. Draftsman, the artist who draws plans or charts from instructions or surveys. Draw, a sail draws when it is filled by the wind. A ship draws so many feet of water. To let draw a jib is to cease from flattening in the sheet. Draw is also a term for halyards in some of the northern fishing boats. To draw, to procure anything by official demand from a dockyard, arsenal, or magazine. To draw up the courses, to take in. To draw upon a ship is to gain upon a vessel when in pursuit of her. Draw back, an abatement or reduction of duties allowed by the custom house in certain cases, as for stores to naval officers in commission. Draw bellows, a northern term for limber holes, which see. Drawing, the state of a sail when there's sufficient wind to inflate it, so as to advance the vessel in her course. Drawing up, adjusting a ship's station in the line, the converse of dropping astern. Drawing water, the number of feet depth which a ship submerges. Drawn battle, a conflict in which both parties claim the victory or retire upon equal terms. Draw net, erroneously used for drag net. Drawn for the militia, when men are selected by ballot for the defence of the country. Draw the guns. To extract the charge of wad, shot, and cartridge from the guns. Dredge. An iron scraper-framed triangle, furnished with a bottom of hide and stout cord net above, used for taking oysters or specimens of shells from the bottom. Dredger boat. One that uses the net so-called for turbots, soles, sandlings, etc. Dredging. Fishing by dragging the dredge. Dredging machine. A large lighter or other flat-bottomed vessel, equipped with a steam engine and machinery for removing the mud and silt from the bottom, by the revolution of iron buckets in an endless chain. Dredgy. The ghost of a drowned person. Draint. The old word used for drowned, from the Anglo-Saxon. To dress. To place a fleet in organized order, also to arrange men properly in ranks, to present a true, continuous line in front, to dress a ship, to ornament her with a variety of colors as ensigns, flags, pendants, etc., of various nations, displayed from different parts of her masts, rigging, etc., on a day of festivity. Drew, a name in our northern isles for the Fucus loreus, a narrow thong-shaped seaweed. Dribble, drizzling showers, light rain. Dries, a term opposed to rains on the west coast of Africa. Drift, the altered position of a vessel by current or falling to leeward when hove to or lying to in a gale, when but little headway is made by the action of sails. In artillery, a priming iron of modern introduction used to clear the vent of ordnance from burning particles after each discharge, also a term sometimes used for the constant deflection of a rifled projectile. See deflection. Driftage, the amount due to leeway. See drift. Drift bolts, commonly made of steel, are used as long punches for driving out other bolts. Drift ice, the debris of the main pack. See open ice. Drifting up is used as relating to sands which are driven by the winds, as at Cape Blanco on the coast of Africa, off the tail of the desert of Sahara, where the houses and batteries have been thus obliterated. Drift mud, consisting chiefly of an argillaceous earth brought down by the rivers, floated about and successively deposited in banks, forming the alluvial and fertile European settlements of Guyana. Drift net, a large net with meshes of 1 inch, used in the pilchard fishery in August, also for herrings and mackerel in March, used in drifting in the chops of the channel, also of strong gauze for mollusks. Drift pieces, solid pieces fitted at the drifts, forming the scrolls on the drifts. They are commonly mitred into the gunwale. Drifts, detached masses of soil and underwood torn off the shore by floods and floating about, often mistaken for rocks and dangers. Also in shipbuilding, those parts where the sheer is raised and the rails are cut off, ending with a scroll, as the drift of the quarter-deck, poop-deck, and forecastle. Drift sail, a contrivance by means of immersing a sail to diminish the drift of a ship during a gale of wind. See drags. Driftway, synonymous with leeway. Drill, systematized instruction in the practice of all military exercises. Drill ships, a recent establishment of vessels in which the volunteers composing the Royal Naval Reserve are drilled into practice. Drink penny, earnest money at rendezvous houses, etc. Dripstone, the name usually given to filters composed of porous stone. To drive, from the Anglo-Saxon dreifen. A ship drives when her anchor trips or will not hold. She drives to leeward when beyond control of sails or rudder, and if under bare poles may drive before the wind. Also to strike home bolts, tree nails, etc. Driver, a large sail formerly used with the wind aft or quartering. It was a square sail cut like a studding sail, and set with a great yard on the end of the spanker boom across the taffrail. The name latterly has been officially applied to the spanker, both being the aftermost sails of a ship, the ringtail being only an addition as a studding or steering sail. See steering sail. Also the foremost spur on the bilgeways, the heel of which is fayed to the foreside of the foremost poppet, and the sides of it look fore and aft. Also a sort of fishing boat. Driver boom, the boom to which the driver is hauled out. Driving a charge, ramming home the loading of a piece of ordnance. Driving piles, the motion of a ship bobbing in a head sea compared to the vertical fall of monkeys on pile heads. Drog, a Gaelic term still in use to express the agitation of the sea. Drocher, a small craft which goes round the bays of the West India Islands to take off sugars, rum, etc. to the merchantmen. Lumberdroger is a vessel built solely for burden and for transporting cotton and other articles coastwise. Droching, the carrying trade of the West India coasts. Droits of Admiralty, rights, or rather perquisites, which flowed originally from the king by grant or usage, and now reserved to the crown by commission. They are of two kinds, videlicet the civil, or those arising from wrecks of the sea, flotsam, jetsam, and lagan, royal fishes, derelicts and deodans, ejectamenta maris, and the goods of pirates, traitors, felons, suicides, and fugitives within the Admiralty jurisdiction, and the prize droits, or those accruing in the course of war, comprehending all ships and goods taken without commission, all vessels improperly captured before hostilities have been formally declared or found by accident brought within the Admiralty, salvage for all ships rescued and all ships seized in any of the ports, creeks, or roads of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland before any declaration of war or reprisals by the sovereign. Drumfish, a large fish taken and cured in quantities in the Portuguese harbours of South America, as well for ships' stores as for the times of fast. Drummon, a Saracen term denoting the large king's ships from the 9th to the 15th century. Drop or droop, when a line diverges from a parallel or a curve. It is also a name generally used to the courses, but sometimes given to the depth of the square sails in general, as, quote, her main topsail drops 17 yards, end quote. The depth of a sail from head to foot amidships. To drop anchor is simply to anchor. Underfoot in calms, a kedge or stream is dropped to prevent drift. To drop astern, to slacken a ship's way so as to suffer another one to pass beyond her, also distancing a competitor. Drop down a river, synonymous with falling, which see. Drop dry, completely watertight. Dropping, an old mode of salute by lowering flags or uppermost sails. Drops, in shipbuilding, are small foliages of carved work in the stern munions and elsewhere. The term also means the fall or declivity of a deck, which is generally of several inches. Drowd, a fish of the cod kind, frequenting the west coast of Scotland. Drowges, quadrilateral pieces of board, sometimes attached to the harpoon line for the purpose of checking in some degree the speed of the whale. Drough, an old northern term for a severe gust of wind accompanied with rain. Drowned land, extensive marshes or other water-covered districts which were once dry and sound land. Drowning, an early naval punishment. Richard I enacted that whoever killed a man on shipboard, quote, he should be bound to the corpse and thrown into the sea, end quote. Drowning bridge, a sluice gate for overflowing meadows. Drowning the miller, adding too much water to wine or spirits, from the term when too much water has been put into a bowl of flour. To drub, to beat. Captain's dispatch. We have drubbed the enemy. Drudge, a name truly applied to a cabin boy. Druggers, small vessels which formerly exported fish from Dieppe and other channel ports, and brought back from the Levant spices and drugs. Drum, see storm drum. Drum capstan, a contrivance for weighing heavy anchors, invented by Sir S. Morland, who died in 1695. Drumhead court-martial, sudden court held in the field for the immediate trial of thefts or misconduct. See provost marshal. Drumhead of capstan, a broad cylindrical piece of elm, resembling a millstone, and fixed immediately above the barrel and whelps. On its circumference a number of square holes are cut, parallel to the deck, to receive the bars. Drumler, an ancient transport. See drummon. Also a small piratical vessel of war. Drummer, the marine who beats the drum and whose pay is equivalent to that of a private of 14 years' standing. Also a singular fish of the corvinus kind, which has the faculty of emitting musical noises, whence it has acquired the name of crocros. Druxy, timber in a state of decay, the condition of which is manifested by veins or spots in it of a whitish tint. Dry bulb thermometer. The readings of this instrument, when compared with those of a wet bulb thermometer, indicate the amount of moisture in the air, and hence the probability of rain. Dry dock, an artificial receptacle for examining and repairing vessels. See graving dock. Dry ducking, suspending a person by a rope a few yards above the surface of the water. Dry flogging, punishing over the clothes of a culprit. Dry gales, those storms which are accompanied with a clear sky, as the northers of the Gulf of Mexico, the harmattan of Africa, etc. Dry holy stoning, see holy stone. Dry rot, a disease destructive of timber, occasioned by a fungus, the Marulius lacrymans, which softens wood and finally destroys it. It resembles a dry, pithy, cottony substance, whence the name dry rot, though when in a perfect state its sinuses contain drops of clear water, which have given rise to its specific Latin name. Free ventilation and cleanliness appear to be the best preservatives against this costly evil. Dry rowing, row dry, not to dash the spray with the blade of the oar in the faces of those in the stern sheets. DSQ means in the complete book, discharged to sick quarters. Dub, a northern term for a pool of deep and smooth water in a rapid river. To dub, to smooth and cut off with an adze the superfluous wood. To dub a vessel bright is to remove the outer surface of the plank completely with an adze. Spotting to examine planks with the adze is also dubbing. Dubba or dubber, a coarse leathern vessel for holding liquids in India. Dupe, a standard nautical star in the Great Bear. Ducat, a well-known coin in most parts of Europe, the average gold ducat being 9 shillings and 6 pence, and the silver 3 shillings and 4 pence. Ducatoon, a coin of the Dutch Oriental Isles of 7 shillings, also a silver coin of Venice, value 4 shillings and 8 pence. To duck, to dive or immerse another under water, or to avoid a shot. Duck, the finest canvas, number 8, for small sails, is sometimes so called, but it is really a lighter cloth than canvas, and is greatly used by seamen and soldiers on tropical stations for frocks and trousers. Ducking, a penalty which veteran sailors inflict on those who for the first time pass the tropics, the equator, or formerly even the Straits of Gibraltar, and is usually performed in the grog tub or half-butt, with the assistance of a few buckets of water. The usual fine, however, always prevents the penalty being inflicted. Ducking at the yard arm, a marine punishment unknown except by name in the British Navy, but formerly inflicted by the French for grave offences. Thus, the criminal was placed astride a short, thick batten, fastened to the end of a rope which passed through a block hanging at the yard arm. Thus fixed, he was hoisted suddenly up to the yard, and the rope being then slackened at once, he was plunged into the sea. This chastisement was repeated several times, conformable to the sentence. A gun advertised the other ships of the fleet thereof, that their crews might become spectators. If the offence was very great, he was drawn underneath the keel of the ship, which was called keel-hauling. See keel-hauling. Ducks, the general name for a sailor's dress in warm climates, also the military English of Bombay. See also Jemmy ducks, the keeper of the poultry on board ship, dried herrings or Digby ducks in Nova Scotia. Duck up, a term used by the steersman when the mainsail, foresail, or spritsail hinders his seeing to steer by a landmark, upon which he calls out, "Duck up the clew lines of those sails," that is, haul the sails out of the way. Also, when a shot is made by a chase piece, if the clew of the sprit sail hinders the sight, they call out, "Duck up," etc. Dudgeon. An old word for the box handle of a dirk. It is mentioned by Shakespeare with the blade of the ideal dagger which Macbeth saw before him. It also means offense, anger. Duds. A cant term for clothes or personal property. The term is old, but still in common use, though usually applied to clothing of an inferior quality and even rags and tatters. Duel. A single combat at a time and place appointed in consequence of a challenge, a practice which had its uses and abuses, now prohibited. Duello. An Italian word expressive of duelling, long appropriated into our language. Duff. Pudding or dough. Duffers. Low peddlers, also those women who assist smugglers. Also cowardly fellows. Dugout. A canoe. Duke of York. A nickname for a particular storm trysail used in the northern seas. Dulce. Dulce. Delse. Iridia dulce, one of the edible fuci. It is an article of trade in America and Holland, and is plentiful on the rocky coasts of Ireland and western England. It probably derived its name from being sweet and pleasant, not requiring cooking. Dulage plates. An old name for the tire streaks or iron plates on the circumference of the wheel of a field piece. Dulage was also used for dowel, the wooden pin connecting the felloes. Dulled, when said of the wind, fallen or moderated. Dullish, the Manx term for the marine eatable leaf, dillisk. Dumb chalder, a metal cleat bolted to the back of the sternpost for one of the pintles to rest upon, to lessen both strain and friction. See pintles. Dumb cleat, synonymous with dumb chalder and thumb cleat. Dumb craft, lighters, lumps, or punts not having sails, also a name for the screws used for lifting a ship on a slip. Dumb pintle, a peculiar rudder strap. See pintles. Dumb scraping, scraping wet decks with blunt scrapers. Dumbfounder, to confuse or perplex. Dummy, a wood frame landing place in front of a pier. Dump bolt, a short bolt driven into the plank and timber as a partial security previous to the thorough fastenings being put in. Dumps, nearly synonymous with down in the mouth. Dun, a hill, an eminence. Dunbar Midlar, a salted herring. Dunderhead, a term used for the devil, as also for a stupid fellow. Dundiver, a name for the goosander, Mergus merganser, in immature plumage. Dunes, an Anglo-Saxon word still in use, signifying mounds or ridges of drifted sands. See downs. Dunfish, a peculiar preparation of cod for the American market, by which it retains a dun or dark yellow color. Dunning is extensively carried on in the spring at Portsmouth and other places in New Hampshire. Dungaree duck, a name given to a small dried fish in Bombay. Dungaree stuff, a blue or striped cotton cloth much worn by the seafaring classes in India. Dungiya, a broad-beamed, flat-bottomed Arabian coaster trading between the Red Sea, Gulf of Persia, and the Malabar coast. Dunhead, in East Country barges, the after-planking which forms the cabin. Dunkirks, the well-known name for pirates who sailed out of Dunkirk. Dunlin, the name of a species of sandpiper, Tringa cinclus. Dun or Dun, a Gaelic word for a fort, a hill, a heap, or a knoll. Dunnage, loose wood or other substances as horns, rattan, coir, etc., to stow amongst casks and other cargo to prevent their motion. A vessel dunnages below the dry cargo to keep it from bilge water. Dunnage battens, an extra floor in a merchantman to preserve the cargo from wet in the event of leakage. They are also used in magazines and sail rooms so as to form a vacant space beneath the powder barrels and ceiling. Dunnaged, goods or packages secured with dunnage. Dunnage gratings, express gratings placed on a steamer's deck to place cargo upon, serving as dunnage. Dunter, a northern designation of the porpoise. Duntergoose, a name in the Orkneys for the Somateria mollissima, or eider duck. Doremast, an inferior oak of more rapid growth than the true English. Dust, the refuse of biscuit in the bread room, also used for money. This term probably got into use in India, where the boat hire on the Ganges was added to by the Ghat Manjis in the way of dusturi. Moreover, a tumult or uproar. Dutch, language or rather gibberish which cannot be understood by a listener. See Double Dutch. Dutch caper, a light-armed vessel of the 17th century, adapted for privateering and much used by the Dutch. Dutch consolation. Quote, "Whatever ill befalls you, there's somebody that's worse." End quote. Or, "It's very unfortunate, but thank God it's no worse." Dutch courage, the excitement inspired by drinking spirits, false energy. Dutch eelskuit, a flat-bottomed, somewhat cutter-rigged sea-boat, carrying lee boards fitted with 2 watertight bulkheads, making a well for keeping live fish in, the water being admitted through perforated plates fastened on inside the ribs. Dutchifying, a term used for converting square sterns to round ones. Dutchman's breeches, the patch of blue sky often seen when a gale is breaking, is said to be, however small, quote, "enough to make a pair of breeches for a Dutchman." End quote. Others assign the habiliment to a Welshman, but give no authority for the assumption. Dutch place, the Pleuronectes platessa, when small is called fleek, when large, Dutch place. Dutch pump, a punishment so contrived that if the prisoner would not pump hard, he was drowned. Dutch reckoning, a bad day's work, all in the wrong. Dutch reds, high smoked herrings prepared in Holland. Duties, taxes levied by the custom house upon goods exported or imported. Duttees, coarse brown calicoes of India. Duty, the exercise of those functions which belong to the service and are carried out from the highest to the lowest. Dwang staff, this is otherwise the rain staff, which see. Dice, a langrage for the old hail-shot pieces. Dice or seist, very well dice, see thus. Dyel, a kind of mud drag used for cleaning rivers on our eastern coasts. Dying man's dinner, a snatch of refreshment when the ship is in extreme danger. Dyke, from the Anglo-Saxon dyk, a mound or bank, yet in some parts of England the word means a ditch. Dyke cam, a ditch bank. Dynamometer, an instrument for measuring the amount of force and used for indicating the thrust or force of a screw propeller or any other motor. There are many, varying in mode according to the express purpose of each, but all founded on the same principle as the name expresses, power and measure, so that a steelyard is the simplest exponent. End of section 5. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 6 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. E to EM. E. The second class of rating on Lloyd's books for the comparative excellence of merchant ships. C. A. Eager. C. Eager. Eagle. The insignia of the Romans, borrowed also by moderns as Frederick of Prussia and Napoleon. Also a gold coin of the United States of the value of $5 or £1, 0 shillings 10 pence sterling at the average rate of exchange. Eagle or spread eagle, a punishment inflicted by seizing the offender by his arms and legs to the shrouds and there leaving him for a specified time. Eager or higer. The reciprocation of the freshes of various rivers, as for instance the Severn with the flowing tide, sometimes presenting a formidable surge. The name seems to be from the Anglo-Saxon Yegor, water, or Aegir, the Scandinavian god of the sea. See Boar and Higer. Ear, a West Country term for a place where hatches prevent the influx of the tide. Earing cringle, at the head of a sail. In sail-making it is an eye spliced in the bolt rope, to which the much smaller head rope is attached. The earrings are hauled out or lashed to cleats on the yards passing through the head corners or cringles of the sails. Earrings, certain small ropes employed to fasten the upper corners of a sail to its yard, for which purpose one end of the earring is passed through itself and the other end is passed 5 or 6 times round the yard arm and through the cringle. The 2 first turns, which are intended to stretch the head of the sail tight along the yard, are passed beyond the lift and rigging on the yard arm, and are called outer turns, while the rest, which draw it close up to the yard and are passed within the lift, etc., are called inner turns. Below the above are the reef earrings, which are used to reef the sail when the reef tackles have stretched it to take off the strain. Earn, see earn. Earnest, a sum paid in advance to secure a seaman's service. Ears. In artillery, the lugs or ear-shaped rings fashioned on the larger bombs or mortar shells for their convenient handling with shell hooks. The irregularity of surface caused by the ears is intended to be modified in future construction by the substitution of Lewis holes, which see. Earshot, the distance or range of hearing. Ears of a boat, the knee pieces at the forepart on the outside at the height of the gunwale. Ears of a pump, the support of the bolt for the handle or brake. Earth, one of the primary planets, and the third in order from the sun. Earth bags, see sandbags. Earwigging, feeding an officer's ear with scandal against an absent individual. Ease, to stand at, to remain at rest. Ease away, to slacken out a rope or tackle fall. Ease her, in a steamer, is a command to reduce the speed of the engine, preparatory to stop her, or before reversing for turn astern. Ease off handsomely, or ease away there, to slacken out a rope or tackle fall carefully. Ease the helm, an order often given in a vessel close hauled to put the helm down a few spokes in a head sea, with the idea that if the ship's way be deadened by her coming close to the wind, she will not strike the opposing sea with so much force. It is thought by some that extreme rolling as well as pitching are checked by shifting the helm quickly, thereby changing the direction of the ship's head, and what is technically called giving her something else to do. To ease up, to come up handsomely with a tackle fall. East, from the Anglo-Saxon ist, one of the cardinal points of the compass. Where the sun rises due east, it makes equal days and nights as on the equator. East country, a term applied to the regions bordering on the Baltic. East country ships, the same as Easterlings. Easterlings, traders of the Baltic Sea, also natives of the Hanse towns or of the East country. Eastern amplitude, an arc of the horizon intercepted between the point of the sun's rising and the east point of the magnetic compass. East India Hoy, a sloop formerly expressly licensed for carrying stores to the East India Company's ships. Easting, the course made good or gained to the eastward. Eastintus, from the Saxon Eastin, an easterly coast or country, from Edward I. East wind. This in the British seas is generally attended with a hazy atmosphere, and is so ungenial as to countenance the couplet, quote, "When the wind is in the east, 'tis good for neither man nor beast." End quote. Easy, lower gently, a ship not labouring in a sea, taking it easy, neglecting the duty, not so violent. Easy draught, the same as light draught of water, which see. Easy roll. A vessel is said to roll deep but easy when she moves slowly and not with quick jerks. Eating the wind out of a vessel applies to very keen seamanship, by which the vessel, from a close study of her capabilities, steals to windward of her opponent. This to be done effectually demands very peculiar trim to carry weather helm to a nicety. Ever, a provincial term for the direction of the wind, a quarter of the heavens. Ebb, the lineal descendant of the Anglo-Saxon flood, meaning the falling reflux of the tide or its return back from the highest of the flood, full sea or high water, also termed seeebung, sea ebbing, by our progenitors. Ebb, line of, the sea line of the beach left dry by the tide. Ebber, or ebber shore, from the Anglo-Saxon signifying shallow. Ebb tide, the receding or running out of the sea in contradistinction to flood. Ebony, a sobriquet for a negro. Echelon, French, expressing the field exercise of soldiers when the divisions are placed in a situation resembling the steps of a ladder, whence the name. Echinus, a word lugged in to signify the sweep of the tiller. See sea egg. Eclipse, an obscuration of a heavenly body by the interposition of another, or during its passage through the shadow of a larger body. An eclipse of the sun is caused by the dark body of the moon passing between it and the earth. When the moon's diameter exceeds the sun's and their centers nearly coincide, a total eclipse of the sun takes place. But if the moon's diameter be less, then the eclipse is annular. Ecliptic, the great circle of the heavens which the sun appears to us to describe in the course of a year, in consequence of the earth's motion round that luminary. It is inclined to the equinoctial at an angle of nearly 23 degrees 28 minutes, called the obliquity of the ecliptic, and cuts it in 2 points diametrically opposite to each other, called the equinoctial points. The time when the sun enters each of these points, which occurs about the 20th of March and 23rd of September respectively, is termed the equinox, day and night being then equal. At these periods, especially about the time of the vernal equinox, storms, called the equinoctial gales, are prevalent in many parts of the globe. The 2 points of the ecliptic, which are each 90 degrees distant from the equinoctial points, are called the solstitial points. That great circle which passes through the equinoctial points and the poles of the earth is called the equinoctial color, and that which passes through the solstitial points and the poles of the earth, the solstitial color. Ecliptic conjunction is the moon in conjunction with the sun at the time of new moon, both luminaries having then the same longitude or right ascension. Ecliptic limits, certain limits of latitude within which eclipses take place, and beyond which they cannot occur. Economy, a term expressive of the system and internal arrangement pursued in a ship. Eddy, sometimes used for the dead water under a ship's counter. Also the water that by some interruption in its course runs contrary to the direction of the tide or current, and appears like the motion of a whirlpool. Eddies in the sea not unfrequently extend their influence to a great distance, and are then merely regarded as contrary or revolving currents. It is the back curl of the water to fill a space or vacuum formed sometimes by the faulty build of a vessel, having the after body fuller than the fore, which therefore impedes her motion. It also occurs immediately after a tide passes a strait, where the volume of water spreads suddenly out and curves back to the edges. The Chinese pilots call eddies chow-chow water. Eddy tide, when the water runs back from some obstacle to the free passage of the stream. Eddy wind, that which is beat back or returns from a sail, bluff hill, or anything which impedes its passage. In other words, whenever the edges or vanes of 2 currents of air coming from opposite directions meet, they form an eddy or whirlwind, which see. They are felt generally near high coasts intersected by ravines. The eddy wind of a sail escaping in a curve makes the sail abaft shiver. To edge away, to decline gradually from the course which the ship formerly steered, by sailing larger or more off or more away from before the wind than she had done before. To edge down, to approach any object in an oblique direction. Edging of plank, sawing or hewing it narrower. Eduction pipe, a pipe leading from the bottom of a steam cylinder to the upper part of the condenser in a steam engine. East, the Erse term for a fish, still used in the Isle of Man. Eking, see eking. Eel, a well-known fish, Anguilla vulgaris, of elongated form common in rivers and estuaries and esteemed for food. Eeler, an adept at knowing the haunts and habits of eels and the methods of taking them. Eelfares, a fry or brood of eels. Eelgrass, a name for the sea wrack, Zostera marina. It is thrown ashore by the sea in large quantities. Eel pout, a name for the burbot, Molva lota, a freshwater fish. Eelskuit, sea Dutch eelskuit. Eel spear, a sort of trident with 10 points for catching eels, called in Lincolnshire an eel stang. Effective, efficient, fit for service. It also means the being present and at duty. Effects, personal property, sale of effects, or the caution of the property of deceased officers and seamen. Quote, the effects of that sale will be a sale of effects. End quote. Effluent or divergent. Apply to any stream which runs out of a lake or out of another river. All tributaries are affluents. To egg, to instigate, incite, provoke, to urge on, from the Anglo-Saxon eggion. Eggs. These nutritious articles of food might be used longer at sea than is usual. The shell of the egg abounds with small pores through which the aqueous part of the albumen constantly exhales, and the egg in consequence daily becomes lighter and approaches its decomposition. Reaumur varnished them all over, and thus preserved eggs fresh for 2 years. Then, carefully removing the varnish, he found that such eggs were still capable of producing chickens. Some employ, with the same intention, lard or other fatty substance for closing the pores, and others simply immerse the egg for an instant in boiling water, by which its albumen is in part coagulated, and the power of exhalation thereby checked. Eggs packed in lime water, suffered to drain, have after 3 years' absence in the West Indies been found good. This does not destroy vitality. Egmont or Port Egmont fowls. The large Antarctic gulls with dark brown plumage, called shoemakers. Egress. At a transit of an inferior planet over the sun, this term means the passing off of the planet from his disk. Egyptian herring, a northern coast name for the Goudanook, Saury pike, or Scomberosox saurus. Eider duck, the Somateria mollissima, a large species of duck inhabiting the coasts of the northern seas. The down of the breast, with which it lines its nest, is particularly valuable on account of its softness and lightness. Eigen, the index of the early quadrant. Eyelet hole, French œillet, refer to eyelet holes. Ejectamenta maris, sea products thrown on the beach, whence they become droits of admiralty. See jetsam. To eke, Anglo-Saxon ekan, to prolong. To make anything go far by reduction and moderation, as in shortening the allowance of provisions on a voyage unexpectedly tedious. Eking, a piece of wood fitted by scarfing or butting to make good a deficiency in length, as the end of a knee and the like. The eking is also the carved work under the lower part of the quarter-piece at the aft part of the quarter-gallery. Elbow, that part of a river where it suddenly changes its direction, forming a reach to the next angle or turn, also a promontory, also a communication in a steam pipe. Elbow grease, hard labor with the arms. Elbow in the hawse, 2 crosses in a hawse, when a ship, being moored in a tideway, swings twice the wrong way, thereby causing the cables to take half a round turn on each other. See hawse. Eldest, the old Navy term for first, as applied to the senior lieutenant. Elements, the first principles of any art or science. The elements of an orbit are certain proportions which define the path of a heavenly body in space, and enable the astronomer to calculate its position for past or future times. Elephanter, a heavy periodical rain of Bombay. Elephant fish, the Chimera calorhynchus, named from the proboscis-like process on its nose. Though inferior to many other fish, it is yet palatable food. Elevate, in great gun exercise, the order which prepares for adjusting the coin. Elevated pole, that terrestrial pole which is above the horizon of a spectator. Elevation in shipbuilding, a vertical and longitudinal view of a vessel synonymous with sheer draught and sheer plan. In other words, it is the orthographic design whereon the heights and lengths are expressed. Elevation, angle of. In gunnery, that which the axis of the bore makes with the plane of the horizon. It is attained by sinking the breech of the gun until its axis points above the object to be fired at, so that the shot may describe a curve somewhat similar to a parabola, counteracting the action of gravity during its flight, and alighting upon the mark. Elger, an eel spear, promptorium parvulorum, yielding many together. Elegugs, aquatic birds of passage of the auk kind on our western coasts, called also razor-bills. Elite, the elite of naval or military forces, is the choicest selection from them. Elec, the trivial name of the Trigula cuculus. Elliot eye, the Elliot eye, introduced by the Honourable Admiral Elliot, Secretary of the Admiralty, is an eye worked over an iron thimble in the end of a hempen bower cable to facilitate its being shackled to the chain for riding in very deep water. Ellipse, in geometry, an oval figure formed by the section of a cone by a plane cutting through both its sides obliquely. St. Elmo's fire, see compassa. Elongation, the angular distance of a heavenly body from the sun eastward or westward. Elvers, the name of eels on the western coasts of England. Embargo, a temporary injunction or arrest laid on ships or merchandise by public authority, sometimes general, to prevent all ships departing, and sometimes partial, as upon foreign ships only, or to prevent their coming in. A breach of embargo under the knowledge of the insured discharges the underwriters from liability. To embark, to go on board, or to put on board a vessel. Embarkation applies to the shipping of goods, troops, and stores, also the peculiar boats of a country. Spanish, embarcación. Embarkment, an old term meaning an embargo. Embarrass, an American term for places where the navigation of rivers or creeks is rendered difficult by the accumulation of driftwood, trees, etc. To embattle, to arrange forces for conflict. Embattled, in buildings, crenellated or pierced with loopholes. Embedded, firmly fixed in the mud or sand. Ember goose, or imber, a name for the great northern diver or loon, Colymbus glacialis. Embezzlement, or simple theft, by persons belonging to a merchant ship, is not deemed a peril of the sea, but robbery violently committed by persons not belonging to the ship is a peril for which the insurer is answerable. To embezzle is to misappropriate by a breach of trust. Embouchure, a French word adopted as signifying the mouth of a river, by which its waters are discharged or by which it is entered. The term is now in general use. Embrasures, the cut or opening made through the parapet of a battery for the muzzle of the gun and the passage of the shot. Emeralders, a term for the natives of Ireland from its evergreen verdure. Emergency, imminent want in difficult circumstances. Immersion, the prismatic space or solid raised out on the weather side by the inclination of the ship. In astronomy it signifies the reappearance of a celestial object after undergoing occultation or eclipse. Eminence, a high or rising ground overlooking the country around. Emissary, a culvert or drain. Emprise, a hazardous attempt upon the enemy. Emptions, stores purchased. Empty, cargo discharged. Empty bastion, in fortification, is a bastion whereof the terraplane or terrace in rear of the parapet, not having been carried farther to the rear than its regular distance, leaves a large space within it of a lower level. Empty bottle, see marine officer. End of section 6, read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 7 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. EN to EY. Encampment. See camp. Enceinte, French. A slightly bastioned wall or rampart line of defense which sometimes surrounds the body of a place. When only flanked by turrets, it is called a Roman wall. Encircling reefs, a name given to a form of coral reef, the architecture of myriads of zoophytes in tropical seas. Encounter, the hostile meeting of two ships or squadrons, also a conflict between troops. To endanger, to expose to peril. Endecagon, in geometry a plane figure of 11 sides and angles. Endalong, the Old English word for lengthwise. End for end, reversing cordage, casks, logs, spars, etc. To shift a rope end for end, as in tackle, the fall is made the standing part and the standing part becomes the fall. Or when a rope runs out all a block and is unreeved, or in coming to an anchor if the stoppers are not well put on, and the cable runs all out end for end. See an end. End of a trench, the place where the trenches are opened. End on, said particularly of a ship when only her bows and headsails are to be seen, but generally used in opposition to broadside on. Enemy, the power or people against whom war is waged. Enfield rifle, the name of the present regulation musket for infantry, as made at the government works at Enfield, on an improvement of the Minié principle. Whether the breech-loading rifle, which is intended to substitute for this arm, will acquire the same title remains to be determined. Enfilade fire is that which sweeps a line of works or men from one end to the other. It is on land nearly the equivalent to raking fire at sea. Engagement, in a naval sense, implies a battle at sea or an action of hostility between single ships, squadrons, or fleets of men of war, also a conflict between two contending armies. Engine, marine, see marine engines. Engine was of old a military machine for warfare. Engine bearers, sleepers or pieces of timber placed between the keelson in a steamer and the boilers of the steam engine to form a proper seat for the boilers and machinery. Engineer, a duly qualified officer appointed to plan and direct the attack or defense of a fortification, as well as the construction of fortified works. Engineers are also persons in charge of the machinery of steam vessels. In government steamers, they are in 3 classes, under warrant from the Admiralty. Engine room telegraph, a dial contrivance by which the officer on deck can communicate with the engineer below. England expects every man will do his duty. This is introduced into a naval vocabulary not as wanting explanation, but that, in recording the most remarkable signal ever made to a fleet, we may remind the tyro that these words of Nelson are admirably adapted for all the varying changes of sea life, whether in times of war or peace. English, a term applied to the vessels and men of the whole empire and its maritime population. Indeed, says Burke in a letter to Admiral Keppel, quote, I am perfectly convinced that Englishmen and seamen are names that must live and die together. End quote. Enlarge. The wind is said to enlarge when it veers from the side towards the stern. Enlistment, the engaging recruits for the army or marines. Enneagon, a figure that has 9 sides and as many angles. Ennis or Innis, a term for island on the west coast of Ireland and in some parts of Scotland. To enroll, to enter the name on the roll of a corps. To ensconce, to entrench, to protect by a slight fortification. Ensenada, Spanish, bay. This term is frequently used on the coasts of Chile and Peru. Ensign, from the Anglo-Saxon, sing. a large flag or banner, hoisted on a long pole erected over the stern and called the ensign's staff. It is used to distinguish the ships of different nations from each other, as also to characterize the different squadrons of the navy. It was formerly written ancient. Ensign is in the army the title of the junior rank of subaltern officers of infantry. From amongst them are detailed the officers who carry the colours. Entering at custom house. The forms required of the master of a merchant ship before her cargo can be discharged. Entering ladders are of two sorts, one of them being used by the vessel's side in harbour or in fair weather. The other is made of ropes with small staves for steps, and is hung out of the gallery to come aboard by. When the sea runs so high as to risk staving the boat if brought alongside, the latter are termed stern ladders. Entering ports. Ports cut down on the middle gun deck of three-deckers to serve as doorways for persons going in and out of the ship. Entering ropes or side ropes. Three are sometimes used to aid in climbing the ship's side. They hang from the upper part on the right, left, and middle of the steps. See gangway. The upper end of an entering rope is rove through an eye in the iron stanchion at the gangway. It is walled, crowned, and otherwise ornamentally fitted. Enterprise, an undertaking of difficulty and danger. Entrance, a term for the bow of a vessel or form of the forebody under the load waterline. It expresses the figure of that which encounters the sea, and is the opposite of run. Also the first appearance of a person on board after entry on the ship's books. Also the forefoot of a ship. Also the mouth of a harbour. Entrance money, payment on entering a mess. Entry, in the ship's books, first putting down the appearance or day on which a man joins. Also the forcing into an enemy's ship. Envelope, in astronomy, a band of light encircling the head of a comet on the side near the sun, and passing round it so as to form the commencement of the tail. In fortification, a work of single lines thrown up to enclose a weak ground, usually a mere earthwork. Épaule, or shoulder. In fortification, that part of a bastion adjacent to the junction of a face with a flank. The actual meeting of these two lines forms the angle of the shoulder. Epaulement. In fortification, a covering mass raised to protect from the fire of the enemy, but differing from a parapet in having no arrangement made for the convenient firing over it by defenders. It is usually adopted for side passages to batteries and the like. Epaulette, the bullion or mark of distinction worn on the shoulders by officers, now common to many grades, but till recently worn only by captains and commanders, whence the brackish poet, quote, "Hail, magic power that fills an epaulette, no wonder hundreds for thee daily fret," end quote, the meaning of which is now pointless. Ephemeris, or nautical almanac. This, in its wide sense, and recognizing its value to navigators and astronomers, must be pronounced one of the most useful of publications. How Drake and Magellan got on is a matter of marvel, for sailors were not especially administered to until 1675, when the Calendarium Nauticum by Henry Seaman, mariner, appeared. It comprised the usual matter of annual almanacs, and was enriched with such precepts and rules in the practice of navigation and traffic as are in daily use. But in 1767 our nautical almanac, a tabular statement of the geocentric planetary positions, which may be said to have created a new era in voyaging, was published, and this book, with certain alterations, was in force up to 1830, when a commission of the Royal Society and astronomers established the present ephemeris, now so much valued. It is published annually, but computed to 4 years in advance, to accommodate those proceeding on long voyages. Attempts have been made in other countries to publish the nautical almanac, improved and corrected, but they are mere copies, corrected by the errata, furnished annually in advance. Epicycloid, a geometrical curve generated by making a circle roll upon the circumference of another circle. It is found useful in determining the figure of the teeth of wheelwork and other purposes in mechanics. If the generating circle proceeds along the convexity of the periphery, it is called an upper or exterior epicycloid; if along the concavity, a lower or interior epicycloid. Epoch, the time to which certain given numbers or quantities apply. Eprouvette, a small piece of ordnance specially fitted for testing the projectile force of samples of gunpowder. Equated anomaly. This is also called the true anomaly, and is the distance of the sun from the apogee, or a planet from its aphelion, seen from the sun. Equation, annual. See annual equation. Equation of equinoxes, the difference between the mean and apparent places of the equinox. Equation of the center, the difference between the true and mean anomalies of a planet. Equation of time, the difference between mean and apparent time, or the acceleration or retardation of the sun's return to the meridian. Equator, called also the equinoctial line, or simply the line, being an imaginary circle round the earth dividing the globe into two equal parts and equally distant from both poles. Extended to the heavens, it forms a circle called the celestial equator, which in like manner divides the heavens into two equal parts, the northern and southern hemispheres. Equatorial current, the set chiefly westerly, so frequently met with near the equator, especially in the Atlantic oceans. Equatorial doldrums, see doldrums. Equatorial sector, an instrument of large radius for finding the difference in the right ascension and declination of two heavenly bodies. Equatorial telescope, a glass so mounted that it enables the observer to follow the stars as they move equatorially. Eques oratus, an heraldic term for a knight. Equilateral triangle, a figure of three equal straight sides and therefore of three equal angles. Equinoctial, synonymous with equator, which see. Equinoctial gales, storms which are observed to prevail about the time of the sun's crossing the equator, at which time there is equal day and night throughout the world. Equinoctial points, see ecliptic. Equinoxes, the 2 points of intersection of the ecliptic and the equator, so called because on the sun's arrival at either of them the night is everywhere equal in length to the day. To equip, a term frequently applied to the business of fitting a ship for a trading voyage or arming her for war. See fitting. Equipage, an admiral's retinue. Camp equipage consists of tents, furniture, cooking utensils, etc. Equipment, the complete outfit of an officer. Equitable title, either this or a legal claim, are absolutely necessary to establish an insurable interest in a ship or cargo. See qualified property. Erigone, a name sometimes applied to the constellation Virgo. Erne, from the Anglo-Saxon erne, a vulture, a bird of the eagle kind, now used to denote the sea eagle. Erratic winds, see variables. Escalade, the forcing a way over a rampart or other defense, properly by means of ladders or other contrivances for climbing. Escape valves, in marine engines, see cylinder escape valves. Escarp, in fortification, that steep bank or wall immediately in front of and below the rampart, which is thus secured against being directly stormed by a superior force. It is generally the inner side of the ditch. Escheator, the king's, an officer at the exchequer of very ancient establishment, under the Lord Treasurer, whose business it is to inform of escheats and casual profits of the crown, and to seize them into the king's hands. Escort, a guard of troops attending an individual by way of distinction, also a guard placed over prisoners on a march. Escutcheon, the compartment in the middle of the ship's stern where her name is written, derived from ex scutum. Esquipamentum, an archaism for tackle or ship furniture. Eskipper, Anglo-Norman to ship, and eskipped was used for shipped. Eskipison, an old law term for shipping or passage by sea. Esneka, in the 12th century a royal yacht, though some deem it to have been a kind of transport. Espials, night watches afloat in dockyards and harbours, generally a boat named by the ordinary. Esplanade, generally that space of level ground kept vacant between the works of a fortress and neighbouring houses or other obstructions, though originally applied to the actual surface of the glacis. Eskimo, a name derived from Esquimantzic in the Albinaki language, eaters of raw flesh. Many tribes in the Arctic regions are still ignorant of the art of cookery. Essara, the prickly heat. Establishment, the regulated complement or quota of officers and men to a ship, either in time of war or peace. The equipment, the regulated dimensions of spars, cabin, rigging, etc. Establishment of a port, an awkward phrase lately lugged in to denote the tide hour of a port. Estival, see estival. Estoc, a small stabbing sword. Estuary, an inlet or shoaly arm of the sea into which a river or rivers empty, and subject to tidal influence. Estuar, an old word for the rise and fall of water. Etesian winds, the Etesiae of the ancients, winds which blow constantly every year during the time of the dog days in the Levant. Etiquette, naval or military observances deemed to be law. Eufro, see uvro. To evacuate, to withdraw from a town or fortress in virtue of a treaty or capitulation, or in compliance with superior orders. Evection, a term for the libration of the moon, or that apparent oscillatory inequality in her motion caused by a change in the eccentricity of her orbit, whereby her mean longitude is sometimes increased or diminished to the amount of 1 degree 20 minutes, whereby we sometimes see a little further round one side than at others. Eve-eel, a northern name for the conger, from the Danish haval, or sea-eel. Evening gun, the warning piece after the firing of which the sentries challenge. Even keel, when a ship is so trimmed as to sit evenly upon the water, drawing the same depth forward as aft. Some vessels sail best when brought by the head, others by the stern. Every inch of that, an exclamation to belay a rope without rendering it. Every man to his station, see station. Every rope an end, the order to coil down the running rigging or braces and bowlines after tacking or other evolution, also the order when about to perform an evolution to see that every rope is clear for running. Every stitch set, all possible canvas spread. Evolution, the change of form and disposition during manoeuvres, whether of men or ships, movements which should combine celerity with precision and regularity. Uwage, an old law term meaning the toll paid for water passage. Exaltation, a planet being in that sign in which it is supposed to exert its utmost influence. Examination, a searching by or cognizance of a magistrate or other authorized officer, now strict in army and navy. Eccentric, in a steam engine, a wheel placed on the crankshaft having its center on one side of the axis of the shaft, with a notch for the gab lever. Eccentric anomaly, an auxiliary angle employed to abridge the calculations connected with the motion of a planet or comet in an elliptic orbit. Eccentricity, in astronomical parlance, implies a deviation of an elliptic orbit from a circle. Eccentric rod, by its action on the gab lever, which it catches either way, puts the engine into gear. Exchange, a term in the mercantile world to denote the bills by which remittances are made from one country to another, without the transmission of money, the removal of officers from one ship to another, also a mutual agreement between contending powers for exchange of prisoners. Exchequered, seized by government officers as contraband, marked with the broad arrow. It also refers to proceedings on the part of the Crown against an individual in the Exchequer Court, where suits for debts or duties due to the Crown are brought. Execution. The Lords of the Admiralty have a right to issue their warrant and direct the time and manner, without any special warrant from the Crown for that purpose. Military execution is the ravaging and destroying of a country that refuses to pay contribution. Executive branch. The commissioned and working officers of the ship as distinguished from the civilian branch. Exercise. The practice of all those motions, actions, and management of arms whereby men are duly trained for service. Also the practice of loosing, reefing, and furling sails. Exercise in naval tactics may be applied to the forming a fleet into order of sailing, line of battle, etc. The French term is évolution or tactique, and may be defined as the execution of the movements which the different orders and disposition of fleets occasionally require, and which the several ships are directed to perform by means of signals. See signals. Ex lex, an outlaw, a term of law. Expansion valve. In the marine engine, a valve which shuts off the steam in its passage to the slide valves, when the piston has travelled a certain distance in the cylinder, leaving the remaining part of the stroke to be performed by the expansion of the steam. Expedient. A stratagem in warfare. Expedition. An enterprise undertaken either by sea or land, or both, against an enemy. It should be conducted with secrecy and rapidity of movement. Expended. Used up, consumed, or asserted to be so. Expense books. Accounts of the expenditure of the warrant officer's stores, attested by the signing officers. Exploiting. Transporting trees or timber by a river. Exploit was an old verb meaning to perform. Explorator. An examiner of a country, a scout. To export. To send goods or commodities out of a country for the purposes of traffic, under the general name of exports. Exportation. The act of sending exports to foreign parts. Exporter. The person who sends the exports abroad. Exposed anchorage. An open and dangerous place by reason of the elements or the enemy. Exterior side. The side of an imaginary polygon upon which the plan of a fortification is constructed. Exterior slope. In fortification, that slope of a work towards the country which is next outward beyond its superior slope. External contact. In a transit of Mercury or Venus over the sun's disk, this expression means the first touch of the planet's and sun's edges before any part of the former is projected on the disk of the luminary. Extraordinaries. Contingent expenses. Extreme breadth. The extent of the midships or dead flat, with the thickness of the bottom plank included. Extremities. The stem and stern posts of a ship. Eye. See eight. Eye. The circular loop of a shroud or stay where it goes over the mast. To eye. To observe minutely. Flemish eye, a phrase particularly applied to the eye of a stay, which is either formed at the making of the rope, or by dividing the yarns into 2 equal parts, knotting each pair separately, and pointing the whole over after parcelling. This eye, stopped by the mouse, forms the collar. It is not strong, soon rots, and seldom, if ever, used now where strength is of more importance than neatness. Eye bolts. Those which have an eye or opening in one end for hooking tackles to or fastening ropes. Eyelet holes are necessary in order to bend a sail to its yard or boom, or to reef it. They consist of round holes worked in a sail to admit a cringle or small rope through, chiefly the robins or rope bands, and the points of the reef line. See sail. Eye of a block strop. That part by which it is fastened or suspended to any particular place upon the sails, masts, or rigging. The eye is sometimes formed by making 2 eye splices, termed lashing eyes, on the ends of the strop, and then seizing them together with a small line so as to bind both round a mast, yard, or boom, as is deemed necessary. Eye of an anchor, the hole in the shank where the ring is fixed. Eye of a stay, that part of a stay which is formed into a sort of collar to go round the masthead. The eye and mouse form the collar. Eye of the wind, the direction to windward from whence it blows. See wind's eye. Eye shot, within sight. Eyes of a messenger, eyes spliced in its ends to lash together. Eyes of a ship, see eyes of her. Eyes of her. The foremost part of the bay or in the bows of a ship. In olden times and now in Spanish and Italian boats as well as Chinese junks, an eye is painted on each bow. The hawse holes also are deemed the eyes of her. Eyesore, any disagreeable object. Eye splice, see splice, a kind of splice made by turning the end of a rope back, and the strands pass through the standing part. Eye of a splice, the strand turned up by the fid or marlin spike to receive the opposite strand. Ait, an alluvial river island where osiers usually grow, called also ait, ait, or ayot. Also the thickest part of a school of herrings. When this is scattered by the fishermen, it is termed breaking the eye. End of section 7, read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 8 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases, FA to FE. Face, the sharp edge, the edge of a sharp instrument. Also the word of command to soldiers, marines, and small-arm men, to turn upon the heel a quarter or half a circle round in the direction ordered. Faced, turned up, with facings on the cuffs and collars of uniforms and regimentals. Face of a gun, the surface of the metal at the extremity of the muzzle. Face piece, a piece of elm tabled on to the knee of the head in the forepart to assist the conversion of the main piece, and likewise to shorten the upper bolts and prevent the cables from rubbing against them as the knee gets worn. Faces of a work, in fortification, are the two lines forming its most prominent salient angle. Fachon, an Anglo-Norman term for sword or falchion. Facing, letting one piece of timber into another with a rabbet to give additional strength or finish, also a movement for forming soldiers and small-arm men. Facings, the front of regimentals and uniforms. Fac, see fake. Factor, a commercial superintendent or agent residing beyond sea, commissioned by merchants to buy or sell goods on their account by a letter of attorney. Factorage, a certain percentage paid to the factor by the merchant on all he buys or sells. Factory, a place where a considerable number of factors reside, as Lisbon, Leghorn, Calcutta, etc. Factory comprehends the business of a firm or company, as that of the India Company at Canton, or the Hudson's Bay Fur Company in North America. Faculae, luminous streaks upon the disk of the sun, among which the maculae, or dark spots, usually appear. Fathom, the old form used for fathom, which see. To faff, to blow in flaws. To fag, to tire. A fag, a deputy labouring man, or one who works hard for another. Fag end is the end of any rope. This term is also applied to the end of a rope when it has become untwisted. Faggots, men who used to be hired to answer to names on the books when the crew were mustered by the clerk of the check. Such cheating was once still more prevalent in the army. Faggot, a billet for stowing casks. A fascine, which see. To fag out, to wear out the end of a rope or end of canvas. Fyke or folk, a name in the Hebrides for the sea-fowl razorbill, Alca torda. Fair, a general term for the wind when favourable to a ship's course, in opposition to contrary or foul. Fair is more comprehensive than large, since it includes about 16 points, whereas large is confined to the beam or quarter, that is, to a wind which crosses the keel at right angles, or obliquely from the stern, but never to one right astern. See large and scant. Fair in shipbuilding denotes the evenness or regularity of a curve or line. To fare means to clip the timbers fair. Fair curve, in delineating ships, is a winding line whose shape is varied according to the part of the ship it is intended to describe. This curve is not answerable to any of the figures of conic sections, although it occasionally partakes of them all. Fairing, shearing a ship in construction, also the draft of a ship, to run off a great number of different lines or curves, in order to ascertain the fairness in point of curvature of every part, and the beauty of the whole. Fair lead is applied to ropes as suffering the least friction in a block when they are said to lead fair. Fair leader, a thimble or kringle to guide a rope, a strip of board with holes in it for running rigging to lead through and be kept clear, so as to be easily distinguished at night. Fair maid, a West Country term for a dried pilchard. Fairway, the navigable channel of a harbour for ships passing up or down, so that if any vessels are anchored therein, they are said to lie in the fairway. See pilot's fairway, also when the proper course is gained out of a channel. Fair weather, that to which a ship may carry the small sails. Fake, one of the circles or windings of a cable or hawser, as it lies disposed in a coil. See coiling. The fakes are greater or smaller in proportion to the space which a cable is allowed to occupy. Falcon. In early times a small cannon, having a length of about 7 feet, a diameter of bore of 3 inches, and throwing a ball of nearly 3 pounds weight, with a point-blank range of 130 paces and a random one of 1500. Falconet. A primitive cannon smaller than the falcon, it threw a ball of 1.5 pounds. Falk. See fake. Fall. A vertical descent of a river through a narrow rocky pass or over a ledge to the impediment of navigation. Also the loose end of a tackle, or that part to which the power is applied in hoisting, and on which the people pull. Also in shipbuilding, the descent of a deck from a fair curve lengthwise, as frequently seen in merchantmen and yachts, to give height to the commander's cabin, and sometimes forward at the hawse holes. Also a large cutting down of timber. Also North American English for autumn, when the navigation of northern inland waters is about to close till the succeeding spring. To fall. A town or fortress is said to fall when it is compelled to surrender to besiegers. To fall aboard of. To strike another vessel or have a collision with it, usually applied to the motion of a disabled ship coming in contact with another. Fall. A fall. The cry to denote that the harpoon has been effectively delivered into the body of a whale. To fall astern. To lessen a ship's way so as to allow another to get ahead of her, to be driven backwards. To fall back. To recede from any position previously occupied. To fall calm. Speaking of the weather implies a total cessation of the wind. Fall cloud. See stratus. To fall down. To sail, drift, or be towed to some lower part nearer a river's mouth or opening. Fallen star. A name for the jellyfish or medusa, frequently thrown ashore in summer and autumn. To fall foul of. To reprimand severely. See fall aboard of. To fall in. The order to form or take assigned places in ranks. See assembly. Falling glass. When the mercury of the barometer is sinking in the tube. Falling home. When the top sides are inclined within the perpendicular, opposite of wall-sided. See tumbling home. Falling off. The opposite of griping or coming up to the wind, It is the movement or direction of the ship's head to leeward of the point whither it was lately directed, particularly when she sails near the wind or lies by. Also the angle contained between her nearest approach to the direction of the wind and her furthest declination from it when trying. Falling out, when the top sides project beyond a perpendicular, as in flaring. Falling stars, meteors which have very much the appearance of real stars. They were falsely regarded as foreboders of wind, as Seneca in Hippolytus, Occior cursum rapiente, flamma stella cum ventis agitata longos porigit ignes. Some are earthy, others metallic. Falling tide or ebb of tide. This phrase, implying a previous flow of tide towards high water, requires here only a partial explanation. The sea, after swelling for about 6 hours, and thus entering the mouths of rivers and rising along the seashore more or less, according to the moon's age and other circumstances, rests for a quarter of an hour, and then retreats or ebbs during the next 6 hours. After a similar pause, the phenomenon recommences, occupying altogether about 12 hours and 50 minutes. A table of the daily time of high water at each port is requisite for the shipping. There are curious variations to this law, as when strong rivers rise and fall, and yet do not admit salt water. Their currents, indeed, of fresh water are found far off the land, as in the Tiber, and off several in the West Indies, South America, etc. See tide. To fall in with. To meet when speaking of a ship, to discover when speaking of the land. Fall of tide, an ebb. To fall out, to increase in breadth among soldiers and small arm men, to quit the ranks of a company. Falls. When a ship is not flush, this is the term given to those risings of some parts of her decks more than others. Fall wind, a sudden gust. Fall madere, an old word signifying rudder or a pilot. False alarm, see alarm. False attack, a feigned assault made to induce a diversion or distraction of the enemy's forces, in order that the true object elsewhere may be carried. False colours. To sail under false colours and chase is an allowable stratagem of war, but firing under them is not permitted by the maritime law of England. False fire, blue flames. A composition of combustibles filled into a wooden tube, which, upon being set fire to, burns with a light blue flame from a half to several minutes. They are principally used as night signals, but often to deceive an enemy. False keel, a kind of supplemental or additional keel secured under the main one to protect it should the ship happen to strike the ground. False kelson or kelson rider, a piece of timber wrought longitudinally above the main kelson. False muster, an incorrect statement of the crew on the ship's books, which, if proved, subjects the captain to cashiering. False papers, frequently carried by slavers and smugglers. False post, see false stern post. False rail, a thin plank, fayed at the headrails as a strengthener. False stem, a hard timber fayed to the fore part of the main stem, its tail covering the fore end of the keel. See cutwater. False stern, an additional stern fixed on the main one to increase the length and improve the appearance of a vessel. False stern post, a piece bolted to the after edge of the main stern post to improve steerage and protect it should the ship tail aground. Family head, when the stem was surmounted with several full-length figures, as was the custom many years ago. Famlar, the Erse or Manx term for oar or oar weed, rack or manure of seaweed. Fanal, French, a lighthouse. Fancy line, a line rove through a block at the jaws of a gaff used as a downhaul, also a line used for cross-hauling, the lee topping lift. Also a cord laid up neatly for sashed cabin windows, sometimes used for tracing line. Fane, an old term for weathercock, a fane of a ship, see vane. To fang, to pour water into a pump in order to fetch it, when otherwise the boxes do not hold the water left on them. Fangs, the valves of the pump boxes. Fanions, small flags used in surveying stations, named after the bannerets carried by horse brigades and corrupted from the Italian word gonfalone, a standard. Fanagvari, the Erse term for a shag or cormorant, still in use on our northwestern shores and in the Isle of Man. Fanning, the technical phrase for breadthening the after part of the tops, also widening in general. Fanning breeze, one so gentle that the sail alternately swells and collapses. Fantods, a name given to the fidgets of officers who are styled jib and staysail jacks. Fardage, dunnage, when a ship is laden in bulk. Fare, Anglo-Saxon fara, a voyage or passage by water, or the money paid for such passage, also a fishing season for cod, and likewise the cargo of the fishing vessel. See, how fare ye? Fair crafts, the vessels that formerly plied between England and France. Farrain, the Erse term for a gentle breeze, still used on our northwestern shores. Farthel, an old word for furling sails, also a burden, according to Shakespeare in Hamlet, and a weight, agreeably to the depositions of the Portingals before Sir Francis Drake in Ray the Great Carrack's cargo in 1592. There were IJC fardels of cinnamon. Of this famous prize the Queen reserved to herself the lion's share. Fascines, faggots of brush or other small wood, varying according to the object in view and the material available, from about 6 to 9 inches in diameter, and from 6 to 18 feet in length, firmly bound with withies at about every 18 inches. They are of vast use in military field engineering. Fash, an irregular seam, the mark left by the moulds upon cast bullets. Short for fashion, ship fashion, soldier fashion. Fashion pieces, the fashion of the after part of a ship in the plane of projection. They are the hindmost timbers in the run of a ship, which terminate the breadth and form the shape of the stern. They are united to the stern post and to the end of the wing transom by a rabbet. Fascidar, a name of the Cataractes parasiticus, or Arctic gull. Fast, a rope, cablet, or chain by which a vessel is secured to a wharf, and termed bow, head, breast, quarter, or stern fasts, as the case may be. Fast aground, immovable or high and dry. Fast and loose, an uncertain and shuffling conduct. Fastenings, let go the fasts, throw off the ropes from the bollards or cleats, also used for the bolts, etc., which hold together the different parts of a ship. Fastness, a strong post, fortified by nature and art. Fast sailor, a ship which in nautical parlance has legs. Fast staying, quick in going about. Fat or broad, if the trussing in or tuck of a ship's quarter under water hangs deep or is over full, they say she has a fat quarter. Father, the dockyard name given to the person who constructs a ship of the navy. Father lasher, a name of the scorpius or scorpion, Cotus scorpius, a fish about 9 inches long, common near rocky coasts. Fathom, Anglo-Saxon, fathom, the space of both arms extended, a measure of 6 feet used in the length of cables, rigging, etc., and to divide the lead or sounding lines, for showing the depth of water. To fathom is to ascertain the depth of water by sounding, to conjecture an intention. Fathom wood, slab and other offal of timber sold at the yards by fathom lots, cubic measurement. Fatigue party, a party of soldiers told off to any labor duty not strictly professional. Falcon, a small cannon, see falcon. Faun, Anglo-Norman for a floodgate or water gate. Fausse bray, in fortification a kind of counterguard or low rampart intended to protect the lower part of the main escarp behind it from being breached, but considered in modern times to do more harm than good to the defence. To favour, to be careful of, also to be fair for. Favour her is purely a seaman's term, as when it blows in squalls, and the vessel's going rap full with a stiff weather helm and bow seas. Favour her boy is ease the helm, let the sails lift and head the sea. So in hauling in a rope, favour means to trust to the men's force and elasticity, and not part the rope by making a turn on a cleat, making a dead nip. A thorough seaman favours his spars and rigging, and sails his ship economically as well as expeditiously. To fay, to fit any two pieces of wood so as to join close and fair together. The plank is said to fay to the timbers when it lies so close to them that there shall be no perceptible space between them. Fay fenno, a kind of Japanese galley of 30 oars. Fealty, loyalty and due devotion to the Queen's service. Fern, a small windlass for a lighter. Fear not, stout felt woolen cloth used for port linings, hatchway fire screens, etc., the same as dreadnought. Feather, see swine's or Swedish feather. It is used variously. See also full feather and white feather. To cut a feather, when a ship has so sharp a bow that she makes the spray feather in cleaving it. To feather an oar, in rowing, is to turn the blade horizontally with the top aft as it comes out of the water. This lessens the resistance of the air upon it. Feather-edged, a term used by shipwrights for such planks as are thicker on one edge than the other. Feathering paddles, Morgan's patent. Feather spray, such as is observed at the cutwater of fast steamers, forming a pair of wing feathers. Feather star, the Comatula rosacea, one of the most beautiful of British starfishes. To fees, to untwist, to unlay ropes, to tease, to convert it into oakum. Feasings, the fagging out or unravelling of an unwhipped rope. Fecket, a Guernsey frock. Feckless, weak and silly. Feeder, a small river falling into a large one, or into a dock or float. Feeders, in pilot slang, are the passing spurts of rain which feed a gale. Feeding gale, a storm which is on the increase, sometimes getting worse at each succeeding squall. When a gale freshens after rain, it is said to have fed the gale. Feeding part of a tackle, that running through the sheaves in opposition to the standing part. Feed of grass, a supply of any kind of vegetables. Feed pump, the contrivance by which the boilers of a steamer are supplied with water from the hot well while the engines are at work. Feed water, in steamers, the water which supplies the boiler. To feel the helm, to have good steerage away, carrying taut weather helm which gives command of steerage. Also said of a ship when she has gained headway after standing still and begins to obey the helm. Feint, a mock assault generally made to conceal a true one. To fell, to cut down timber, to knock down by a heavy blow. Fell is the Anglo-Saxon for a skin or hide. Fell head, the top of a mountain not distinguished by a peak. Fell in with, met by chance. Felloes, from felly, the arch pieces which form the rim or circumference of the wheel into which the spokes and handles are fitted. Fellow, a sailor's sobriquet for himself. He will ask if you have anything for a fellow to do. Fells, upland levels and mountainous tracts. Felt, stuff made of wool and hair. Patent felt is saturated with tar and used to place inside the doubling or a vessel's bottom, employed also in covering the boilers and cylinders of steam engines. Felucca, see Lontra, a little vessel with 6 or 8 oars, frequent in the Mediterranean. Its helm may be applied in the head or stern as occasion requires. Also a narrow-decked galley-built vessel, in great use there, of 1 or 2 masts, and some have a small mizzen. They carry lateen sails. Fen, low tracts, inundated by the tides, capable, when in a dry state, of bearing the weight of cattle grazing upon them, differing therein from bog or quagmire. When well drained, they form some of the best land in the country. Fence, a palisade, also the arm of the hammer spring of a gunlock. Fencibles, bodies of men raised for limited service and for a definite period, In rank they are junior to the Line and Royal Marines, but senior to yeomanry or volunteers. Fencing, the art of using the small sword with skill and address. Fend, an apheresis from defend, to ward off. Fend or fender bolts, made with long and thick heads struck into the outermost bends or wales of a ship to save her sides from hurts and bruises. Fender piles in a dock, etc. Fenders, 2 pieces of oak plank, fayed edgeways against the top sides, abreast the main hatchway to prevent the sides being chafed by the hoisting of things on board. They are not wanted where the yard tackles are constantly used. Also pieces of old cable or other materials hung over the side to prevent it from chafing against a wharf, as also to preserve a small vessel from being damaged by a large one. The fenders of a boat are usually made of canvas, stuffed and neatly painted. To fend off, in order to avoid violent contact, is by the application of a spar, junk, rattans, etc., to prevent one vessel running against another, or against a wharf, etc. Fend off with the boat hook or stretchers in a boat. Fend the boat, keep her from beating against the ship's side. Fernan bag, a small ditty bag often worn by sailors for holding tobacco and other things. They have applied the term to the pouches in monkeys' cheeks where they carry spare food. Ferrara, a species of broadsword named after the famous Spanish swordsmith Andrea Ferrara. Ferriage, an old right of the Admiralty over all rivers between the sea and the first bridges. Ferry, a passage across a river or branch of the sea by boat. Ferry boats, vessels or wherries, duly licensed for conveying passengers across a river or creek. To fetch, to reach or arrive at, as we shall fetch to windward of the lighthouse this tack. Fetch headway or sternway, said of a vessel gathering motion ahead or astern. Fetching the pump, pouring water into the upper part in order to expel the air contained between the lower box and that of the pump spear. See pump. Fetch of a bay or gulf, the whole stretch from head to head or point to point. To fetch way, said of a gun or anything which escapes from its place by the vessel's motion at sea. To fettle, to fit, repair, or put in order, also a threat. Feu de joie, a salute fired by musketry on occasions of public rejoicing, so that it should pass from man to man rapidly and steadily down one rank and up the other, giving one long continuous sound. Fez, a red cloth skull-cap worn by the people of Fez and Morocco, and in general use amongst Mediterranean sailors. End of section 8, read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 9 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. FG to FI. FG, the initials on a powder cask, denote fine grain. Fichant, in fortification said of flanking fire which impinges on the face it defends, that is, of a line of defence where the angle of defence is less than a right angle. Fid, a square bar of wood or iron with a shoulder at one end, used to support the weight of the topmast when erected at the head of the lower mast, by passing through a mortice or hole at the lower end of the former, and resting its end on the trestle trees, which are sustained by the head of the latter. The fid, therefore, must be withdrawn every time the mast is lowered. The topgallant mast is retained at the head of the topmast in the same manner. There is also a patent screw fid, which can be removed after hauling taut the mast rope, without having first to lift the mast. See mast. A fid is also a conical pin of hardwood of any size from 10 inches downwards, tapering to a point used to open the strands of a rope in splicing. Of these, some are large for splicing cables, and some small for the bolt ropes of sails, etc. Fid is improperly applied to metal of the same shape. They are then termed marling spikes, called stabbers by sailmakers, which see. Also the piece of oakum with which the vent of a gun is plugged. Some call it the vent plug, which see. Also colloquially used for a quid or chew of tobacco, or a small but thick piece of anything, as of meat in clumsy carving. Fidded. When a mast has been swayed high enough, the fid is then inserted, and the mast rope relieved of the weight. Fiddle. A contrivance to prevent things from rolling off the table in bad weather. It takes its name from its resemblance to a fiddle, being made of small cords passed through wooden bridges and hauled very taut. Fiddle block. A long shell having one sheave over the other, and the lower smaller than the upper. See long tackles. In contradistinction to double blocks, which also have two sheaves, but one abreast of the other. They lie flatter and more snugly to the yards, and are chiefly used for lower yard tackles. Fiddlefish. A name of the king crab, Limulus polyphemus, from its supposed resemblance to that instrument. Fiddlehead. When there's no figure, this means that the termination of the head is formed by a scroll turning aft or inward like a violin, in contradistinction to the scroll head, which see. Fide usors. Bail sureties in the instant's court of the Admiralty. Fiddler. A small crab with one large claw and a very small one. It burrows on drowned lands. Fiddler's Green. A sort of sensual Elysium, where sailors are represented as enjoying for a full due those amenities for which Wapping, Castlerag, and the back of Portsmouth Point were once noted. Field. The country in which military operations are being carried on, the scene of a conflict, taking the field, quitting cantonments, and going on active service. Field allowance. A small extra payment made to officers and sometimes to privates on active service in the field, to compensate partly the enhanced price of all necessaries. Field artillery. Light ordnance fitted for travel as to be applicable to the active operations of the field. The term generally includes the officers, men, and horses, also the service. According to the present excellent establishment of rifled field guns for the British service, the Armstrong 12-pounder represents the average type. Field day. A day of exercise and evolutions. Field fortification is the constructing of works intended to strengthen the position of forces operating in the field, works of that temporary and limited quality which may be easily formed with the means at hand. Field glass. A telescope, frequently so termed. Also the binocular or opera glass used for field work, night work, and at races. Field gun. See field artillery. Field ice. A sheet of smooth frozen water of a general thickness and of an extent too large for its boundaries to be seen over from a ship's masthead. Field ice may be all adrift, but yet pressed together, and when any masses detach as they suddenly do, they are termed floes. They as suddenly become pressed home again and cause nips. See nip. Field Marshal. The highest rank in the British Army. Field Officers. The colonel, lieutenant colonels, and majors of a regiment, so called because, not having the common duties in quarters, they are mostly seen when the troops are in the field. Field of view. That space which is visible in a telescope at one view, and which diminishes under augmenting eye-pieces. Field pieces. Light guns proper to be taken into field operations. One or more of them is now carried by all ships of war for land service. Field works. The constructions of field fortification, which see. Fiery flaw, or fire flare, a northern designation of the stingray, Raya pastinaca. Fife rails, those forming the upper fence of the bulwarks on each side of the quarter-deck and poop in men of war. Also the rail round the mainmast and encircling both it and the pumps, furnished with belaying pins for the running rigging, though now obsolete under the iron rule. Fifer and fiddler, two very important aids in eliciting exact discipline, for hoisting, warping, and heaving at the capstan in proper time. Rated a second-class petty officer-styled musician. Pay £30 8 shillings per annum. Fig, or full fig. in best clothes, full dress. Figala, an East Indian craft with one mast, generally rowed with paddles. Figure, the sobriquet of a Smyrna trader. Figgy Dowdy, a West Country pudding made with raisins and much in vogue at sea among the Cornish and Devon men. Cant West Country term for plum pudding, figs and dough. Fight at sea. Sea battle, engagement, exercise, etc. Fighting lanterns, kept in their respective fire buckets at quarters, in readiness for night action only. There is usually one attached to each gun. The bucket is fragile, but intended to screen the light and furnished with a fire lanyard. Fighting sails, those to which a ship is reduced when going into action, formally implying the courses and topsails only. Fighting water, casks filled and placed on the decks expressly for use in action. When the head was broken in, vinegar was added to prevent too much being taken by one man. Fights, waistcloths, formerly hung about a ship to conceal the men from the enemy. Shakespeare, who knew everything, makes Pistol bombastically exclaim, quote, "Clap on more sails, pursue, up with your fights." End quote. Close fights, synonymous with close quarters. Figure, the principal piece of carved work or ornament at the head of a ship, whether scroll, billet, or figurehead. Figurehead, a carved bust or full-length figure over the cutwater of a ship, the remains of an ancient superstition. The Carthaginians carried small images to sea to protect their ships, as the Roman Catholics do still. The sign or head of St. Paul's ship was Castor and Pollux. Figure of 8, a knot made by passing the end of a rope over and round the standing part, up over its own part, and down through the bight. Figure of the earth, the form of our globe, which is that of an oblate spheroid with an ellipticity of about 1/299. Fyke, see Fyke. Filadière, a small flat-bottomed boat of the Garonne. File, originally a string of soldiers, one behind the other, though in the present formation of British troops the length of the string has been reduced to 2. File, an old file, a somewhat contemptuous epithet for a deep and cunning but humorous person. To file off, to march off to a flank by files, or with a very small front. To fill, to brace the yards so that the wind strikes the after side of the sails and advances the ship in her course, after the sails had been shivering or braced aback. A ship may be forced backward or forward, or made to remain in her place with the same wind by backing, filling, or shivering the sails. See brace, back, and shiver. Colliers generally tied it, backing and filling down the Thames until they gain the reaches, where there is room for tacking or the wind is fair enough for them to lay their course. An idle skulker, a fellow who loiters, trying to avoid being seen by the officer of the watch, is said to be backing and filling, otherwise doing nothing creditably. Fill and stand on, a signal made after lying by to direct the fleet to resume their course. Filler, a filling piece in a made mast. Fillet, an ornamental moulding, rings on the muzzle and cascabel of guns. Fillet horse, the horse employed in the shafts of the limbers. Filling, in ship carpentry, wood fitted on a timber or elsewhere to make up a defect in the moulding way. This name is sometimes given to a chock. Filling a ship's bottom implies covering the bottom of a ship with broad-headed nails, so as to give her a sheathing of iron. To prevent the worms getting into the wood, sheathing with copper is found superior, but the former plan is still used for piles in salt water. Filling in, the replacing a ship's vacant planks opened for ventilation when preparing her from ordinary for sea. Filling powder, taking gunpowder from the casks to fill cartridges when lights and fires should be extinguished. Filling room, formerly a small place parted off and lined with lead in a man-of-war magazine, wherein powder may be started loosely in order to fill cartridges. Fillings, fur fade in between the chocks of the head, and wherever solidity is required, as making the curve fair for the mouldings between the edges of the fish front and the sides of the mast, or making the spaces between the ribs and timbers of a vessel's frame solid. Filling timbers, blocks of wood introduced in all well-built vessels between the frames, where the bilge water may wash. Filling transom is just above the deck transom, securing the ends of the gun deck plank and lower transoms. Fill the main yard, an order well understood to mean fill the main topsail after it has been aback or the ship hove to. Filter, a strainer to free water from its impurities, usually termed by seamen dripstone, which see. Filum aquae, the thread or middle of any river or stream which divides countries, manors, etc. Fil de mer, the high tide of the sea. Fimble hemp. A female hemp is that which is chiefly used for domestic purposes, and therefore falls to the care of the women, as carl or male hemp, which produces the flower, does to the maker of cordage. Quote, Wife, pluck for thy seed hemp, the fimble hemp clean. This looketh more yellow, the other more green. Use this one for thy spinning, leave Michael the t'other, for shoe thread and halter, for rope and such other. End quote. By Tusser. Finn, Anglo-Saxon, Finn, a native of Finland. Those are Finns who live by fishing. We use the whole for a part, and thus lose the clue which the Finn affords of a race of fishermen. Fin back, see Finner. To find, to provide with, or furnish. Finding, the verdict of a court-martial. Findan haddock, the Finnan haddy, a species of haddock cured by smoke drying at Montrose and Aberdeen. Fine, a term of comparison, as fine ship, etc., or lean, which see. Also see fine. Fine breezes, said of the wind when the flying kites may be carried, but requiring a sharp lookout. Finishings, the carved ornaments of the quarter galleries, upper and lower, as above or below the stools. Finner, whales of the genus Balænoptera are so termed, being distinguished from the right whales by the possession of a small triangular adipose dorsal fin. There are several species, some of which grow to a greater length than any other animals of the order, viz. at 80 or perhaps 90 feet. They are very active and difficult to harpoon, yield comparatively little oil, and their baleen or whalebone is almost worthless. Consequently, they suffer much less than the right whales from the persecutions of the whalers. The finner or great blackfish is feared by whalers in general. It is vicious, and can only be attacked by large boats in shallow water, as at the Bermudas, where the whaleboats are about 50 or 60 feet long and 12 feet abeam. The fish yields 1 barrel of oil for every foot in length beyond 30. See razorback and rorqual. Finny, a northern name for a salmon under a year old. Finnock, a white kind of small salmon taken on the west coast of Scotland. Fintrum spelden, a small dried haddock. Fin whale, see finner. Fjord, a Norwegian pilot term for good channels among islets and deep inlets of the sea. Firbum, an old term for a beacon, and appears thus in the Promptorium Parvulorum. Fur-built, constructed of fur. Fire, the order to put the match to the priming or pull the trigger of a cannon or other firearm so as to discharge it, the act of discharging ordnance. Fire, loss by, is within the policy of insurance, whether it be by accident or by the fault of the master or mariners. Also, if a ship be ordered by a state to be burnt to prevent infection, or if she be burnt to prevent her falling into the hands of the enemy. Fire and lights, nickname of the master-at-arms. Firearms, every description of arms that discharge missiles by gunpowder, from the heaviest cannon to a pistol. Fire arrows, missiles in olden times carrying combustibles, much used in the sea fights of the Middle Ages. Fire away! Go on with your remarks. Fireball, in meteorology, a beautiful phenomenon seen at times, the origin of which is as yet imperfectly accounted for. It is also the popular name for aerolites in general. because in their descent they appear to be burning. Fireballs are used for destroying vessels run aground and firing buildings. They are made of a composition of meal powder, sulphur, saltpeter, and pitch, molded into a mass with suet and tow. Firebear, an old term from the Anglo-Saxon for beacon. Firebars, the range fronting a steam boiler. Firebill, the distribution of the officers and crew in case of the alarm of fire, a calamity requiring judicious conduct. Fire booms, long spars swung out from a ship's side to prevent the approach of fire ships, fire stages, or vessels accidentally on fire. Firebox, a space crossing the whole front of the boiler over the furnace doors, opposite the smoke box. Fire buckets, canvas, leather, or wood buckets for quarters, each fitted with a sinnet lanyard of regulated length for reaching the water from the lower yards. See firemen. Fire door, an access to the fireplace of an engine. Fire drake, a meteor or the Corpo Santo, also a peculiar firework which Shakespeare in Henry VIII thus mentions, quote, "That fire drake did I hit 3 times on the head, and 3 times was his nose discharged against me. He stands there like a mortar piece to blow us." End quote. Fire eater, one notoriously fond of being in action, much humbled by ironclads. Fire floats, the aurora borealis or northern lights. Fire hearth, the security base of the galley range and all its conveniences. Fire hearth carline, the timber let in under the beams on which the fire hearth stands, with pillars underneath and chocks thereon. Fire hoops, a combustible invented by the Knights of Malta to throw among their besiegers, and afterwards used in boarding Turkish galleys. Fire lock, formerly the common name for a musket, the firearm carried by a foot soldier, marine, or small arm man, until the general introduction of rifles. It carried a ball of about an ounce in weight. Fireman, a first and second man is stationed to each gun, in readiness for active duty. The firemen, when called with the first and second division of boarders, were an effective force. If for duty aloft, each bucket had a lanyard which reached from the mainyard to the sea, so as to keep the lower sails well wet. The ship's engine was also manned by the second division of boarders, while the first division and carpenters cut away obstacles. For firemen in a steamer, see stoker. Fire rafts, timber constructions bearing combustible matters used by the Chinese to destroy an enemy's vessel. Fire rails, see rails. Fire roll, a peculiar beat of the drum to order people to their stations on an alarm of fire, summons to quarters. Fire screens, pieces of fear knot, a thick woolen felt put round the hatchways in action. Fire ship, a vessel filled with combustible materials and fitted with grappling irons to hook and set fire to the enemy's ships. Notwithstanding what is said respecting the siege of Tyre, perhaps the practice of using regular fire ships ought to be dated from the destruction of the fleet of Basilicus by the victorious Genseric near Carthage. Fire swab, the bunch of rope yarns, sometimes secured to the tompion, saturated with water to cool the gun in action and swab up any grains of powder. Fireworks, see pyrotechny. Firing party, a detachment of soldiers, marines, or small-arm men selected to fire over the grave of an individual buried with military honours. Fermone, a Turkish passport. First, the appellation of the senior lieutenant, also senior lieutenant of marines, and first captain of a gun. First futtocks, timbers in the frame of a ship which come down between the floor timbers, almost to the keel on each side. First point of Aries, see Aries. First quarter of the moon, see quarter, first. First watch, the men on deck duty from 8 p.m. till midnight. Firth, a corruption of frith, in Scotland, applied to arms of the sea and estuaries of various extent, also given to several channels amongst the Orkneys. Fish or fish piece, a long piece of hard wood, convex on one side and concave on the other. 2 are bound opposite to each other to strengthen the lower masts or the yards when they're sprung, to effect which They are well secured by bolts and hoops or stout rope called woulding, also colloquially an epithet given to persons as a prime fish, a queer fish, a shy fish, a loose fish, etc., as mute as a fish when a man is very silent. Also, fish among whalers is expressly applied to whales. At the cry of fish, fish, all the boats are instantly manned. Fish royal. Whale and sturgeon to which the sovereign is entitled when either thrown on shore or caught near the coasts. Fish davit, see davit, that which steps into a shoe in the forechains and is used for fishing an anchor. Fisher boys, the apprentices in fishing vessels. Fisher fish, a species of remora said to be trained by the Chinese to catch turtle. When a turtle is perceived basking on the surface of the sea, the men, avoiding all noise, slip one of their remoras overboard, tied to a long and fine cord. As soon as the fish perceives the floating reptile, he swims toward it and fixes himself on it so firmly that the fishermen easily pull in both together. Fisherman's bend. A knot, for simplicity called the king of all knots. Its main use is for bending studding halyards to the yard by making 2 turns round the yard, passing the end between them and the yard, and half-hitching it round the standing part. See studding sail bend. Fisherman's walk. An extremely confined space, 3 steps and overboard, is often said of what river yachtsmen term their quarter decks. Fish fag. A woman who fags under heavy fish baskets, but is applied also in opprobrium to slatterns. Fish flake. A stage covered with light spars for the purpose of drying fish in Newfoundland. Fish front. The strengthening slab on a made mast. Fish garth. The water shut in by a dam or weir by the side of a river for securing fish. Fish gig. A staff with 3, 4, or more barbed prongs of steel at one end, and a line fastened to the other, used for striking fish at sea, now more generally called grains. Fish hack. A name of the Gobius niger. Fishick. An Orkney name for the brown whistlefish, Gadus mustela. Fishing. In taking celestial observations means the sweeping to find a star or other object when near its approximate place. Fishing boat. A stout fishing vessel with 2 lug sails. Fishing frog. A name of the Lophius piscatorius, angler or devilfish eaten in the Mediterranean. Fishing ground. Any bank or shoal frequented by fish. Fishing smack. A sloop having in the hold a well wherein to preserve the fish, particularly lobsters, alive. Fishing tome. A northern designation of an angling line or angling gear. Fishing vessels. A general term for those employed in the fisheries, from the catching of sprats to the taking of whales. Fish leap. An old term for a fish basket. Fish room. A space parted off by bulkheads in the afterhold, now used for waste stores, but formerly used for stowing salt fish, an article of food long discontinued. In line of battle ships, a small storeroom near the bread-room, in which spirits or wine and sometimes coals were stowed with the stock fish. Fish spear, an instrument with barbed spikes. Fish tackle, a tackle employed to hook and draw up the flukes of a ship's anchor towards the top of the bow, after catting in order to stow it, formerly composed of 4 parts, videlicet the pendant, the block, the hook, and the tackle, for which see davit. To fish the anchor. To turn up the flukes of an anchor to the gunwale for stowage after being catted. Other fish to fry, a common colloquialism, expressing that a person has other occupation demanding his attention. Fishwife or fishwoman, a female carrier and vendor of fish in our northern cities. To fist. To handle a rope or sail promptly, thus fisting a thing is readily getting hold of it. Fit for duty. In an effective state for service. To fit rigging. To cut or fit the standing and running rigging to the masts, etc. Fit rod. A small iron rod with a hook at the end, which is put into the holes made in a vessel's side, to ascertain the length of the bolts or tree nails required to be driven in. Fitted furniture. Rudder chocks, bucklers, hawse plugs, dead lights, pump boxes, and other articles of spare supply sent from the dockyard. Fitters, persons in the north who vend and load coals, fitting ships with cargoes, etc. Fitting out a ship. The act of providing a ship with sufficient masts, sails, yards, ammunition, artillery, cordage, anchors, provisions, stores, and men, so that she is in proper condition for the voyage or purpose to which she is appointed. Fiumara, a term common to the Italian coasts for a mountain torrent. 5 fingers, the name given to the asterias or starfish found on our shore. Cocker, in 1724, describes it thus: 5 fingers, a fish like a spur rowel, destructive to oysters, to be destroyed by the Admiralty law. They destroy the spat of oysters. 5 share men, in vessels as whalers, where the men enter on the chances of success, and in shares. Fixed bayonets, ship them, ready for use. Fixed ammunition is complete in each round, the cartridge being attached to the projectile to facilitate simultaneous loading. In the British service it is only used for small mountain pieces, but in the French for field artillery in general. It does not stow conveniently. Fixed blocks, solid pieces of oak, let through the sides of the ship and fitted with sheaves to lead the tacks, sheets, etc. of the courses inboard. Fixed star, see stars, fixed. Fizz, the burning of priming. End of section 9. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 10 of A Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. F.L. To flabbergast. To throw a person aback by a confounding assertion. To produce a state of extreme surprise. Fledermaus, a base silver German coin of 4 kreuzers value. Flag, a general name for the distinguishing colors of any nation, also a certain banner by which an admiral is distinguished at sea from the inferior ships of his squadron. The flags of the British Navy were severally on a red, white, or blue field, and were displayed from the top of the royal pole of the main, fore, or mizzen mast, according to the rank of the admiral, thus indicating 9 degrees. This diversity of color has now been long done away with. The white field with the red St. George's Cross and the sinister upper corner occupied by the Union is now alone used in the British Navy, the blue being assigned to the reserve and the red to the mercantile navy. An admiral still displays his flag exclusively at the main truck, a vice-admiral at the fore, and a rear-admiral at the mizzen. The first flag in importance is the Royal Standard of Great Britain and Ireland, hoisted only when the King or Queen is on board. The second is the Anchor of Hope for the Lord High Admiral or the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, and the third is the Union flag for the Admiral of the Fleet, who is the next officer under the Lord High Admiral. The various other departments, such as the Navy Board, Custom House, etc., each have their respective flags. Besides the national flag, merchant ships are permitted to bear lesser flags on any mast, with the arms or design of the firm to which they belong, but they must not resemble or be mistaken for any of the flags or signals used by the Royal Navy under certain penalties. When a council of war is held at sea, if it be on board the admiral's ship, a flag is hung on the main shrouds, if the vice-admiral's on the fore shrouds, and if the rear-admiral's on the mizzen shrouds. The flags borne on the mizzen were particularly called gallants. There are also smaller flags used for signals. The word flag is often familiarly used to denote the admiral himself. Also the reply from the boat if an admiral is on board. Flag. Flag officer, a term synonymous with admiral. Flag of truce, a white flag hoisted to denote a wish to parley between the belligerent parties, but so frequently abused with the design of obtaining intelligence or to cover stratagems, etc., that officers are very strict in its admission. It is held sacred by civilized nations. Flag share. The admiral's share, 1/8 in all captures made by any vessels within the limits of his command, even if under the orders of another admiral, but in cases of pirates he has no claim unless he participates in the action. Flagship, a ship bearing an admiral's flag. Flag side of a split fish, the side without the bone. Flag staff, in contradistinction to masthead, is the staff on a battery or on a ship's stern where the colors are displayed. See flare. Flake, a small shifting stage hung over a ship's side to caulk or repair a breach. See fish flake. Flamme, wedge-shaped, also a sudden puff of wind, also a shallow. Flamme hue, the brilliant reflection of the moon on the water. Flan, an old word equivalent to a flaw or sudden gust of wind from the land. Flanching, the bellying out, synonymous with flaring. Flange, in steamers, is the projecting rim at the end of two iron pipes for uniting them. See port flange. To flank, to defend that part incorrectly used sometimes for firing upon a flank. Flank of an army, the right or left side or end as distinguished from the front and rear, a vulnerable point. Also the force composing or covering that side. In fortification, a work constructed to afford flank defense. Flank companies, the extreme right and left companies of a battalion, formerly called the Grenadiers and Light Infantry, and wearing distinctive marks in their dress. Now the title, dress, and duties of all the companies of a battalion are the same. Flank defense, a line of fire parallel, or nearly so, to the front of another work or position. Flanked angle, in fortification, a salient angle formed by two lines of flank defense. Flap, the cover of a cartridge box or scupper. Flapping, the agitation of a sail with sheet or tack carried away, or the sudden jerk of the sails in light winds and a heavy swell on. Flare, in shipbuilding, is flanching outwards as at the bows of American ships, to throw off the bow seas. It is in opposition to tumbling home and wall-sided. Flare, a name for the skate, raya batis. To flare, to rake back as of a fashion piece or knuckle timber. Flash, the laminate and grain marks in timber when cut into planks, also a pool. Also in the west, a river with a large bay, which is again separated from the outer sea by a reef of rocks. To make a flash is to let boats down through a lock, to flash loose powder at night to show position. Flashing board, to raise or set off. Flashing signals. By Captain Cullum's plan, the limelight, being used on shore, and a plain white light at sea, is capable of transmitting messages by the relative positions of long and short dashes of light by night, and of collapsing cones by day. Flash in the pan, an expressive metaphor, borrowed from the false fire of a musket, meaning to fail of success after presumption. Flash rim, in carronades, a cup-shaped enlargement of the bore at the muzzle, which facilitates the loading and protects the ports or rigging of the vessel from the flash of explosion. Flash vessels, all paint outside and no order within. Flask, a horn or other implement for carrying priming powder. Smaller ones for firearms are usually furnished with a measure of the charge for the piece on the top. Flat, in shipbuilding, a straight part in a curve. In hydrography, a shallow over which the tide flows, and over the whole extent of which there is little or no variation of soundings. If less than 3 fathoms, it is called shoal or shallow. Flat aback, when all the sails are blown with their after surface against the mast, so as to give sternway. Flat aft, the sheets of fore and aft sails may be hauled flat aft as the jib sheet to pay her head off, the driver or trysail sheets to bring her head to the wind, hence flatten in the head sheets. Flat-bottomed, when a vessel's lower frame has but little upward inclination. Flat calm, when there is no perceptible wind at sea. Flat fish, the Pleuronectidae, a family of fishes containing the soles, flounders, turbots, etc., remarkable for having the body greatly compressed laterally, They habitually lie on one side, which is white, the uppermost being coloured, and having both the eyes placed on it. Flat nails. Small sharp-pointed nails with flat thin heads, longer than tacks, for nailing the scarfs of moulds and the like. Flats. All the floor timbers that have no bevellings in midships or pertaining to the dead flat, which see. Also, lighters used in river navigation, and very flat-floored boats for landing troops. Flat seam. The two edges or selvages of canvas laid over each other and sewed down. Flat seizing. This is passed on a rope, the same as a round seizing, but it has no riding turns. To flatten in. The action of hauling in the aftmost clew of a sail to give it greater power of turning the vessel. Thus, if the mizzen or after sails are flattened in, it is to carry the stern to leeward and the head to windward, and if, on the contrary, the head sails are flattened in, the intention is to make the ship fall off when, by design or accident, she has come so near as to make the sails shiver. Hence flatten in forward is the order to haul in the jib and foretopmast staysail sheets towards the middle of the ship, and haul forward the fore bowling. This operation is seldom necessary except when the helm has not sufficient government of the ship, as in variable winds or inattentive steerage. Flout. See flute. Flaver. An East country term for froth or foam of surf. Flaws. Sudden gusts of wind, sometimes blowing with violence, whence Shakespeare in Coriolanus, like a great sea mark, standing every flaw. But flaws also imply occasional fickle breezes in calm weather. Flaw is also used to express any crack in a gun or its carriage. Fleeches. Portions into which timber is cut by the saw. Fleek. See Dutch place. Fleam. A northern name for a watercourse. Fleet or fleet. See fleeting. To fleet. To skim fresh water off the sea, as practised at the mouths of the Rhone, the Nile, etc. The word is derived from the Dutch, vlieten, to skim milk. It also means to float. See fleet. Flesh. The simplest form of fieldwork, composed of two faces meeting in a salient angle, and open at the gorge. It differs from the redan only in having no ditch. Flechera. A swift-sailing South American dispatch vessel. Fleck. An East country term for lightning. Fleech. An outside portion of timber cut by the saw. Fleet. Teutonic, fliefen, the old word for float, as we fleeted down the river with our boats, and Shakespeare makes Antony say, Our severed navy, too, have knit again, and fleet, threatening most sea-like. Fleet is also an old term for an arm of the sea, or running water subject to the tide. Also a bay where vessels can remain afloat. See float. A saltwater tide creek. Fleet. A general name given to the Royal Navy. Also any number of ships, whether designed for war or commerce, keeping in company. A fleet of ships of war is usually divided into 3 squadrons, and these, if numerous, are again separated into subdivisions. The admiral commands the centre, the second in command superintends the vanguard, and the third directs the rear. The term in the Navy was any number exceeding a squadron, or rear admiral's command, composed of 5 sail of the line, with any amount of smaller vessels. Fleet dyke, from the Teutonic fleet, a dike for preventing inundation. Fleeting, to come up a rope, so as to haul to more advantage, especially the act of changing the situation of a tackle when the blocks are drawn together, also changing the position of the dead-eyes when the shrouds are becoming too long, which is done by shortening the bend of the shroud and turning in the dead-eye again higher up. The use of fleeting is accordingly to regain the mechanical powers when destroyed by the meeting of the blocks or dead-eyes. Fleet-ho, the order given at such times. See tackle. Fleet the messenger. When about to weigh, to shift the eyes of the messenger past the capstan for the heavy heave. Fleet water, water which inundates. To flemish, to coil down a rope concentrically in the direction of the sun, or coil of a watch spring, beginning in the middle without riders, but if there must be riding fakes, they begin outside, and that is the true French coil. Flemish account, a deficit in accounts. Flemish eye, a kind of eye splice in which the ends are scraped down, tapered, passed oppositely, marled, and served over with spun yarn, often called a made eye. Flemish fake, a method of coiling a rope that runs freely when let go, differing from the French, and was used for the head braces. Each bend is slipped under the last, and the whole rendered flat and solid to walk on. Flemish horse is the outer short foot rope for the man at the earing. The outer end is spliced round a thimble on the gooseneck of the studding sail boom iron. The inner end is seized by its eye within the brace block strap and head earing cleat. Flemishing, a forcing or scoring of the planks. Flinch gut, the blubber of a whale laid out in long slices. To flense, to strip the fat off a flayed seal, or the blubber from a whale. Fleshment, being in the first battle, and fleshing the sword alludes to the first time the beginner draws blood with it. Flesh traffic, the slave trade. Flet, a name of the halibut. To fletch, to feather an arrow. Flews, a north country term for the fagged end of a rope. Flexure, the bending or curving of a line or figure. Fliboat, see fly boat. Flibustier, French, a freebooter, pirate, etc. To flicker, to veer about. Flitter, a northern name for the limpet. Flyers, an old law term meaning masts of ships. Flight, a Dutch vessel or passage boat on canals. In shipbuilding, a sudden rising or a greater curve than sheer at the cheeks, catheads, etc. Flight of a shot, the trajectory formed between the muzzle of the gun and the first graze. Flight of the transoms, as their ends gradually close downwards on approaching the keel, they describe a curve somewhat similar to the rising of the floors, whence the name. Flinch, in shipbuilding, see snape. Flinch gut, the whale's blubber as well as the part of the hold into which it is thrown before being barreled up. Flinching, flensing, or flincing, see flens. Flinders, an old word for splinters. Thus Walter Scott's borderer, quote, "The tough ash spear, so stout and true, into 1,000 flinders flew." End quote. Flint, the stone of a gunlock by which a spark was elicited for the discharge of the loaded piece. Flip, a once celebrated sea drink composed of beer, spirits, and sugar, said to have been introduced by Sir Cloudesley Shovel, also a smart blow. Flipper, the fin-like paw or paddle of marine mammalia. It is also applied to the hand, as when the boatswain's mate exulted in having taken a lord by the flipper. Flitch, the outside cut or slab of a tree. Flitter, the Manx name for limpet. Flittering, an Old English word for floating. Flizzing, the passage of a splinter from the Dutch vliesen, to fly. Flow, an Old English word for arrow, used by Chaucer. Float, Anglo-Saxon float or fleet, a place where vessels float, as at Northfleet, also the inner part of a ship canal. In wet docks, ships are kept afloat while loading and discharging cargo. 2 double gates having a lock between them allow the entry and departure of vessels without disturbing the inner level. Also a raft or quantity of timber fastened together to be floated along a river by a tide or current. Floatage, synonymous with flotsam, which see. Pieces of wreck floating about. Floatboards, the same as floats of a paddle wheel. Floating anchor, a simple machine consisting of a 4-fold canvas, stretched by 2 crossbars of iron, riveted in the center and swifted at the ends. It is made to hang perpendicularly at some distance below the surface, where it presents great resistance to being dragged through the water, diminishing a ship's leeward drift in a gale where there is no anchorage. Floating battery, a vessel expressly fitted for action in harbors or sheltered waters, having heavier offensive and defensive dispositions, generally including much iron plating, than would be compatible with a sea-going character. Also a vessel used as a battery to cover troops landing on an enemy's coast. Also one expressly fitted for harbor defense. Floating vessel, an old ship fitted up in a commercial port for the purpose of public worship. Floating bridge, a passage formed across a river or creek by means of bridges of boats, as over the Douro, Rhine, etc. Floating coffin, see frapping a ship, a term for the old 10-gun brigs. Floating dam, a caisson used instead of gates for a dry dock. Floating dock, see caisson. Floating graving dock, a modified camel, which see. Floating light, a vessel moored off rocks or sandbanks, hoisting lights at night. Floating pier, as the stage at Liverpool. Floating stage, for caulkers, painters, etc. Floats, large flat-bottomed boats for carrying blocks of stone, also the thwart boards forming the circumference and force of the paddle wheels of steamers. Floe, a field of floating ice of any extent, as beyond the range of vision, for notwithstanding its cracks, the floes pressed together are assumed as one. Hence, if ships make fast to the floe edge and it parts from the main body, sail is made and the ship goes to the next available floe edge. Flogging the glass. Where there is no ship timepiece, the watches and half-hour bells are governed by a half-hour sand-glass. The run of the sand was supposed to be quickened by vibration, hence some weary soul towards the end of his watch was said to flog the glass. Flown, an old word for a river or flood. Flood and flood tide, the flux of the tide or the time the water continues rising. When the water begins to rise, it's called a young flood. Next it is quarter flood, half flood, and top of flood or high water. Flood anchor, that which the ship rides by during the flood tide. Flood mark, the line made by the tide upon the shore at its greatest height. It is also called high water mark. This denotes the jurisdiction of the High Court of Admiralty, or vice-admirals, of counties. Fluke or fluck, the flounder, but the name, which is of very old standing, is also applied to various other pluronects or flatfish. Floor, the bottom of a vessel on each side of the kelson, but strictly taken it is only so much of her bottom as she rests upon when aground. Such ships as have long and withal broad floors lie on the ground with most security, whereas others which are narrow in the floor fall over on their sides and break their timbers. Floor guide, in shipbuilding, is a riband placed between the floor and the keel. Floor head, this in marine architecture is the third diagonal, terminating the length of the floors near the bilge of the ship, and bevelings are taken from it both forward and abaft. The upper extremities of a vessel's floor timbers plumb to the quarter beam. Floor hollow, the inflected curve of the floor, extending from the keel to the back of the floor sweep, which the floor does not take. Floor plans, in naval architecture, are longitudinal sections whereon are represented the water lines and riband lines. Floor riband, this is an important fir timber which runs round a little below the floor heads for the support of the floors. Floor riders, these brought in from side to side over the floor ceiling and kelson to support the bottom if bilged or weak for heavy cargo. Floors or floor timbers, those parts of the ship's timbers which are placed immediately across the keel and upon which the bottom of the ship is framed. To these the upper parts of the timbers are united, being only a continuation of floor timbers upwards. Floor sweeps, the radii that sweep the heads of the floors, the first in the builder's draught, which is limited by a line in the body plan, perpendicular to the plane of elevation, a little above the keel, and the height of this line above the keel is called the dead rising. To flop, to fall down flat, as soused flop in the lee scuppers. Floryboards, a local term for boats employed in carrying passengers to and fro from steamers which cannot get alongside of a quay at low water. Flosh, a swamp overgrown with weeds. Flosk, the sepia loligo, sea sleeve or anchor fish. Flota, a Spanish fleet, see galleon. Flotages, things accidentally floating on seas or rivers. Flota navium, an old statute term for a fleet of ships. Float, an old English term for wave. Thus Ariel tells Prospero that the dispersed ships, quote, all have met again and are upon the Mediterranean float, end quote. Float boat, an old term for a yawl, a rough-built river boat. Flottery, floating, used by Chaucer and others. Flotilla, a fleet or squadron of small vessels. Flotman, a very early term for sailor. Flotsam, in legal phraseology, is the place where shipwrecked goods continue to float and become derelict property, sometimes spelled flotsam. Flounder, a well-known pluronect, better to fish for than to eat, also called floundab. Flow, in tidology, the rising of the tide, the opposite of ebb, also the course or direction of running waters. Flower of the winds, the mariner's compass on maps and charts. Flowering, the phenomenon observed usually in connection with the spawning of fish at the distance of 4 leagues from shore. The water appears to be saturated with a thick jelly filled with the ova of fish, which is known by its adhering to the ropes that the cobbles anchor with while fishing, for they find the first 6 or 7 fathom of rope free from spawn, the next 10 or 12 coated with slimy matter, and the remainder again free to the bottom. This gelatinous material may supply the newborn fry with food and protect them by clouding the water. Flowing hope, see forlorn hope. Flowing sheet. In sailing free or large is the position of the sheets or lower clews of the principal sails when they are eased off to the wind, so as to receive it more nearly perpendicular than when they are close hauled, although more obliquely than when going before the wind. A ship is therefore said to have a flowing sheet when the wind crosses the line of her course nearly at right angles, that is to say, a ship steering due north with the wind at east or directly on her side will have a flowing sheet, whereas if the sheets were hauled close aft, she would sail 2 points nearer the wind, vide licet, north, northeast. This explanation will probably be better understood by considering the yards as plain faces of wedges. The more oblique fore and aft, the less headway force is given, until 22 degrees before the transverse line or beam. This is the swiftest line of sailing. As the wind draws aft of the beam, the speed decreases, unless the wind increases, so that a vessel with the wind abeam and every sail drawing goes much faster than she would with the same wind before it. Fluctuation of the tide, the rising and falling of the waters. Flue, see flukes. Flues, in a steamer's boiler, are a series of oblong passages from the furnaces for the issue of heated air, their object being that the air before escaping shall impart some of its heat to the water in the boiler, thereby economizing fuel. Fluffet, the movement of fish's fins. Fluid compass, that in which the card revolves in its bowl, floated by alcohol, which prevents the needle from undue vibrations. The pin is downwards to prevent rising, as in the suspended compass card. The body or card on which the points of the compass are marked is constructed of 2 segments of a globe, having a diameter of 7 inches to the depth of 1 inch at the poles. Flukes, the 2 parts which constitute the large triangular tail of the whale. From the power of these, the phrase obtained among whalers of fluking or all a fluking, when running with a fresh free wind. Flukes or palms are also the broad triangular plates of iron on each arm of the anchor, inside the bills or extreme points, which having entered the ground hold the ship. Seamen, by custom, drop the K and pronounce the word flue. Flummery, a dish made of oatmeal or oats soured, etc. Flurry, the convulsive movements of a dying whale. Also a light breeze of wind, shifting to different points and causing a little ruffling on the sea. Also hurry and confusion. Flush, an old word for even or level. Anything of fair surface or in continuous even lines. Colloquially, the word means full of, or abounding in pay or prize money. Flush deck, a continued floor laid from the stem to the stern upon one range without any break. Flushed, excited by success, flushed with victory. Flustered, performing duty in an agitated and confused manner, also stupefied by drink. Flute or flute, a pink-rigged fly-boat, the after part of which is round-ribbed, also vessels only partly armed, as armed en flûte. Fluttering, used in the same sense as flapping. Fluvial or fluviatile, of or belonging to a river. Fluvial lagoons, contradistinguished from marine lagoons in being formed by river deposits. Flux, the flowing in of the tide. Fly of a flag, the breadth from the staff to the extreme end that flutters loose in the wind. If an ensign, the part which extends from the union to the outer part, the vertical height to the head toggle of which the halyards are bent, or which is next to the staff, is called the hoist. The lower, which is a rope rove through the canvas heading and into which the head toggle is spliced, is the long tack. On this rope the whole strain is sustained. Fly or compass card, placed on the magnetic needle and supported by a pin whereon it turns freely. See compass. Fly away, fictitious resemblance of land, Dutchman's Cape, etc. See Cape Flyaway. Fly block, the block spliced into the topsail tie. It is large and flat and sometimes double. Flyboat, a large flat-bottomed Dutch vessel whose burden is generally from 300 to 600 tons. It is distinguished by a remarkably high stern, resembling a Gothic turret, and by very broad buttocks below. Also a swift canal passage boat. Fly-by-night, a sort of square sail like a studding sail, used in sloops when running before the wind, often a temporary spare jib set from the topmast head to the yard arm of the square sail. Flyer, a fast sailer, a clipper. Flying about, synonymous with chop about, which see. Flying column, a complete and mobile force kept much on the move for the sake of covering the designs of its own army, distracting those of the enemy, or maintaining supremacy in a hostile or disaffected region. Flying Dutchman, a famous marine spectre ship, formerly supposed to haunt the Cape of Good Hope. The tradition of seamen was that a Dutch skipper, irritated with the foul wind, swore by Dunner and Blitzen that he would beat into Table Bay in spite of God or man, and that, foundering with the wicked oath on his lips, he has ever since been working off and on near the Cape. The term is now extended to false reports of vessels seen. Flying jib, a light sail set before the jib on the flying jib boom. The third jib in large ships, as the inner jib, the jib, and the flying jib, set on the flying jib boom. See jib. Flying jib boom, a spar which is pointed through the iron at the jib boom end. It lies beside it, and the heel steps into the bowsprit cap. Flying kites, the very lofty sails which are only set in fine weather, such as sky sails, royal studding sails, and all above them. Flying light, the state of a ship when she has little cargo, provisions or water on board, and is very crank. Flying to is when a vessel from sailing free or having tacked, and her head thrown much to leeward, is coming to the wind rapidly. The warning is given to the helmsman, "Look out, she's flying to." To let fly the sheets, to let them go suddenly. Fly up, a sudden deviation upwards from a sheer line. The term is nearly synonymous with flight. To fly up in the wind is when a ship's head comes suddenly to windward by carelessness of the helmsman. Fly wheel, the regulator of a machine. End of section 10. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 11 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. F.O. Foam, Anglo-Saxon, Fium, the white froth produced by the collision of the waves or by the bow of a ship when acted on by the wind, and also by their striking against rocks, vessels, or other bodies. Focal length, the distance between the object glass and the eyepiece of a telescope. Focus, a point where converging rays or lines meet. Foeman, an enemy in war, now used only by poets. One of Falstaff's recruits, Hight Shadow, presented no mark to the enemy. Quote, "The foeman may with as great aim level at the edge of a penknife." Foenus nauticum, nautical usury, bottomry. Fog, a mist at sea, consisting of the grosser vapors floating in the air near the surface of the sea. The fog of the Great Bank of Newfoundland is caused by the near proximity of warm and cold waters. The air over the Gulf Stream, being warmer than that over the banks of Newfoundland, is capable of keeping much more moisture in invisible suspension, and when this air comes in contact with that above the cold water, it parts with some of its moisture, or rather holds it in visible suspension. There are also dry fogs, which are dust held in suspension, as the so-called African dust, which often partially obscures the sun and reddens the sails of ships as they pass through the northeast trades. Fog bank, a dense haze, presenting the appearance of a thick cloud resting upon the horizon. It is known in high latitudes as the precursor of wind from the quarter in which it appears. From its frequent resemblance to land, it has obtained the name of Cape Flyaway. Fog bow, a beautiful natural phenomenon incidental to high latitudes. It appears opposite to the sun, and is usually broad and white, but sometimes assumes the prismatic colors, indicative of clearing off of mists. See fog eater. Fog dogs, those transient prismatic breaks which occur in thick mists, and considered good symptoms of the weather clearing. Fog eater, a synonym of fog dog and fog bow. It may be explained as the clearing of the upper stratum, permitting the sun's rays to exhibit at the horizon prismatic colors, hence sun gall. Fogey, an old-fashioned or singular person, an invalid soldier or sailor, often means a stupid but irascible fellow. Foggy, not quite sober. Fogram, wine, beer, or spirits of indifferent quality, in fact any kind of liquor. Fog signals, the naval code established by guns to keep a fleet together, to tack, wear, and perform sundry evolutions. Also certain sounds made in fogs as warnings to other vessels, whether with horns, bells, gongs, guns, or the improved fog whistle. Foil, a blunt, elastic, sword-like implement used in fencing. To foil means to disconcert or defeat an enemy's intention. Foilan, the Manx or Erse term for a gull. Foin, a thrust with a pike or sword. Forecastle, among many salts, may be termed a curt or nicked form of forecastle. Folder, the movable sight of a firearm. Follis, a net with very large meshes, principally for catching thornbacks. Followers, a certain number of men permitted by the regulations of the service to be taken by the captain when he removes from one ship to another. Also the young gentlemen introduced into the service by the captain and reared with the father's care, moving with him from ship to ship, a practice which produced most of our best officers formerly, but innovation has broken through it, to the serious detriment of the service and the country. Following, north or south, see quadrant. Fomalhaut, a standard nautical star, called also Alpha Piscis Australis. Fool, quote, "He's no fool on a march," end quote, a phrase meaning that such a person is equal to what he undertakes. Foulin, the space between the usual high water mark in a river and the foot of the wall on its banks, built to prevent its occasionally overflowing the neighbouring lands. Foolfish, a name of the long-finned filefish, and so called from its apparently whimsical manner of swimming. Foolish guillemot, the web-footed diving bird, Uria troile, common on our coasts. Foot, the lower end of a mast or sail, also the general name of infantry soldiers, also the measure of 12 inches, or 1/6 of a fathom. To foot, to push with the feet, as, quote, foot the topsail out clear of the top rim, end quote. Footbank, synonymous with banquette, which see. Footboard, the same as gangboard, but not so sailor-like, see stretchers. Footboat, a West Country term for a boat used solely to convey foot passengers. Foot clew of a hammock, see hammock. Foothooks, synonymous with futtocks. Footing, a fine paid by a youngster or landsman on first mounting the top, also a slight payment from newcomers on crossing the line, passing through Straits of Gibraltar, entering the Arctic seas, etc. Footed in, an order to stow the bunt of a sail snugly in furling, executed by the buntmen dancing it in, holding on by the topsail tie. Frequently, when a bunt-jigger has parted, men have fallen on deck. Footrails, narrow mouldings raised on a vessel's stern. Footrope, the rope to which the lower edge of a sail is sewed, see bolt rope. Footropes, those stretching under the yards and jib booms for the men to stand on. They are the same with horses of the yards, which see. Footspace rail, the rail that terminates the foot of the balcony in which the balusters step, if there be no pedestal rail. Foot valve, a flat plate of metal filling up the passage between the air pump and condenser, the lower valve of a steam engine, situated anywhere between the bottom of the working barrel and that of the condenser. Foot whaling, the inside planking or lining of a ship over the floor timbers. It is intended to prevent any part of her ballast or cargo from falling between her floor timbers. Forward, an old corruption of forward in the forepart of the ship. Forage, food for horses and cattle belonging to an army, also the act of a military force in collecting or searching for such forage, or for subsistence or stores for the men, or with ill-disciplined troops for valuables in general. Land piracy. Forage guard, a party detached to cover foragers, those wooding, watering, etc. Foray, a plundering incursion. Foreby, near to, adjacent. Forecat, a rest for a musket in olden times. Force, a term which implies the sudden rush of water through a narrow rocky channel, and accompanied by a fall of the surface after the obstacle is passed. It is synonymous with fall. Also the force of each ship, stated agreeably to the old usage in the Navy, according to the number of guns actually carried. In these days of ironclads, turret ships, and heavy guns, this does not give a true estimate of a ship's force. Also the general force, ships, men, soldiers, etc., engaged in any expedition as expeditionary force. Also force of wind, now described by numbers, 0 being calm, 12 the heaviest gale. To force is to take by storm, to force a passage by driving back the enemy. Colloquially, no force, gently. Forced march, one in which the marching power of the troops is forced or exerted beyond the ordinary limit. Forced men, those serving in pirate vessels but who refuse to sign articles. Forcer, the piston of a forcing pump. Forces, the army collectively or naval and military forces engaged. Forcing pump, any pump used to force water beyond that force demanded to deliver at its level, as fire engines, etc. Ford, the shallow part of a river where troops may pass without injuring their arms. Fore, the distinguishing character of all that part of a ship's frame and machinery which lies near the stem or in that direction, in opposition to aft or after. Borders to the fore, advance. Fore and aft, from head to stern throughout the ship's whole length, or from end to end. It also implies in a line with the keel, and is the opposite of athwart ships, which is from side to side. Fore and after. A cocked hat worn with the peak in front instead of athwart. Also a very usual term for a schooner with only fore and aft sails, even when she has a cross-jack yard whereon to set a square sail when occasion requires. Fore and aft sails, jibs, staysails, and gaff sails. In fact, all sails which are not set to yards. They extend from the centre line to the lee side of a ship or boat, so set much flatter than square sails. Forebay, a rising at a lock gate flooring. Also the galley or the sick bay. Forebody, an imaginary figure of that part of the ship afore the midships or dead flat, as seen from ahead. Forebowline, the bowling of the foresail. Forebraces, ropes applied to the fore yard arms to change the position of the foresail occasionally. Forecast, a storm warning or reasonable prediction of a gale from the inferences of observed meteorological instruments and phenomena. Forecastle, once a short deck placed in the forepart of a ship above the upper deck. It was usually terminated, both before and behind, in vessels of war, by a breastwork, the foremost part forming the top of the beakhead and the hind part of the fore chains. It is now applied in men of war to that part of the upper deck forward of the after foreshroud or main tack block, and which is flush with the quarter deck and gangways. Also a forward part of a merchantman under the deck where the seamen live on a platform. Some vessels have a short raised deck forward, which is called a topgallant forecastle. It extends from the bow to abaft the foremast, which it includes. Forecastle deck, the forepart of the upper deck at a vessel's bows. Forecastle jokes, practical tricks played upon greenhorns. Forecastle men, sailors who are stationed on the forecastle and are generally, or ought to be, prime seamen. Forecastle nettings, see hammock nettings. Forecastle rail, the rail extended on stanchions across the after part of the forecastle deck in some ships. Fore cat harpings, see cat harpings. Fore cockpit, see cockpit. Fore course, the foresail, which see. Foredeck, that part from the foremast to the bows. Forefinger or index finger, the pointing finger which was called shoot finger by the Anglo-Saxons from its use in archery, and is now the trigger finger from its duty in gunnery. See shoot finger. Forefoot, the foremost piece of the keel, or a timber which terminates the keel at the forward extremity, and forms a rest for the stem's lower end. It is connected by a scarf to the extremity of the keel, and the other end of it, which is incurvated upwards into a sort of knee, is attached to the lower end of the stem. It is also called a gripe. As the lower arm of the forefoot lies on the same level with the keel, so the upper one coincides with the middle line of the stem. Its breadth and thickness therefore correspond with the dimensions of those pieces, and the heel of the cutwater is scarfed to its upper end. Also an imaginary line of the ship's course or direction. Foregunger of the chain bower cables. It is a length of 15 fathoms of stouter chain in consequence of greater wear and tear near the anchor and exposure to weather. Foreganger is also the short piece of rope immediately connecting the line with the shank of the harpoon when spanned for killing. Foregoer, the same as foreganger. Foregripe, see gripe. Foreguy, a rope to the swinging boom of the lower studding sail. Forehammer, the sledgehammer which strikes the iron on the anvil first, if it be heavy work, but the hand hammer keeps time. Forehold, the part of the hold before the fore hatchway. Forehoods, the foremost of the outside and inside planks of a vessel. Forehooks, the same as breast hooks, which see. Foreign, of another country or society, a word used adjectively, being joined with divers substantives in several senses. Foreign going, the ships bound on oceanic voyages as distinguished from home traders and coasters. Foreign judgment, see judgment. Foreign remittance, see wages remitted from abroad. Foreign remove ticket, a document for discharging men from one ship to another on foreign stations. It is drawn up in the same form as sick ticket, which see. Foreign service, vessels or forces stationed in any part of the world out of the United Kingdom, the opposite of home service. Foreland, a cape or promontory projecting into the sea, as the North and South Forelands. It is nearly the same with headland, only that forelands usually form the extremes of certain lines of sea-coast. Also a space left between the base of a canal bank and an adjacent drainage cut or river, so as to favor the stability of the bank. Fore lightroom, see lightroom. Forelock, a flat pointing wedge of iron used to drive through a mortice hole in the end of a bolt to retain it firmly in its place. The forelock is sometimes twisted round the bolt's point to prevent its drawing. Also spring forelock, which expands as it passes through. Forelock bolts, those with an eye into which an iron forelock is driven to retain them in place. When secured in this way, the bolt is said to be forelocked. Forelocks, the pins by which the cap squares of gun carriages are secured. Fore magazine, see magazine. Foreman afloat, the dockyard officer in charge of the shipwrights working on board a ship, not in dock. Foremast, the forward lower mast in all vessels, see mast. Foremast man, from before the mast, a private seaman as distinguished from an officer of a ship. Foremost, anything which is nearer to the head of a ship than another. Forenice, an old term for a promontory. Forepart of a ship, the bay or all before the fore hatches. Forepeak, the contracted part of a vessel's hold, close to the bow, close forward under the lower deck. Forerake, that part of the hull which rakes beyond the fore end of the keel. To forereach, to shoot ahead or go past another vessel, especially when going in stays, to sail faster, reach beyond, to gain upon. Forerunner, a precursor, an avant-courier. Forerunners of the log line, a small piece of red bunting laid into the line at a certain distance from the log, the space between them being called the stray line, which is usually from 12 to 15 fathoms, and is an allowance for the log to be entirely out of the ship's deadwater before they begin to estimate the ship's velocity. Consequently, the knots begin from that point. See log line. Foresail, the principal sail set on the foremast. See sail. Foresheet horse, an iron bar fastened at its ends athwart the deck before the mast of a sloop, for the foresail sheet to traverse upon from side to side. Foresheets of a boat, the inner part of the bows opposite to stern sheets, fitted with gratings on which the bowman stands. Foresheet traveller, an iron ring which traverses along on the foresheet horse of a fore and aft rigged vessel. Foreship, an archaic form of a forecastle of a ship. It means the forepart of a vessel. Foreshrouds, see shrouds. Forestaff, an instrument formerly used at sea for taking the altitudes of heavenly bodies. The forestaff, also called cross-staff, takes its name hence that the observer in using it turns his face towards the object, in contradistinction to the back-staff, where he turns his back to the object. The fore or cross staff consists of a straight square staff, graduated like a line of tangents, and 4 crosses or veins which slide thereon. The first and shortest of these veins is called the 10 cross or vein, and belongs to that side of the instrument whereon the divisions begin at 3 degrees and end at 10 degrees. The next longer vein is called the 30 cross, belonging to that side of the staff on which the divisions begin at 10 degrees and end at 30 degrees, called the 30 scale. The next is called the 60 cross and belongs to that side where the divisions begin at 20 degrees and end at 60 degrees. The last and longest, called the 90 cross, belongs to that side whereon the divisions begin at 30 degrees and end at 90 degrees. Forestage, the old name for forecastle. Forestay, see stay. Foretack, weather tack of the foresail hauled to the fore boomkin when on a wind. Foretackle, a tackle on the foremast, similar to the main tackle, which see. It is used for similar purposes, and also in stowing the anchor, etc. Forethwart, the seat of the bowman in a boat. Foretop, see top. Foretop gallant mast, see top gallant mast, to which may be added its proper sail, yard, and studding sail. Foretopmast, see topmast. Foretopmen, men stationed in the foretop in readiness to set or take in the smaller sails, and to keep the upper rigging in order. Foretie, see tie. Foreyard, see yard. For the yards, sails, rigging, etc., of the topmast and topgallant mast, see those two articles. Forfeiture, the effect or penalty of transgressing the laws. Forge, a portable forge is to be found in every ship which bears a rated armourer, and it can be used either on board or on shore. To forge ahead, to shoot ahead as in coming to an anchor, a motion or moving forwards. A vessel forges ahead when hove to, if the tide presses her to windward against her canvas. Forging over, the act of forcing a ship violently over a shoal by the effort of a great quantity of sail, steam, or other manoeuvre. Fork beams, short or half beams to support the deck where there is no framing, as in the intervention of hatchways. The abeam arm fork is a curved timber scarfed, tabled, and bolted for additional security where the openings are large. Forkers, those who reside in seaports for the sake of stealing dockyard stores or buying them, knowing them to be stolen. Forlorn hope, officers and men detached on desperate service to make a first attack, or to be the first in mounting a breach, or foremost in storming a fortress, or first to receive the whole fire of the enemy. Forlorn hopes was a term formerly applied to the vedettes of the army. This ominous name, the enfant perdu of the French, is familiarized into a better one among soldiers, who call it the flowing hope. Promotion is usually bestowed on the survivors. Formation, the drawing up or arrangement of troops or small armed men in certain orders prescribed as the basis of manoeuvres in general. Also the particulars of a ship's build. Former, the gunner's term for a small cylindrical piece of wood on which musket or pistol cartridge cases are rolled and formed. The name is also applied to the flat piece of wood with a hole in the center, used for making wads, but which is properly form. Formicas, clusters of small rocks, from the Italian for ants. Also hormingas, Spanish. Forming the line, see line. Forming the order of sailing, see sailing, order of. Forms, the molds for making wads by, see former. Fort, in fortification, an enclosed work of which every part is flanked by some other part, though the term is loosely applied to all places of strength surrounded by a rampart. Fortaleza, Spanish, a fort on the coast of Brazil. Fortalice, a small fortress or fortlet, a bulwark or castle. Forth, an inlet of the sea. Fortification, the art by which a place is so fortified that a given number of men occupying it may advantageously oppose a superior force. The same word also signifies the works that cover and defend a place. Fortification is defensive, when surrounding a place so as to render it capable of defense against besiegers, and offensive when comprehending the various works for conducting a siege. It is natural when it opposes rocks, woods, marshes, ravines, etc., to impede the progress of an enemy, and artificial when raised by human ingenuity to aid the advantages of the ground. The latter is again subdivided into permanent and field fortification, the one being constructed at leisure and of permanent materials, the other raised only for temporary purposes. Fortifying, the strengthening of a ship for a special emergency by doubling planks, chocks, and additional timbers and knees strongly secured. Fort Major, an officer on the staff of a garrison or fortress, who has under the commanding officer general charge of the routine duties and of the works. Fortune of war, the usual consolation in reverses, fortune de la guerre, or the chances of war. 40 Thieves, a name given to 40 line-of-battle ships ordered by the Admiralty at one fell swoop to be built by contract towards the end of the Napoleon War, and which turned out badly. The writer served in one, the Rodney 74, which fully exposed her weakness in the first gale she experienced and was sent home, thereby weakening the blockading fleet. Many never went to sea as ships of the line, but were converted into good frigates. Forward, in the fore part of the ship, the same as afore. Also the word of command when troops are to resume their march after a temporary interruption. Forward there, the hail to the forecastle. Fosse, Italian, synonymous with moat or ditch. Father, Anglo-Saxon, fodder, a burden, a weight of lead equal to 19½ hundredweights, leaden pigs for ballast. Fothering is usually practiced to stop a leak at sea. A heavy sail, as the spritsail, is closely trimmed with yarn and oakum, thrummed and drawn under the bottom. The pressure of the water drives the thrumming into the apertures. If one does not succeed, others are added, using all the sails rather than lose the ship. Fugade or fugace, a small charged mine from 6 to 8 feet under a post in danger of falling into the enemy's hands. Foul, generally used in opposition to clear, and implies entangled, embarrassed, or contrary to, as a ship ran foul of us, that is, entangled herself among our rigging. Also, to contaminate in any way. Foul air may be generated by circumstances beyond control, decomposing fungi, timber injected with coal tar, hatches battened down, and ashes or coal washed about. Whole crews on the coast of Africa and in the West Indies have been thus swept away despite every precaution, but generally it may be avoided by cleanliness. Foul anchor. An anchor is said to be foul or fouled when it hooks some impediment under water, or when the ship, by the wind shifting, entangles her slack cable, a turn round the stock, or round the upper fluke thereof. The last, from its being avoidable by a sharp lookout, is termed the seaman's disgrace. Foul berth. When a ship anchors in the hawse of another, she gives the latter a foul berth, or she may anchor on one tide so near as to swing foul on the change either of wind or tide. Foul bill. See Bill of Health. Foul bottom. A ship to which seaweed, shells, or other encumbrances adhere. Also the bottom of the sea if rocky or unsafe from wrecks, and thence a danger of fouling the anchor. Foul coast, one beset with reefs and breakers, offering dangerous impediments to navigation. Foul fish, applied to salmon in the spawning state, or such as have not for the current year made their way to the sea for purification. Shedders. Foul ground, synonymous with foul bottom. Foul hawse. When a vessel is riding with 2 anchors out, and the cables are crossed round each other outside the stem by the swinging of the ship when moored in a tideway. See elbow in the hawse. Foul rope. A rope entangled or unfit for immediate use. Foul weather. That which reduces a ship to snug sail. Foul weather breeder. A name given to the Gulf Stream from such a volume of warm water occasioning great perturbations in the atmosphere while traversing the Atlantic Ocean. Foul weather flag denotes danger for boats leaving the shore. Watermen's fares increase with these signals. Foul wind, that which prevents a ship from laying her course. Founder, the fall of portions of cliff, as along the coasts of Hampshire and Dorsetshire, occasioned by land springs. To founder, to fill with water and go down. Forecant, a rope composed of 4 strands. Fowen, the Manx term for a dry, scorching wind. It is also applied by the northern fishermen to a sudden blast. Fox, The Old English broadsword, also a fastening formed by twisting several rope yarns together by hand and rubbing it with hard tarred canvas. It is used for seizing or to weave a paunch or mat, etc. See Spanish fox. Foxy, a defect in timber which is overaged or has been indifferently seasoned and gives the defective part a reddish hue. The word is very old and meant tainted or incipient rot. Foy, a local term for the charge made for the use of a boat. Foying, an employment of fishermen or seamen who go off to ships with provisions or to help them in distress. Foist, an old name for a brigantine. The early voyagers applied the name to some large barks of India which were probably grabs. End of section 11. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 12 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by William Henry Smyth. A digest of sea terms and phrases, FR to FY. Fractures. Defects in spars which run across the fibers, being short fractures marked by jagged lines. See sprung. Phrases. Principally in field fortification, palisades placed horizontally or nearly so along the crest of the escarp, or sometimes of the counterscarp, being generally concealed from direct artillery fire, they very materially increase the difficulty of either of those slopes to an assailant. They project some 5 feet above the surface and are buried for about the same length in the ground. Frame. The outer frame timbers of a vessel consist of the keel, stem, stern posts, and ribs, which when moulded and bolted form the frame. See timbers. Frame of the marine steam engine is the strong supporter of the paddle shafts and intermediate shaft. It rests on columns and is firmly bolted to the engine bottom. Frames, the bends of timbers constituting the shape of the ship's body. When completed, a ship is said to be in frame. Frame timbers. These consist of the floor timbers, futtocks, and top timbers. They are placed upon the keel at right angles to it and form the bottom and sides of the ship. Framing. The placing, scarfing, and bolting of the frame timbers of a ship. See warping. Franc. A French silver coin of the value of 9½ pence, and consisting of 100 centimes. The 20-franc piece in gold, formerly called Louis, now Napoleon, is current for 15 shillings, 10½ pence English. Francesconi, the dollars of Tuscany, in value 4 shillings, 5¼ pence sterling. They each consist of 10 paoli. Franc. The large fish-eating heron of our lakes and pools. Frapp, a boat for shipping salt, used at Mayo, one of the Cape de Verde Islands. To frapp, to bind tightly together, to pass lines round a sail to keep it from blowing loose, to secure the falls of a tackle together by means of spun yarn, rope yarn, or any lashing wound round them, to snap the finger and thumb, to beat. Frapping. The act of crossing and drawing together the different parts of a tackle, or other complication of ropes which had already been strained to a great extent. In this sense it exactly resembles the operation of bracing up a drum. The frapping increases tension and consequently adds to the security acquired by the purchase. Hence the cat harpings were no other than frappings to the shrouds. Frapping a ship. The act of passing 4 or 5 turns of a large cable-laid rope round a ship's hull when it's apprehended that she's not strong enough to resist the violence of the sea. This expedient is only made use of for very old ships, which their owners venture to send to sea as long as possible, insuring them deeply. Such are termed, not unaptly, floating coffins, as were also the old 10-gun brigs, or any vessel deemed doubtful as to seaworthiness. St. Paul's ship was undergirded or frapped. Frapping turns. In securing the booms at sea, the several turns of the lashings are frapped in preparation for the succeeding turns, in emergency nailed. Frauds. Act of. A statute of Charles II, the object of which was to meet and prevent certain practices by which the navigation laws were eluded. Frederick. A Prussian gold coin, value 16 shillings, 6 pence sterling. To free a prisoner, to restore him to liberty, to free a pump, to disengage or clear it, to free a boat or ship, to clear it of water. Free. A vessel is said to be going free when the bowlines are slacked and the sheets eased. Beyond this is termed large. See sailing large. Freeboard. See plank shear. Freeing. The act of pumping or otherwise throwing out the water which has leaked into a ship's bottom. When all the water is pumped or bailed out, the vessel is said to be free. Said of the wind when it exceeds 67 degrees 30 minutes from right ahead. Freeport. Ports open to all comers free of entry dues, as places of call, not delivery. Free ship. A piratical term for one where it is agreed that every man shall have an equal share in all prizes. Free trader. Ships trading formerly under license to India, independent of the old East India Company's charter, also a common woman. To freeze. To congeal water or any fluid. Thus sea water freezes at 28 degrees 5 minutes Fahrenheit, fresh water at 32 degrees, mercury at 39 degrees 5 minutes below zero. All fluids change their degree of freezing in accordance with mixtures of alcohol or solutions of salt used for the purpose, also according to the atmospheric pressure, and by this law heights of mountains are measured by the boiling temperature of water. Freight. By former English maritime law it became the mother of wages, as the crew were obliged to moor the ship on her return in the docks or forfeit them. So severely was the axiom maintained that if a ship was lost by misfortune, tempest, enemy, or fire, wages also were forfeited because the freight out of which they were to arise had perished with it. This harsh measure was intended to augment the care of the seaman for the welfare of the ship, but no longer holds, for by the Merchant Shipping Act it is enacted that no right of wages shall be dependent on the earning of freight. In cases of wreck, however, proof that a man has not done his utmost bars his claim. Also for the burden or lading of a ship, see dead freight. Also a duty of 50 sols per ton, formerly paid to the government of France by the masters of foreign vessels going in or out of the several ports of that kingdom. All vessels not built in France were accounted foreign, unless 2/3 of the crew were French. The Dutch and the Hanse towns were exempted from this duty of freight. To freight a vessel means to employ her for the carriage of goods and passengers. Freight of a ship. The hire, or part thereof, usually paid for the carriage and conveyance of goods by sea, or the sum agreed upon between the owner and the merchant for the hire and use of a vessel, at the rate of so much for the voyage, or by the month, or per ton. Freighter. The party who hires a vessel or part of a vessel for the carriage of goods. Freighting. A letting out of vessels on freight or hire, one of the principal practices in the trade of the Dutch. French fake, a name for what is merely a modification of the Flemish coil, both being extremely good for the object, that is, when a rope has to be let go suddenly and is required to run freely. Fake, in contradistinction to long coil, is run a rope backwards and forward in 1 fathom bends beside each other so that it may run free, as in rocket lines, to communicate with stranded vessels. See Flemish fake. French lake, a sobriquet for the Mediterranean. French leave, being absent without permission. Frenchman, formerly a term among sailors for every stranger or outlandish man. French shroud knot, the shroud knot with 3 strands single-walled round the bights of the other 3 and the standing part. See shroud knot. French the ballast, a term used for freshen the ballast. Fresca, fresh water or rain and land floods, old term. Fresh, when applied to the wind, signifies strong but not violent. Hence an increasing gale is said to freshen, sea, force. Also used for sweet as fresh water. Also bordering on intoxication, excited with drinking. Also an overflowing or flood from rivers and torrents under heavy rains or the melting of mountain snows. Also an increase of the stream in a river. Also the stream of a river as it flows into the sea. The fresh sometimes extends out to sea for several miles, as off Suriname and many other large rivers. Fresh breeze. A brisk wind to which a ship, according to its stability, carries double or treble, or close-reefed topsails, etc. This is a very peculiar term, dependent on the stability of the ship, her management, and how she is affected by it, on a wind or before it. It is numbered 6. Thus a ship running down the trades with studding sails set had registered moderate and fine. She met with a superior officer, close-hauled under close-reefed topsails and courses, was compelled to shorten sail and lower her boat. The log was then marked, fresh breezes. To freshen, to relieve a rope of its strain or danger of chafing by shifting or removing its place of nip. To freshen hawse. To relieve that part of the cable which has for some time been exposed to friction in one of the hawse holes, when the ship rolls and pitches at anchor in a high sea. This is done by applying fresh service to the cable within board, and then veering it into the hawse. See service, keckling, or rounding. Freshen the ballast. Divide or separate it so as to alter its position. To freshen the nip. To veer a small portion of cable through the hawse hole, or heave a little in order to let another part of it bear the stress and friction. A common term with tipplers, especially after taking the meridian observation. Freshen way. When the ship feels the increasing influence of a breeze, also when a man quickens his pace. Freshes imply the impetuosity of an ebb tide, increased by heavy rains and flowing out into the sea, which it often discolors to a considerable distance from the shore, as with the Nile, the Congo, the Mississippi, the Indus, the Ganges, the Rhone, Suriname, etc. Freshet, a word long used for pools or ponds when swollen after rain or temporary inundations. It is also applied to a pond supplied by a spring. Fresh gale, a more powerful wind than a fresh breeze, which see. Fresh grub, the refreshments obtained in harbour. Fresh hand at the bellows, said when a gale freshens suddenly. Fresh shot, a river swollen by rain or tributaries. It also signifies the falling down of any great river into the sea, by which fresh water is often to be found on the surface a good way from the mouth of the river. Fresh spell, men coming to relieve a gang at work. Fresh water, water fit to drink in opposition to sea or salt water, now frequently obtained at sea by distillation. See iceberg. Freshwater jack, the same as freshwater sailor. Freshwater sailor, an epithet for a green hand, of whom an old saying has it, quote, whose ship was drowned in the plain of Salisbury. End quote. Freshwater seas, a name given to the extensive inland bodies of fresh water in the Canadas. Of these, Lake Superior is upwards of 1,500 miles in circuit, with a depth of 70 fathoms near the shores, while Michigan and Huron are almost as prodigious. Even Erie is 600 miles round, and Ontario near 500. And Nepegon, the head of the system, geographically, though the least important at present commercially, but just now partially explored, is fully 400. Their magnitude, however, appears likely to be rivaled geographically by the lakes lately discovered in Central Africa, the Victoria Nyanza and the Albert Nyanza. Fresh way. Increased speed through the water. A ship is said to gather fresh way when she has tacked or hove to and then fills her sails. Fret, a narrow strait of the sea from fretum. To fret, to chafe. Fret of wind, a squally flaw. Fretum or frectum, the freight of a ship or freight money. Fretum Britannicum, a term used in our ancient writings for the Straits of Dover. Friar skate, the Raya oxyrhynchus or sharp-nosed ray. Friction roller. A cylinder of hard wood or metal with a concave surface, revolving on an axis, used to lessen the friction of a rope which is passed over it. Friction rollers are a late improvement in the sheaves of blocks, etc., by which the pin is relieved of friction by 3 rollers in the coke, placed equilaterally. Friction tube. This means of firing a gun most in favour at present in the British service. Ignition is caused by the friction on sudden withdrawal of a small horizontal metal bar from the detonating priming in the head of the tube. Friday. The dies infostus on which old seamen were desirous of not getting under way as ill-omened. Frieze panel, the lower part of a gun port. Freezing, the ornamental carving or painting above the drift rails, and likewise round the stern or the bow. Frigate. In the Royal Navy, the next class vessel to a ship of the line, formerly a light, nimble ship built for the purpose of sailing swiftly. The name was early known in the Mediterranean and applied to a long kind of vessel, navigated in that sea with sails and oars. The English were the first who appeared on the ocean with these ships, and equipped them for war as well as for commerce. These vessels mounted from 28 to 60 guns and made excellent cruisers. Frigate is now apocryphal, being carried up to 7,000 tons. The donkey frigate was a late invention to serve patronage, and sprigs of certain houses were educated in them. They carried 28 guns, carronades, and were about 600 tons burden, commanded by captains who sometimes found a commander in a sloop which could blow him out of water. Frigate is also the familiar name of the membranous zoophyte, Physalia pelagica, or Portuguese man-of-war. Frigate bird, Tachypetes aquila, a seabird generally seen in the tropics. It seems to live on the wing, is partially web-footed, and only visits the land at breeding time. Frigate built. The disposition of the decks of such merchant ships as have a descent of some steps from the quarter-deck and forecastle into the waist, in contradistinction to those whose decks are on a continued line for the whole length of the ship, which are called galley-built. See decks. Frigatoon, a Venetian vessel, commonly used in the Adriatic, built with a square stern, and with only a mainmast, jigger, mizzenmast, and bowsprit, also applied to a ship sloop of war. Fringing reefs, narrow fringes of coral formation at a greater or less distance from the shore, according to the slopes of the land. Frisking, the wind freshening. Frith, derived from Fretum Maris, a narrow strait, an arm of the sea into which a river flows, synonymous with firth, which sea. Fritters, tendinous fibers of the whale's blubber, running in various directions and connecting the cellular substance which contains the oil. They are what remains after the oil has been tried out, and are used as fuel to try out the next whale. Frog, an old term for a seaman's coat or frock. Frog belt, a baldric, which see. Frogfish, see fishing frog. Froglanders, Dutchmen in colloquial language. Frog pike, a female pike, so called from its period of spawning being late, contemporary with the frogs. Front, the foremost rank of a battalion, squadron, file, or other body of men. To front, to face. Frontage, the length or face of a wharf. Frontier, the limits or borders of a country. Front of fortification, the whole system of works included between the salient angles or the capitals prolonged of any 2 neighbouring bastions. Frosted steel, the damasked sword blades. Frost fish, a small fish, called also tommy cod. In North America they are taken in large quantities in the depth of winter by fishing through holes cut in the ice. Frost rime, see frost smoke. Frost smoke, a thick mist in high latitudes arising from the surface of the sea when exposed to a temperature much below freezing, when the vapours as they rise are condensed either into a thick fog, or with the thermometer about 0, hug the water in eddying white wreaths. The latter beautiful form is called in North America a barber, probably from its resemblance to soapsuds. Froth, sea foam. F.R.S., the sigla denoting a Fellow of the Royal Society. Frumentariae, the ancient vessels which supplied the Roman markets with corn. Frush, a northern term for wood that is apt to splinter and break. Fry, young fishes. Fucus maximus, an enormous seaweed growing abundantly round the coasts of Tristan da Cunha, and perhaps the most exuberant of the vegetable tribe, said to rise from a depth of many fathoms and to spread over a surface of several 100 feet, it being very tenacious. Fuddled, not quite drunk, but unfit for duty. Fuel, an old nautical word signifying an opening between two headlands, having no bottom in sight. Fufu, a well-known sea dish of barley and treacle in merchant ships. Fugitives over the sea. By old statutes now obsolete, to depart this realm without the king's license incurred forfeiture of goods, and masters of ships carrying such persons beyond seas forfeited their vessels. Flugelman, or more properly, flugelman, a corporal or active adept who exhibits the time for each motion at the word of command to enable soldiers, marines, and small-arm men to act simultaneously. Fulcrum, the prop or support of a lever in lifting or removing a heavy body. Full, the state of the sails when the wind fills them so as to carry the vessel ahead. Full and by, sailing close-hauled on a wind when a ship is as close as she will lie to the wind, without suffering the sails to shiver. Hence, keep her full is the order to the helmsman not to incline too much to windward, and thereby shake the sails, which would retard the ship's velocity. Full bastion. In fortification is a bastion whereof the terraplane, or terrace in rear of the parapet, is extended at nearly the same level over the whole of its interior space. Full-bottomed, an epithet to signify such vessels as are designed to carry large cargoes. Full drive. Fully direct, impetuous violence. Full due, for good, for ever, complete, ballet. Fuller, the fluting groove of a bayonet. Full feather, attired in best dress or full uniform. Full for stays, the order to keep the sails full to preserve the velocity, assisting the action of the rudder in tacking ship. Full man, a rating in coasters for one receiving whole pay, as being competent to all his duties, able seaman. Full moon, when her whole illuminated surface is turned towards us, she is then in opposition or diametrically opposite to the sun. Full pay, the stipend allowed when on actual service. Full retreat, when an army or any body of men retire with all expedition before a conquering enemy. Full revetment, in fortification, that form of retaining wall which is carried right up to the top of the mass retained, leaving no exterior slope above it. The term is principally used with reference to the faces of ramparts. Full sails, the sails well set and filled by the wind. Full sea, high water. Full speed, a self-explanatory order to the engineer of a steamer to get his engine into full play. Full spread, all sails set. Full swing, having full power delegated, complete control. Fulmer, a web-footed seabird, Procellaria glacialis, of the petrel kind, larger than the common gull. Its eggs are taken in great quantity at St. Kilda and in the Shetlands. Fumado, a commercial name of the pilchard, when garbaged, salted, smoked, pressed, and packed. Fumble-fisted, awkward in catching a turn or otherwise handling a rope. To fumigate, to purify confined or infectious air by means of smoke, sulfuric acid, vinegar, and other correctives. Fumigation lamp, an invention for purifying the air in hospital ships and close places. Funeral honors, obsequies with naval or military ceremonies. Fungi, an almost incalculably numerous order of plants growing on dead vegetable matter and often produced on a ship's lining by long-continued damp. Funk, touchwood, also nervousness, cowardice, or being frightened. To funk, to blow the smoke of tobacco. Funnel, an iron tube used where necessary for carrying off smoke, the cylindrical appendages to the furnaces of a steamship. The funnel is fastened on the top of the steam chest where the flues for both boilers meet. Also the excavation formed by the explosion of a mine. Also in artillery, a cup-shaped funnel of leather with a copper spout for filling powder into shells. Funnel stays, the ropes or chains by which the smoke funnel is secured in a steamship. Funny, a light, clinker-built, very narrow pleasure boat for sculling, that is, rowing a pair of sculls. The stem and stern are much alike, both curved. The dimensions are variable from 20 to 30 feet in length, according to the boat being intended for racing purposes, for which they're mostly superseded by wager boats, or for carrying one or more sitters. Fur, the indurated sediment sometimes found in neglected ships' boilers. See furring. To furl, to roll up and bind a sail neatly upon its respective yard or boom. Furling, wrapping or rolling a sail close up to the yard, stay, or mast to which it belongs, by hauling on the clew lines and bunt lines and winding a gasket or cord about it to fasten it thereto and secure it snugly. Furling in a body, a method of rolling up a topsail only practiced in harbour by gathering all the loose part of the sail into the top, about the heel of the topmast, whereby the yard appears much thinner and lighter than when the sail is furled in the usual manner, which is sometimes termed, for distinction's sake, furling in the bunt. It is often practised to point the yards, the earrings and robbins let go, and the whole sail bunted in the top and covered with tarpaulins. Furling line denotes a generally flat cord called a gasket. In bad weather with a weak crew, the topsail is brought under control by passing the topmast studding sail halyards round and round all, from the yard arm to the bunt. Then furling is less dangerous. Furlough, a granted leave of absence. Furnace, the fireplace of a marine boiler. Furniture, the rigging, sails, spars, anchors, cables, boats, tackle, provisions, and every article with which a ship is fitted out. The insurance risk may continue on them when put on shore during a repair. Furore, the luminous appearance called the Corpo Santo, which see. Furrens, fillings, those pieces supplying the deficiency of the timber in the moulding way. Furring, doubling planks on a ship, also a furring in the ship's frame, furring the boilers, in a steamer, cleaning off the incrustation or sediment which forms on their inner surfaces. Furrow, the groove or rabbet of a screw, the breech sight or notch cut on the base ring of a gun, and also on the swell of the muzzle by which the piece is laid. Further orders. These are often impedimenta to active service. Further proof. In prize matters, a privilege where the court is not satisfied with that originally produced, by which it is allowed to state circumstances affecting it. Furube, a fish taken in the Japanese seas and considered to be dangerously poisonous. Furs, brushwood, prepared for breaming. Fusel, formerly a light musket with which sergeants of infantry in some particular regiments were armed. Fusilier, originally those regiments armed with fusils, by whom, though the weapon is obsolete, the title is retained as a distinction. Fust, a low but capacious armed vessel, propelled with sails and oars, which formerly attended upon galleys. A scampavia, barge or pinnace. Fustic, in commerce a dye-wood brought principally from the West Indies and Spanish Main. Futtling, a word meaning foot-whaling, which see. Futtock head, in shipbuilding is a name for the 5th, the 7th, and the 9th diagonals, the intervening bevelings being known as surmarks. Futtock holes, places through the top rim for the futtock plates. Futtock plank, the first plank of the ceiling next the kelson, the limber strake. Futtock plates, iron plates with dead eyes, crossing the sides of the top rim perpendicularly. The dead eyes of the topmast rigging are set up to their upper ends or dead eyes. and the futtock shrouds to their lower ends. Futtock riders, when a rider is lengthened by means of pieces batted or scarfed to it and each other. The first piece is termed the first futtock rider, the next the second futtock rider, and so on. Futtocks or foot hooks, the separate pieces of timber which compose the frame. There are 4 futtocks, component parts of the rib, and occasionally 5 to a ship. The timbers that constitute her breadth, the middle division of a ship's timbers, or those parts which are situated between the floor and the top timbers, separate timbers which compose the frame. Those next the keel are called ground futtocks or naval timbers, and the rest upper futtocks. Futtock shrouds or foot-hook shrouds are short pieces of rope or chain which secure the lower deadeyes and futtock plates of topmast rigging to a band round a lower mast. Futtock staff, a short piece of wood or iron seized across the upper part of the shrouds at equal distances, to which the cat-harping legs are secured. Futtock timbers, see futtocks. Fuse, formerly also called fusee, the adjunct employed with shells for igniting the bursting charge at the required moment. Time fuses, prepared with some composition burning at a known rate, are cut or set to a length proportionate to the time which the shell is destined to occupy in its flight. Concussion and percussion fuses ignite the charge on impact on the object, the former by the dislocation of some of its parts throwing open new passages for its flame, and the latter by the action of various mechanism on its inner priming of detonating composition. They are made either of wood or of metal, and of various form and size according to the kind of ordnance they are intended for. Time fuses of special manufacture are also applied to igniting the charges of mines, subaqueous blasts, etc. Fuzzy, not firm or sound in substance. Fyke, a large bow net used on the American coasts for taking the shad, hence called shad fykes. Also the Medusa cruciata, or Medusa's head. Verdung, the Anglo-Saxon Verdung, military service. This appears on our statutes for inflicting a penalty on those who evaded going to war at the king's command. End of section 12. Read by Czandra in Nova Scotia 2023. Section 13 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, D to G by William Henry Smyth, a digest of sea terms and phrases. G.A. Gab, a notch on the eccentric rod of a steam engine for fitting a pin in the gab lever to break the connection with the side valves. See Gab. Gabar, originally a river lighter, now a French store ship. Gabart, or gabbert, a flat vessel with a long hatchway, used in canals and rivers. Gab, an old but vulgar term for the mouth, gift of the gab, or glib gabbet, facility and recklessness of assertion. Gabock, a voracious dogfish which infests the herring fisheries in St. George's Channel. Gabelle, French, an excise tribute. Gabardine, an old name for a loose felt cloak or mantle. Gabbert, a Scotch lighter, see Gabbart. Gabionade, a parapet of gabions hastily thrown up. Gabions, cylindrical baskets open at both ends, about 3 feet high and 2 feet in diameter, which being placed on end and filled with earth, greatly facilitate the speedy formation of cover against an enemy's fire. They are much used for revetments in fieldworks generally. Gable or gabule, a term in early voyagers for cable, thus, quote, "Soft, sir," said the gable rope, "methink good ale is in your tope." End quote. Gablick or gafflock, an old term for a crowbar. Gabby, a conceited simpleton. Gachapins, the name given in South America to European Spaniards. Gad, a goad, the point of a spear or pike. Gad yang, a coasting vessel of Cochin, China. Gaff, a spar used in ships to extend the heads of fore and aft sails which are not set on stays. The foremost end of the gaff is termed the jaw, the outer part is called the peak. The jaw forms a semicircle and is secured in its position by a jaw rope passing round the mast. On it are strung several small wooden balls called trucks, to lessen the friction on the mast when the sail is hoisting or lowering. To blow the gaff, said of revealing a plot or giving convicting evidence. Gaff halyards, see halyards. Gaff hook, in fishing a strong iron hook set on a handle, supplementing the powers of the line and fish hook with heavy fish, in the same way that the landing net does with those of moderate size. Gaffle, a lever or stirrup for bending a crossbow. Gaff net, a peculiar net for fishing. Gaff topsail, a light triangular or quadrilateral sail, the head being extended on a small gaff, which hoists on the topmast and the foot on the lower gaff. Gauge, the quantity of water a ship draws, or the depth she is immersed. Gauge, weather. When one ship is to windward of another, she is said to have the weather gauge of her, or if in the opposite position, the lee gauge. Gauge cocks. These are for ascertaining the height of the water in the boiler by means of 3 or more pipes, having a cock, 2 each. Gained day. The 24 hours or day and night gained by circumnavigating the globe to the eastward. It is the result of sailing in the same direction as the earth revolves, which shortens each day by 4 minutes for every degree sailed. In the Royal Navy, this run gives an additional day's pay to a ship's crew. To gain the wind. To arrive on the weather side of some other vessel in sight when both are plying to windward. Gairfish, a name on our northern coasts for the porpoise. Gairfowl, a name of the great auk, Alca impennis, see auk. Gairg, a Gaelic name for the cormorant. Galaxy, a name of the Milky Way. See Via Lactea. Galleas, see Galleas. Gale of wind implies what on shore is called a storm, more particularly termed a hard gale or strong gale. Number of force, 10. A stiff gale is the diminutive of the preceding, but stronger than a breeze. A fresh gale is a still further diminutive and not too strong for a ship to carry single-reefed topsails when close hauled. A topgallant gale, if a ship can carry her topgallant sails. To gale away, to go free. Galeopis, an ancient warship with a prow resembling the beak of a swordfish. Galata, see Guerit. Gall, see Windgall. Gallants, all flags borne on the mizzenmast were so designated. Gallan whale, the largest whale which visits the Hebrides. Galled, the result of friction, to prevent which it is usual to cover with skins, mats, or canvas the places most exposed to it. See service. Galleon or galleon, a name formerly given to ships of war furnished with 3 or 4 batteries of cannon. It is now retained only by the Spaniards and applied to the largest size of their merchant ships employed in West India and Vera Cruz voyages. The Portuguese also have ships trading to India and the Brazils, nearly resembling the galleons and called carags. See carrack. Galliot or galliot, a small galley designed only for chase, generally carrying but 1 mast with 16 or 20 oars. All the seamen on board act as soldiers, and each has a musket by him, ready for use on quitting his oar. Also a Dutch or Flemish vessel for cargoes, with very rounded ribs and flattish bottom, with a mizzen-mast stepped far aft, carrying a square mainsail and main topsail. A forestay to the mainmast, there being no foremast, with forestay sail and jibs. Some also call the bomb ketches galliots. See Scampavia. Gallery, a balcony projecting from the admiral's or captain's cabin. It is usually decorated with a balustrade, and extends from one side of the ship to the other. The roof is formed by a sort of vault, termed a cove, which is frequently ornamented with carving. See stern, also quarter gallery. Gallery of a mine, the passage of horizontal communication as distinguished from the shaft or vertical descent, made underground by military miners to reach the required position for lodging the charge, etc. It averages 4.5 feet high by 3 feet wide. Gallery ladder, synonymous with stern ladder. Galley, a low, flat-built vessel with one deck and propelled by sails and oars, particularly in the Mediterranean. The largest sort, called galleasses, were formerly employed by the Venetians. They were about 160 feet long above and 130 by the keel, 30 wide and 20 length of stern post. They were furnished with 3 masts and 30 banks of oars, each bank containing 2 oars, and every oar managed by half a dozen slaves chained to them. There are also half galleys and quarter galleys, but found by experience to be of little utility except in fine weather. They generally hug the shore, only sometimes venturing out to sea for a summer cruise. Also an open boat, rowing 6 or 8 oars, and used on the River Thames by custom-house officers, and formerly by press gangs, hence the names custom-house galley, press galley, etc. Also a clincher-built fast rowing boat, rather larger than a gig, appropriated in a man-of-war for the use of the captain. The galley or galley is also the name of the ship's hearth or kitchen, being the place where the grates are put up and the victuals cooked. In small merchantmen it is called the caboose, and is generally abaft the forecastle or forepart of the ship. Galley arches, spacious and well-built structures in many of the Mediterranean ports for the reception and security of galleys. Galley foist or fust, the Lord Mayor's barge and other vessels for holidays. See fust. Galley growlers, idle grumblers and skulkers from whom discontent and mutiny generally derive their origin. Hence galley packs, news before the mail arrives. Galley nose, the figurehead. Galley packet, an unfounded rumor. See galley growlers. Galley pepper, the soot or ashes which accidentally drop into victuals in cooking. Galley slang, the neological barbarisms foisted into sea language. Galley slave, a person condemned to work at the oar on board a galley and chained to the deck. Galley stoker, a lazy skulker. Galley trough, see gerle troch. Galleass, a heavy, low-built vessel of burden, not to be confounded with galley, for even Shakespeare in The Taming of the Shrew makes Tranio say, quote, "My father hath no less than 3 great argosies, besides 2 galleasses, and 12 tight galleys." End quote. Gallied, the state of a whale when he's seriously alarmed. Galligaskins, wide hose or breeches, formerly worn by seamen, also called petticoat trousers. P. Penniless, in his supplication to the divil, says, "Some galley Gascoignes or shipmen's hose like the Anabaptists," etc. Galling fire, a sustained discharge of cannon or small arms, which by its execution greatly annoys the enemy. Gallivants, armed rowboats of India, smaller than a grab, generally 50 to 70 tons. Galloon, gold lace. French galon, Spanish gallon. Galloper, a small gun used by the Indians, easily drawn by 1 horse. Gallowglasses, formerly a heavy armed body of foot, more recently applied to Irish infantry soldiers. Gallows, the cross pieces on the small bitts at the main and fore hatchways in flush-decked vessels for stowing away the booms and spars over the boats, also termed gallowses, gallows tops, gallows bits, and gallows stanchions. The word is used colloquially for archness, as well as for notoriously bad characters. Galls, veins of land through which the water oozes. Gall wind, see wind gall. Gallygun, a kind of culverin. Galoot, an awkward soldier, from the Russian golut, or slave, a sobriquet for the young or green marine. Galore, plenty, abundance. Gambazon, a quilted doublet, formerly worn under armor to prevent its chafing. Game leg, a lame limb, but not so bad as to unfit for duty. To gammon, to pass the lashings of the bowsprit. Gammoning, 7 or 8 turns of a rope lashing passed alternately over the bowsprit and through a large hole in the cutwater. the better to support the stays of the foremast. After all the turns are drawn as firm as possible, the two opposite are braced together under the bowsprit by a frapping. Gammoning, lashing, fashion, etc., has a peculiar seaman-like meaning. The gammoning turns are passed from the standing part or bolt forward over the bowsprit, aft through the knee forward, making a cross lashing. It was the essence of a seaman's ability, and only forecastle men under the boatswain executed it. Now galvanized chain is more commonly used than rope for gammoning. Gammoning hole. A mortise opening cut through the knee of the head between the cheeks, through which the gammoning is passed. Gammon knee. A knee timber fayed and bolted to the stem, a little below the bowsprit. Gammon plate. An iron plate bolted to the stem of some vessels for the purpose of supporting the gammoning of the bowsprit. Gammon shackle. A sort of triangular ring formed on the end of a gammon plate for the gammoning lashing or chain to be made fast to. Ganned fluke. A name of the sorry pike, Scombera sux sorus. Gang. A detachment, being a selected number of a ship's crew appointed on any particular service and commanded by an officer suitable to the occasion. Gangboard. The narrow platform within the side next the gunwale, connecting the quarterdeck to the forecastle. Also a plank with several cleats or steps nailed to it to prevent slipping, for the convenience of walking into or out of a boat upon the shore where the water is shallow. Gang casks. Small barrels used for bringing water on board in boats, somewhat larger than breakers and usually containing 32 gallons. Gangway. The platform on each side of the skid beams, leading from the quarterdeck to the forecastle, and peculiar to deep-waisted ships, for the convenience of walking expeditiously fore and aft. It is fenced on the outside by iron stanchions and ropes or rails, and in vessels of war with a netting in which part of the hammocks are stowed. In merchant ships it is frequently called the gangboard. Also that part of a ship's side and opening in her bulwarks, by which persons enter and depart, provided with a sufficient number of steps or cleats nailed upon the ship's side, nearly as low as the surface of the water, and sometimes furnished with a railed accommodation ladder projecting from the ship's side, and secured by iron braces. Also narrow passages left in the hold when a ship is laden, in order to enter any particular place as occasion may require, or stop a leak. Also it implies a thoroughfare of any kind. To bring to the gangway. To punish a seaman by seizing him up to a grating, there to undergo flogging. Ganneret. A sort of gull. Gannet. The Sula basana, or solan goose, a large seabird of the family Pelecanidae, common on the Scottish coasts. Ganny wedge. A thick wooden wedge used in splitting timber. Gantan. An Indian commercial measure, of which 17 make a baruth. Gantline. Synonymous with girt-line, which see. Gantlope or gauntlope, commonly pronounced gantlet. A race which a criminal was sentenced to run in the army or navy for any heinous offence. The ship's crew or a certain division of soldiers were disposed in 2 rows face to face, each provided with a knotted cord or knittle, with which they severely struck the delinquent as he ran between them, stripped down to the waist. This was repeated according to the sentence, but seldom beyond 3 times, and constituted running the gauntlet. Gantry or gantrel, a wooden stand for a barrel. Gansey, corrupted from Guernsey. See Jersey. Gap, a chasm in the land, which when near is useful as a landmark. Gape, the principal crevice or crack in shaken timber. The seams gape or let in water. Garavances, the old term for calavances, which see. Garble, a word synonymous with garboard, which see. Garbling, the mixing of rubbish with a cargo stowed in bulk. Garboard strake, or sand streak, the first range of planks laid upon a ship's bottom, next the keel into which it is rabbeted, and into the stem and stern post at the ends. Garde brace, Anglo-Norman for armour for the arm. Gare, see garefowl, also the Anglo-Saxon for ready, see yare. Garret, a watchtower. Garfangle, an archaic term for an eel spear. Garfish, the Belloni vulgaris or billfish, the bones of which are green, also called the guard fish, but it is from the Anglo-Saxon gar, a weapon. Gargani, the Querquedula kirchia, a small species of duck allied to the teal. Garland, a collar of ropes formerly wound around the head of the mast to keep the shrouds from chafing, also a strap lashed to a spar when hoisting it in, also a large rope grommet to place shot in on deck, also in shore batteries a band, whether of iron or stone, to retain shot together in their appointed place, also the ring in a target in which the mark is set, also a wreath made by crossing 3 small hoops and covering them with silk and ribbons, hoisted to the main topgallant stay of a ship on the day of the captain's wedding, but on a seaman's wedding to the appropriate mast to which he is stationed, also a sort of cabbage net whose opening is extended by a hoop, and used by sailors to contain their day's provisions, being hung up to the beams within their berth, safe from cats, rats, ants, and cockroaches. Garnet, a sort of purchase fixed to the mainstay of a merchant ship and used for hoisting the cargo in and out at the time of loading or delivering her. A whip. Clew garnet. See clew and clew garnets. Garney, a term in the fisheries for the fins, sounds, and tongues of the codfish. Garnish. Profuse decoration of a ship's head, stern, and quarters. Also money which pressed men in tenders and receiving ships exacted from each other according to priority. Gar, an oozy vegetable substance which grows on ships' bottoms. Garret or garita, a watchtower in a fortification, an old term. Garrison, a military force guarding a town or fortress, a term for the place itself, also for the state of guard there maintained. Garrison guns. These are more powerful than those intended for the field, and formerly nearly coincided with naval guns, but now the introduction of armor plating afloat leads to furnishing coast batteries with the heaviest guns of all. Garrison orders, those given out by the commandant of a garrison. Garuka, a fishing craft of the Gulf of Persia. Garters, a slang term for the ship's irons or bilboes. Garthman, one who plies at a fish garth, but is prohibited by statute from destroying the fry of fish. Garvey, a name on our northern shores for the sprat. Gasket, a cord or piece of plaited stuff to secure furled sails to the yard by wrapping it 3 or 4 times round both, the turns being at a competent distance from each other. Bunt gasket ties up the bunt of the sail and should consequently be the strongest. It is sometimes made in a peculiar net form. In some ships they have given place to beckets. Double gaskets, passing additional frapping lines round the yards in very stormy weather. Quarter gasket, used only for large sails, and is fastened about halfway out upon the yard, which part is called the quarter. Yardarm gasket, used for smaller sails. The end is made fast to the yardarm and serves to bind the sail as far as the quarter gasket on large yards, but extends quite into the bunt of small sails. Gas pipe, a term jocularly applied to the newly introduced breech loading rifle. Gat, a swashway or channel amongst shoals. Gate, the old name for landing places, as Dowgate and Billingsgate, also in cliffs as Kingsgate, Margate, and Ramsgate. Those in Greece and Italy are called Scala, also a flood, sluice, or water gate. Gate or sea gate. When 2 ships are thrown on board one another by a wave, they're said to be in a sea gate. To gather aft a sheet. To pull it in by hauling in slack. To gather way. To begin to feel the impulse of the wind on the sails so as to obey the helm. Gathlin, a name of the North Polar Star, 2 Gaelic words signifying ray and moisture in allusion to its subdued brightness. Gat, a gate or channel, a term used on the Flemish coast and in the Baltic. The Hellegat of New York has become Hell Gate. Gobline, a rope leading from the martingale inboard, the same as back rope. Gauge. See gauge. Gauge, an instrument for measuring shot, wads, etc. For round shot there are two kinds, viz. the high gauge, a cylinder through which the shot must pass, and the low gauge, a ring through which it must not pass. Gauge-cocks, a neat apparatus for ascertaining the height of the water in a steamer's boiler. Gauge rod, a graduated iron for sounding the pump well. Gog net, the Signathus acus, sea needle or pipefish. Gauntlet, see girt line, also a rope round the ship to the lower yard arms for drying scrubbed hammocks. Of old the term denoted the armed knight's iron glove. See gantlope, for running the gauntlet. Gauntry, the stand for a water or beer cask. Gaunts, the great crested grebe in Lincolnshire. Gaut, or Gout, in the East Indies a landing place and also a chain of hills, as the Western Ghauts on the Mysore coast. Gavelock, an iron crow, of old a pike, thus in Arthur and Merlin. Quote, Gavelocks also thick flow, so gnats, ichil of o. End quote. Gaver, a Cornish name for the sea crayfish. Gaw, a southern term for a boat pole. Gaudney, the dragonet or yellow gurnard. Callionymus lyra. Gaw-gaw, a lubberly simpleton. Gawky, half-witted, awkward youth, also the shell-called horse-cockle. Gaulin, a small sea-fowl which the natives of the Western Isles of Scotland trust in as a prognosticator of the weather. Gauntry, see gantry. Gawpus, a stupid idle fellow. Gawry, a name for the red gurnard, Trigla cuculus. Gazon, French, sods of earth or turf, cut in wedge-shaped form to line the parapet and face the outside of works. Gazzetta, the name of a small coin in the Adriatic and Levant. It was the price of the first Phoenician newspaper, and thereby gave the name to those publications. In the Greek islands the word is used for ancient coins. End of section 13, read by Czandra, in Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 14 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. GCB to GO. GCB, the initials for Grand Cross of the Most Honourable and Military Order of the Bath. Gear, the Anglo-Saxon geara, clothing, a general name for the rigging of any particular sail or spar, and in or out of gear implies anything being fit or unfit for use. Gearing, a complication of wheels and pinions or of shafts and pulleys, etc. Jeers, see jeers. To gee, to suit or fit, as that will just gee. Jellywot, an old term for captain's boat, the original of jolly boat. See Captain Downton's voyage to India in 1614, where, quote, she was sent to take soundings within the sands. End quote. General, the commander of an army, the military rank corresponding to the naval one of admiral. The title includes all officers above colonels, ascending with qualifying prefixes as brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general to general, above which is nothing save the exceptional rank of field marshal and of captain general or commander-in-chief of the land forces of the United Kingdom. General average, a claim made upon the owners of a ship and her cargo when the property of one or more has been sacrificed for the good of the whole. General Brizo, see Brizo. Generalissimo, the supreme commander of a combined force or of several armies in the field. General officers, all those above the rank of a colonel. General orders, the orders issued by the commander-in-chief of the forces. General ship, where persons unconnected with each other load goods on board, in contradistinction to a chartered ship. Geneva print, an allusion to the spirituous liquor so called, quote, and if you meet an officer preaching of sobriety, unless he read it in Geneva print, lay him by the heels. Massenger. Genouillère, French, that part of a battery which remains above the platform and under the gun after the opening of the embrasure. Of course, a knee step. Gentle, a maggot or grub used as a bait by anglers. Gentle gale, in which a ship carries royals and flying kites, force 4. Gentlemen, the messmates of the gun-room or cockpit, as mates, midshipmen, clerks, and cadets. Geocentric, as viewed from the center of the earth. Geography, a beverage made by seamen of burnt biscuit boiled in water. Geographical position, see position, geographical. Georgium Sidus, the planet discovered by Sir W. Herschel, was so named at first, but astronomers adopted Uranus instead, as safer to keep in the neutral ground of mythology. Gerletroch, the Salmo alpinus, red char, or gallitrough. Gerac, a coalfish in its first year. Gerret, a samlet or parr. Gerrick, a Cornish name for a sea pike. Geron, a cant name for the sea trout. Giselle, Anglo-Norman for battle axe. Jestling, a meeting of the members of the Cinq-Bars at Romney. Get afloat, pulling out a grounded boat. Get a pull, the order to haul in more of a rope or tackle. Goat, see got. Ghee, the substitute for butter served out to ship's companies on the Indian station. Ghost, a false image in the lens of an instrument. Grime sail, the old term for a smoke sail. Jib, a forelock. Gib, the beak or hooked upper lip of a male salmon. Gibbous, the form of a planet's disk, exceeding a semicircle, but less than a circle. Gibfish, a northern name for the male of the salmon. Gibraltar Gin, originally devised there for working guns under a low roof. See Gin. Gidak, a name on our northern coasts for the sand launce or sand eel, Amadites tobianus. Gifut, a Jewish corruption of the Spanish spoken at Gibraltar and the seaports. Gift rope, synonymous with guest rope, a rope for boats at the guest warp boom. Gig, a light, narrow galley or ship's boat, clincher built and adapted for expedition either by rowing or sailing, the latter ticklish at times. Gildee, a name in the Scottish Isles for the Morhua barbata or whiting pout. Gilguy, a guy for tracing up or bearing a boom or derrick, often applied to inefficient guys. Gill, a ravine down the surface of a cliff, a rivulet through a ravine. The name is often applied also to the valley itself. Giller, a horsehair fishing line. Gills, small hackles for drying hemp. Gilpie, between a man and boy. Gills, a common misnomer of grills, which see. Gilt, a cant but old term for money, on which Shakespeare, Henry V, Act 2, Scene 1, committed a well-known pun. Quote, "Have for the guilt of France, oh, guilt indeed." End quote. Gilt head or gilt pole, the Sparus orata, a fish of the European and American seas, with a golden mark between the eyes. See Sedow. Gimbals, the two concentric brass rings having their axles at right angles, by which a sea compass is suspended in its box, so as to counteract the effect of the ship's motion. See compass, also used for the chronometers. Gimbleting, the action of turning the anchor round on its fluke, so that the motion of the stock appears similar to that of the handle of a gimlet when it is employed to bore a hole, to turn anything round on its end. Gimlet eye, a penetrating gaze which sees through a deal plank. Gimart, see Gimmert. Gimmel, any disposition of rings as links, device of machinery. See gimbals. Gin, a small iron cruciform frame, having a swivel hook, furnished with an iron sheave to serve as a pulley for the use of chain in discharging cargo and other purposes. Jingado. See jergado. Jingle. A long-barreled firearm throwing a ball of from 1/4 to 1/2 pound, used throughout the East, especially in China, made to load at the breech with a movable chamber. See also jingle. Gingerbread hatches. Luxurious quarters. Gingerbread hatches on shore. Gingerbread work. Profusely carved decorations of a ship. Gingerly. Spruce and smart, but somewhat affected in movement. Ginnelin. Catching fish by the hand, tickling them. Ginners or ginnels. The gills of fish. Ginseng. A Chinese root, formerly highly prized for its restorative virtues and greatly valued among the items of a cargo. It is now almost out of the materia medica. To jip. To take the entrails out of fishes. Girandole. Any whirling firework. To gird. To bind, used formerly for striking a blow. Girdle. An additional planking over the wales or bends, also a frapping for girding a ship. Girt. The situation of a ship which is moored so taut by her cables extending from the hawse to 2 distant anchors as to be prevented from swinging to the tide or wind. The ship thus circumstanced endeavours to swing, but her side bears upon one of the cables which catches on her heel, and interrupts her in the act of traversing. In this position she must ride with her broadside or stern to the wind or current, till one or both of the cables are slackened, so as to sink under the keel, after which the ship will readily yield to the effort of the wind or current, and turn her head thither. See ride. Girt line. A whip purchase, consisting of a rope passing through a single block on the head of a lower mast, to hoist up the rigging thereof, and the persons employed to place it. The girt line is therefore the first rope employed to rig a ship, sometimes miscalled gant line. Gisarmes. An archaic term for a halbert or hand-axe. Give a spell. To intermit or relieve work. See spell. To give chase. To make sail in pursuit of a stranger. Give her so-and-so. The direction of the officer of the watch to the midshipman, reporting the rate of sailing by the log, and which requires correction in the judgment of that officer from winds, etc., before marking on the log-board. Give her sheet. The order to ease off. Give her rope. Give way. The order to a boat's crew to renew rowing, or to increase their exertions if they were already rowing, to hang on the oars. Give way together, so that the oars may all dip and rise together, whereby the force is concentrated. Give way with a will. Pull heartily together. Giving. The surging of a seizing new rope stretching to the strain. Glacis. In fortification, that smooth earthen slope outside the ditch which descends to the country, affording a secure parapet to the covered way, and exposing always a convenient surface to the fire of the place. Gladine. A very early designation of the sea onion. Glare. A broadsword or falchion fixed on a pike. Glance. See northern glance, also a name for anthracite coal. Glasag. The Gaelic name of an edible seaweed of our northern isles. Glass. The usual appellation for a telescope. See the old sea song of Lord Howard's capture of Barton the pirate. Also the familiar term for a barometer. Glass is also used in the plural to denote time glass on the duration of any action, as they fought yardarm and yardarm 3 glasses, that is 3 half-hours, to flog or sweat the half-hour glass, to turn the sand-glass before the sand has quite run out, and thus gaining a few minutes in each half-hour, make the watch too short. Half-minute and quarter-minute glasses used to ascertain the rate of the ship's velocity, measured by the log. They should be occasionally compared with a good stopwatch. Night glass. A telescope adapted for viewing objects at night. Glass clear? Is the sand out of the upper part? Asked previously to turning it on throwing the log. Glassock. A coast name for the Say, Seath, or coalfish. Glaive, a light hand dart, also a sword blade fixed on the end of a pole. Glaymore, a two-handed sword. See claymore. Glazed powder, gunpowder of which the grains, by friction against one another in a barrel worked for the purpose, have acquired a fine polish, sometimes promoted by a minute application of black lead, reputed to be very slightly weaker than the original and somewhat less liable to deterioration. Glen, an Anglo-Saxon term denoting a dale or deep valley, still in use for a ravine. To glent, to turn aside or quit the original direction as a shot does from accidentally impinging on a hard substance. Glib gabbet, smooth and ready speech. Glim, a light familiarly used for the eyes. Douse the glim, put out the light. Gloaming, the twilight, also a gloomy, dull state of sky. Globe Rangers, a sobriquet for the Royal Marines. Globular sailing, a general designation for all the methods on which the rules of computation are founded, on the hypothesis that the earth is a sphere, including great circle sailing. Glog, the Manx or Erse term which denotes the swell or rolling of the sea after a storm. Gloom stove, formerly for drying powder at a temperature of about 140 degrees, being an iron vessel in a room heated from outside, but steam pipes are now substituted. Glute, see galoot. To glower, to stare or look intently. Glue, see marine glue. Glum, as applied to the weather, overcast and gloomy. Socially, it is a grievous look. Glut, a piece of wood applied as a fulcrum to a lever power, also a bit of canvas sewed into the centre of a sail near the head, with an eyelet hole in the middle for the bunt jigger or becket to go through. Glut used to prevent slipping, as sand and nippers glut the messenger. The fall of a tackle drawn across the sheaves, by which it is choked or glutted. Junks of rope interposed between the messenger and the whelps of the capstan. Glyn, a deep valley with convex sides. See gum. Gnarled, knotty, said of timber. Gnar, an old term for a hard knot in a tree, hence Shakespeare's unwedgeable and gnarled oak. Knoll, a round hillock. See knoll. Gnomon, the hand, style of a dial. Go, a word sometimes given when all is ready for the launch of a vessel from the stocks. Go ahead or go on, the order to the engineer in a steamer. To go ashore, to land on leave. Go ashores, the seaman's best dress. Gobarto, a large and ravenous fish of our early voyagers, probably a shark. Gobag, a Gaelic name for the dogfish. Gobdu, a Manx term for a mussel. Gobesson, gambesson, quilted dress worn under the habergeon. Goblechan, a Gaelic name for the parr or samlet. Gobline, see gobline. Gobon, an Old English name for the whiting. Gobstick, a horn or wooden spoon. Go by, stratagem. To give her the go-by is to escape by deceiving. Gubby, a name of the gudgeon, which, see. It was erroneously applied to white bait. God. We retain the Anglo-Saxon word to designate the Almighty, signifying good, to do good, doing good, and to benefit, terms such as our classic borrowings cannot pretend to. Godenda, an offensive weapon of our early times, being a poleaxe with a spike at its end. Go down, the name given to storehouses and magazines in the East Indies. Godsend, an unexpected relief or prize, but wreckers denote by the term vessels and goods driven on shore. Goe, a creek, smaller than a vaux. Goelette, French, a schooner, also a sloop of war. Gogar, a serrated worm used in the north for fishing bait. Goglet, an earthen vase or bottle for holding water. Goelier, the Gaelic for a seabird of the Hebrides, said to come ashore only in January. Going about, tacking ship. Going free, when the bowlines are slackened or sailing with the wind abeam. Going large, sailing off the wind. Going through the fleet, a cruel punishment long happily abolished. The victim was sentenced to receive a certain portion of the flogging alongside the various ships, towed in a launch by a boat supplied from each vessel, the drummers beating the rogue's march. Goldeny, a name for the yellow gurnard among the northern fishermen. Goldfish, the trivial name of the Cyprinus auratus, one of the most superb of the finny tribe. It was originally brought from China, but is now generally naturalized in Europe. Gold mohur, a well-known current coin in the East Indies, varying a little in value at each presidency, but averaging 15 rupees or 30 shillings. Gole, an old northern word for a stream or sluice. Golette, the shirt of mail formerly worn by foot soldiers, also a French sloop of war, spelled goélette. Gomer, a particular form of chamber in ordnance, consisting in a conical narrowing of the bore towards its inner end. It was first devised for the service of mortars, and named after the inventor, Gomer, in the late wars. Gamer, French, the cable of a galley. Gondola, a light pleasure barge, universally used on the canals of Venice, generally propelled by one man standing on the stern with one powerful oar, though the larger kinds have more rowers. The middle-sized gondolas are upwards of 30 feet long and 4 broad, with a well-furnished cabin amidships. Though exclusively black as restricted by law, they always rise at each end to a very sharp point of about the height of a man's breast. The stem is always surmounted by the ferro, a bright iron beak or cleaver of one uniform shape, seemingly derived from the ancient Romans, being the rosfique tridentibus of Virgil, as may be seen in many of Hadrian's large brass medals. The form of the gondola in the water is traced back until its origin is lost in antiquity, yet, like that of the Turkish caiques, embodies the principles of the wave-line theory, the latest effort of modern shipbuilding science, also a passage boat of 6 or 8 oars used on other parts of the coast of Italy. Gondolier, a man who works or navigates a gondola. Gone, carried away. The hawser or cable is gone, parted, broken. Gone goose, a ship deserted or given up in despair, in extremis. Gonfanon, French, formerly a cavalry banneret, corrupted from the gonfaloni of the Italians. Gong, a kind of Chinese cymbal, with a powerful and sonorous tone produced by the vibrations of its metal, consisting mainly of copper and teutonic or zinc. It is used by some vessels instead of a bell. A companion of Sir James Lancaster in 1605 irreverently states that it makes a most hellish sound. Gonga, a general name for a river in India, whence comes Ganges. Good at all points, practical in every particular. Good conduct badge, marked by a chevron on the lower part of the sleeve, granted by the Admiralty and carrying a slight increase of pay to petty officers, seamen, and marines. One of a similar nature is in use in the army. Good men, the designation of the able, hard-working, and willing seamen. Good shoaling, an approach to the shore by very gradual soundings. Goul, an old term for a breach in a sea bank. Goosander, the Mergus merganser, a northern seafowl allied to the duck, with a straight, narrow, and serrated bill, hooked at the point. Gooseneck, a curved iron, fitted outside the after chains to receive a spare spar, properly the swinging boom, a davit, also a sort of iron hook fitted on the inner end of a boom, and introduced into a clamp of iron or eye-bolt, which encircles the mast, or is fitted to some other place in the ship, so that it may be unhooked at pleasure. It is used for various purposes, especially for guest warps and swinging booms of all descriptions. Goose wings of a sail. The situation of a course when the bunt lines and lee clew are hauled up and the weather clew down, the clews or lower corners of a ship's mainsail or foresail when the middle part is furled or tied up to the yard. The term is also applied to the fore and main sails of a schooner or other two-masted fore and aft vessel. When running before the wind, she has these sails set on opposite sides. Goose without gravy. A severe starting, so called because no blood followed its infliction. Gorab. See grab. Gourd. An archaism denoting a deep hole in a river. Gores. Angular pieces of plank inserted to fill up a vessel's planking at any part requiring it. Also the angles at one or both ends of such cloths as increase the breadth or depth of a sail. See goring cloth. Gorge. The upper and narrowest part of a transverse valley, usually containing the upper bed of a torrent. Also in fortification, a line joining the inner extremities of a work. Gorge hook. Two hooks separated by a piece of lead for the taking of pike or other voracious fish. Gorget. In former times, and still amongst some foreign troops, a gilt badge of a crescent shape, suspended from the neck and hanging on the breast, worn by officers on duty. Goring or goring cloth. That part of the skirts of a sail cut on the bias, where it gradually widens from the upper part down to the clews. See sail. Gormaw. A coast name for the cormorant. Gorse. Heath or furze for breaming a vessel's bottom. Go slow. The order to the engineer to cut off steam without stopping the play of the engine. Gossoon. A silly, awkward lout. Goat. See gutter. Gouging. In shipbuilding, see snail creeping. Also a cruel practice in one or two American states, now extremely rare, in which a man's eye was squeezed out by his rival's thumbnail, the fingers being entangled in the hair for the necessary purchase. Gougings. A synonym of gudgeons, which see. Gookme. One of the names in the north for the grey gurnard. Goulette. Any narrow entrance to a creek or harbour, as the Goletta at Tunis. Gouries. The garbage of salmon. Government generally means the constitution of our country as exercised under the legislature of king or queen, lords and commons. Governor. An officer placed by royal commission in command of a fortress, town or colony. Governors are also appointed to institutions, hospitals, and other establishments. Also a revolving bifurcate pendulum with two iron balls whose centrifugal divergence equalizes the motion of the steam engine. Gow. An old northern term for the gull. Gowdy. The Callionymus lyra, dragonet, or chanticleer. Gowk. The cuckoo, but also used for a stupid, good-natured fellow. Gowk storm. Late vernal equinoctial gales contemporary with the gowk, or cuckoo. Gout, or goat. A limited passage for water. Goiler. A small seabird held to precede a storm. Hence seamen call them malfige. Arctic gull. End of section 14. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 15 of The Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. Gr. Grab. The large coasting vessel of India, generally with two masts and of 150 to 300 tons. To grab, in familiar language, to catch or snatch at anything with violence. To grabble. To endeavor to hook a sunk article, to catch fish by hand in a brook. Grab service. Country vessels first employed by the Bombay government against the pirates, afterwards erected into the Bombay Marine. Grace. See Act of Grace. Grade. A degree of rank, a step in order or dignity. Grafting. An ornamental weaving of fine yarns, etc., over the strop of a block, or applied to the tapered ends of the ropes and termed pointing. Grain of timber. In a transverse section of a tree, two different grains are seen. Those running in a circular manner are called the silver grain. The others radiate and are called bastard grain. Grain is also a whirlwind, not unfrequent in Normandy, mixed with rain, but seldom continues above a quarter of an hour. They may be foreseen, and while they last, the sea is very turbulent. They may return several times in the same day, a dead calm succeeding. Grain. In the grain of is immediately preceding another ship in the same direction. Bad grain, a sea lawyer, a nuisance. Grain-cut timber, that which is cut athwart the grain when the grain of the wood does not partake of the shape required. Grained powder, that corned or reduced into grains from the cakes and distinguished from mealed powder, as employed in certain preparations. Grains, a 5-pronged fish spear, grains signifying branches. Grain upset, when a mast suffers by buckles, it is said to have its grain upset, a species of wrinkle on the soft outer grain which will be found corresponding to a defect on the other side. It is frequently produced by an injudicious setting up of the rigging. Gram, a species of pulse given to horses, sheep, and oxen in the East Indies and supplied to ships for feeding livestock. Grampus, a corruption of granpisci, an animal of the cetacean or whale tribe, distinguished by the large pointed teeth with which both jaws are armed, and by the high falcate dorsal fin. It generally attains a length of 20 to 25 feet, and is very active and voracious. Blowing the grampus, sluicing a person with water, especially practiced on him who skulks or sleeps on his watch. Grand division, a division of a battalion composed of 2 companies or ordinary divisions in line. Grandsire, the name of a 4-oared boat which belonged to Peter the Great, now carefully preserved at St. Petersburg as the origin of the Russian fleet. Granny's Bend, the slippery hitch made by a lubber. Granny's Knot, this is a term of derision when a reef knot is crossed the wrong way, so as to be insecure. It is the natural knot tied by women or landsmen, and derided by seamen because it cannot be untied when it is jammed. Grape shot, a missile from guns intermediate between case shot and solid shot, having much of the destructive spread of the former, with somewhat of the range and penetrative force of the latter. A round of grape shot consists of 3 tiers of cast-iron balls arranged, generally 3 in a tier, between 4 parallel iron discs connected together by a central wrought iron pin. For carronades, the grape not being liable to such a violent dispersive shock, they are simply packed in canisters with wooden bottoms. Grapnel or grappling, a sort of small anchor for boats, having a ring at one end and 4 palmed claws at the other. Fire grapnel, resembling the former, but its flukes are furnished with strong fishhook barbs on their points, usually fixed by a chain on the yard arms of a ship, to grapple any adversary whom she intends to board, and particularly requisite in fire ships, also used to grapple ships on fire in order to tow them away from injuring other vessels. Grapnel rope, that which is bent to the grapnel by which a boat rides, now substituted by chain. To grapple, to hook with a grapnel, to lay hold of, first used by Duilius to prevent the escape of the Carthaginians. Grasp, the handle of a sword and of an oar, also the small of the butt of a musket. Grass, a term applied to vegetables in general, see feed of grass. Grasscombers, a galley term for all those landsmen who enter the naval service from farming counties. Lord Exmouth found many of them learn their duties easily and turn out valuable seamen. Grating deck, a light movable deck similar to the hatch deck but with open gratings. Gratings, an open woodwork of cross battens and ledges forming cover for the hatchways, serving to give light and air to the lower decks. In nautical phrase, he who can't see a hole through a grating is excessively drunk. Gratings of the head, see head gratings. Gratuitous money, a term officially used for bounty granted to volunteers in Lord Exmouth's expedition against Algiers. To grave, to clean a vessel's bottom and pay it over. Gravelin, a small migratory fish, commonly reputed to be the spawn of the salmon. Gravelled, vexed, mortified. Graving, the act of cleaning a ship's bottom by burning off the impurities and paying it over with tar or other substance while she's laid aground during the recess of the tide. See breaming. Graving beach or slip, a portion of the dockyard where ships were landed for a tide. Graving dock, an artificial receptacle used for the inspecting, repairing, and cleaning a vessel's bottom. It is so contrived that after the ship is floated in, the water may run out with the fall of the tide, the shutting of the gates preventing its return. Gravitation, the natural tendency or inclination of all bodies towards the centre of the earth, and which was established by Sir Isaac Newton as the great law of nature. Centre of gravity. The centre of gravity of a ship is that point about which all parts of the body in any situation balance each other. See specific gravity. Gralls, the young salmon, probably the same as grilse. Greyfish and grey lord, two of the many names given to the Gadus carbonarius or coalfish. Grail, small sand, also an old term for thin gravel. Grayling, a freshwater fish of the salmo tribe. See omber. Graining, a species of dace found on our northern coast. Grey school, a particular shoal of large salmon in the Solway about the middle of July. Graze, the point at which a shot strikes and rebounds from earth or water. Grazing fire, that which sweeps close to the surface it defends. Greasy, synonymous with dirty weather. Great circle, one whose assumed plane passes through the center of the sphere, dividing it equally. Great circle sailing is a method for determining a series of points in an arc of a great circle between 2 points on the surface of the earth, for the purpose of directing a ship's course as nearly as possible on such arc, that is, on the curve of shortest distance between the place from which she sets out and that at which she is to arrive. Great gun, the general sea term for cannons or officers of great repute. Great guns and small arms, the general armament of a ship, also a slang term for the blowing and raining of heavy weather. Great line fishing, that carried on over the deeper banks of the ocean. See line fishing. It is more applicable to hand fishing, as on the banks of Newfoundland in depths over 60 fathoms. Great ocean, the Pacific, so called from its superior extent. Great shakes, see shake. Greaves, armor for the legs. Grecale, a northeastern breeze off the coast of Sicily, Greece lying northeast. Green, raw and untutored, a metaphor from unripe fruit. Thus Shakespeare makes Pandulph say, quote, "How green you are and fresh in this old world." End quote. Greenbone, the trivial name of the viviparous blenny or guffer, the backbone of which is green when boiled, also of the garfish. Greenfish, cod, hake, haddock, herrings, etc., unsalted. Green hands, those embarked for the first time and consequently inexperienced. Greenhorn, a lubberly, uninitiated fellow, a novice of marked gullibility. Greenland dove, the puffinet called scrabber in the Hebrides, about the size of a pigeon. Greenland whale, see right whale. Greenmen, the 5 supernumerary seamen who had not been before in the Arctic seas, whom vessels in the whale fishery were obliged to bear to get the tonnage bounty. Green sea, a large body of water shipped on a vessel's deck. It derives its name from the green color of a sheet of water between the eye and the light when its mass is too large to be broken up into spray. Green slake, the seaweed otherwise called lettuce laver, which see. Green turtle, the common name for the edible turtle which does not yield tortoise shell. Greenwich stars, those used for lunar computations in the nautical ephemeris. Greep, the old orthography of gripe. Grego, a coarse Levantine jacket with a hood, a cant term for a rough greatcoat. Grenade, now restricted to hand grenade, weighing about 2 pounds, and the fuse being previously lit is conveniently thrown by hand from the tops of ships onto an enemy's deck, from the parapet into the ditch, or generally against an enemy otherwise difficult to reach. A number of grenades, moreover, being quilted together with their fuses outwards, called a bouquet, is fired short distances with good effect from mortars in the latter stages of a siege. Grenadiers, formerly the right company of each battalion, composed of the largest men and originally equipped for using hand grenades. Nowadays, the companies of a regiment are equalized in size and other matters, and the title in the British Army remains only to the fine regiment of Grenadier Guards. Granado, the old name for a live shell. Tuanus says that they were first used at the siege of Waclandonc, near Gueldre, and that their inventor, in an experiment in Venice, occasioned the burning of 2/3 of that city. Greve, a low, flat, sandy shore, whence graving is derived. Greyfriars, a name given to the oxen of Tuscany, with which the Mediterranean fleet was supplied. Greyhead, a fish of the haddock kind, taken on the coast of Galloway. Greyhound, a hammock with so little bedding as to be unfit for stowing in the nettings. Grian, a Gaelic term for the bottom, whether of river, lake, or sea. Griban, a small two-masted vessel of Normandy. Grid, the diminutive of gridiron. Gridiron, a solid timber stage or frame formed of cross beams of wood for receiving a ship with the falling tide, in order that her bottom may be examined. The Americans also use for a similar purpose an apparatus called a screw dock, and another known as the hydraulic dock. Griffin, or griff, a name given to Europeans during the first year of their arrival in India. It has become a general term for an inexperienced youngster. Grig, small eels. To grill, to broil on the bars of the galley range, as implied by its French derivation. Grilse, one of the salmon tribe, generally considered to be a young salmon on the return from its first sojourn at the sea, though by some still supposed to be a distinct fish. Grin and bear it, the stoical resignation to unavoidable hardship which, being heard on board ship by Lord Byron, produced the fine stanza in Childe Harold, commencing, quote, "Existence might be borne." End quote. Grind, a half kink in a hempen cable. Grip, the Anglo-Saxon grep, the handle of a sword, also a small ditch or drain, to hold as the anchor grips, also a peculiar groove in rifled ordnance. Gripe is generally formed by the scarf of the stem and keel, see forefoot. This is retained or shaved away according to the object of making the vessel hold a better wind or have greater facility in wearing. To gripe, to carry too much weather helm. A vessel gripes when she tends to come up into the wind while sailing close hauled. She gripes according to her trim. If it continues, it is remedied by lightening forward or making her draw deeper aft. Griped to, the situation of a boat when secured by gripes. Gripes, a broad plate formed by an assemblage of ropes woven and fitted with thimbles and lanyards, used to steady the boats upon the deck of a ship at sea. The gripes are fastened at their ends to ring bolts in the deck, on each side of the boat, whence, passing over her middle and extremities, they are set up by means of the lanyards. Gripes for a quarter boat are similarly used. Grit, an East Country term for the sea crab. Groats, an allowance for each man per mensem, assigned formerly to the chaplain for pay. Grobman, a West Country term for a sea bream about 2/3 grown. Gradan, a peculiar boat of the Orcades, also the Erse for a gurnard. Grog, a drink issued in the Navy consisting of 1 part of spirits diluted with 3 of water, introduced in 1740 by Admiral Vernon as a check to intoxication by mere rum, and said to have been named from his grogum coat. Pindar, however, alludes to the Cyclops diluting their beverage with 10 waters. As the water on board in olden times became very unwholesome, it was necessary to mix it with spirits, but iron tanks have partly remedied this. The addition of sugar and lemon juice now makes grog an agreeable antiscorbutic. Grog blossom, a red confluence on the nose and face of an excessive drinker of ardent spirits, though sometimes resulting from other causes. Grog grog, the soft cry of the Solon goose. Groggy or grogified, rendered stupid by drinking or incapable of performing duty by illness, as also a ship when crank and birds when crippled. Grogram, from grogrin, a coarse stuff of which boat cloaks were made. From one which Admiral Vernon wore came the term grog. Groining, a peculiar mode of submarine embankment, a quay run out transversely to the shore. Grommal, an old word for grommet or apprentice. Grommet, a boy of the crew of the ships formerly furnished by the Cinque-Ports, a diminutive from the Teutonic grom, a youth. His duty was to keep ship in harbour, now applied to the ship's apprentices. Grommet or grummet, a ring formed of a single strand of rope, laid in 3 times round, used to fasten the upper edge of a sail to its stay in different places, and by means of which the sail is hoisted or lowered. Iron or wooden hanks have now been substituted. Sea hanks. Grommets are also used with pins for large boats' oars instead of rowlocks, and for many other purposes. Grommet wad, a ring made of 1½ or 2-inch rope, having attached to it 2 cross pieces or diameters of the same material. It acts by the ends of these pieces biting on the interior of the bore of the gun. Groove rollers. These are fixed in a groove of the tiller sweep in large ships to aid the tiller ropes and prevent friction. Gropers, the ships stationed in the Channel and North Sea. Groping, an old mode of catching trout by tickling them with the hands under rocks or banks. Shakespeare makes the clown in Measure for Measure say that Claudio's offence was, quote, groping for trouts in a peculiar river, end quote. Crosetta, a minute coin of Ragusa, somewhat less than a farthing. To ground, to take the bottom or shore, to be run aground through ignorance, violence, or accident, to strike ground, to obtain soundings. Groundage, a local duty charged on vessels coming to anchor in a port or standing in a roadstead as anchorage. Ground bait or groundling, a loach or loch. Ground grue, see anchor ice. Ground gudgeon, a little fish, the Cobitus barbatula. Ground ice, see anchor ice. Grounding, the act of laying a ship on shore in order to bream or repair her. It is also applied to runnings aground accidentally when under sail. Ground plot, see ichnoography. Ground sea, the West Indian name for the swell called rollers, or in Jamaica the North Sea. It occurs in a calm, and with no other indication of a previous gale. The sea rises in huge billows, dashes against the shore with roarings resembling thunder, probably due to the northers, which suddenly rage off the Capes of Virginia round to the Gulf of Mexico and drive off the sea from America, affecting the Bahama banks, but not reaching to Jamaica or Cuba. The rollers set in terrifically in the Gulf of California, causing vessels to founder or strike in 7 fathoms and devastating the coastline. HMS Lily foundered off Tristan da Cunha in similar weather. In all the latter cases, no satisfactory cause is yet assigned. See roller. Ground strake, a name sometimes used for garboard strake. Ground swell, a sudden swell preceding a gale which rises alongshore, often in fine weather, and when the sea beyond it is calm. See roller. Ground tackle, a general name given to all sorts of ropes and furniture which belong to the anchors, or which are employed in securing a ship in a road or harbour. Ground tier, the lowest water casks in the hold before the introduction of iron tanks. It also implies anything else stowed there. Ground timbers, those which lie on the keel and are fastened to it with bolts through the kelson. Groundways, the large blocks and thick planks which support the cradle on which a ship is launched. Also the foundation whereon a vessel is built. Group, a set of islands not ranged in a row so as to form a chain, and the word is often used synonymously with cluster. Grouper, a variety of the snapper which forms a staple article of food in the Bermudas and in the West Indies generally. Growen, see grown, see. Growing implies the direction of the cable from the ship towards the anchors, as the cable grows on the starboard bow, that is, stretches out forwards towards the starboard or right side. Growing pay, that which succeeds the dead horse, or pay in prospect. Growlers, smart, but sometimes all-jaw seamen who have seen some service but indulge in invectives against restrictive regulations, rendering them undesirable men. There are also too many civil growlers of the same kidney. Grown sea, when the waves have felt the full influence of a gale. Gruin, the Erse term for the gills of a fish. Grub, a coarse but common term for provisions in general. Quote, in other words, they tossed the grub out of their own provision tub. End quote. Grub trap, a vulgarism for the mouth. Gruff goods, an Indian return cargo consisting of raw materials, cotton, rice, pepper, sugar, hemp, saltpeter, etc. Grumbler, a discontented, yet often hard-working seaman. Also the gurnard, a fish of the blenny kind which makes a rumbling noise when struggling to disengage itself on reaching the surface. Grummet, see grommet. Grunter, a name of the Pogonius of Cuvier, a fish also termed the banded drum and young sheepskin, and several other fish. Griffon, an archaic term for the meteorological phenomenon now called typhoon. See typhoon. End of section 15. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 16 of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, by Admiral William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. GU to GY. Guano, the excrement of seabirds, a valuable manure found in thick beds on certain islets on the coast of Peru, indeed in all tropical climates. The transport of it occupies a number of vessels, called guaneros. It is of a dingy yellow color and offensive ammoniacal effluvium. Captain Shelvocke mentions it in 1720, having taken a small bark laden with it. Guara, the singular and ingenious rudder by which the rafts or balsas of Peru are enabled to work to windward. It consists of long boards between the beams, which are raised or sunk according to the required evolution, a device not unlike the sliding keels or centreboards lately introduced. Guarantee, an undertaking to secure the performance of articles stipulated between any two parties, also the individual who so undertakes. Guard, the duty performed by a body of men stationed to watch and protect any post against surprise, a division of marines appointed to take the duty for a stated portion of time. Guard, turn out, the order to the marines on the captains approaching the ship, also the bow of a trigger and the hilt of a sword. Guardacosta, vessels of war of various sizes which formerly cruised against smugglers on the South American coasts. Guard boards, synonymous with chain whales. Guard boat, a boat appointed to row the rounds amongst the ships of war in any harbour, etc., to observe that their officers keep a good lookout, calling to the guard boat as she passes, and not suffering her crew to come on board without previously having communicated the watchword of the night. Also a boat employed to enforce the quarantine regulations. Guard book, report of a guard, a copy of which is delivered at the Admiral's office by the officer of the last guard. Also a full set of his accounts, kept by a warrant officer for the purpose of passing them. Guardfish, a corruption of the word garfish. Guardian of the Cinque-Ports, otherwise Lord Warden, which see. Guard irons, curved bars of iron placed over the ornaments of a ship to defend them from damage. Guardel, a familiar term applied equally to a guard ship or any person belonging to her, It implies harbour-going, an easy life. Guardo-move, a trick upon a landsman, generally performed in a guard ship. Guard ship, a vessel of war appointed to superintend the marine affairs in a harbour, and to visit the ships which are not commissioned every night. She is also to receive seamen who are impressed in time of war. In the great ports she carries the flag of the commander-in-chief. Each ship takes the guard in turn at 9 a.m. The vessel thus on duty hoists the Union Jack at the mizzen, and performs the duties afloat for 24 hours. The officer of the guard is accountable to the admiral for all transactions on the water during his guard. Gub, or gubbin, the Erse term for a young seagull. Gubber, one who gathers oakum, driftwood, etc. along a beach. The word also means black mud. To guddle, to catch fish with the hands by groping along a stream's bank. To gudge, to poke or prod for fish under stones and banks of a river. Gudgeon, the Gobio fluviatilis, a well-known river fish, 6 or 7 inches in length. Gudgeons, the metal braces with eyes bolted upon the stern post for the pintles of the rudder to work in as upon hinges, also the notches made in the carrack bitts for receiving the metal bushes wherein the spindle of a windlass works. Gwebre, fire worshippers, see Parsees. Guerdon, a reward or recompense for good service. Guerrilla, occasionally in irregular warfare, now used mostly for the irresponsible kind of partisan who carries it on. Guerit, or Galeta, in fortification a projecting turret on the top of the escarp, whence a sentry may observe the outside of the rampart. Guernsey frock, see Jersey. Guess warp, or guessed rope, a rope carried to a distant object in order to warp a vessel towards it or to make fast a boat. See chest rope. Guestlings, the name of certain meetings held at the Cinque Ports. Guest warp boom, a swinging spar, lower studding boom, rigged from the ship's side with a warp for boats to ride by. Guffer, a British sea fish of the blenny tribe, common under stones at low water mark, remarkable as being ovoviviparous. Guide, see floor guide. Guide rods, the regulators of the crosshead of an engine's air pump. Guides, men supposed to know the country and its roads employed to direct a body of men on their march. The French and Belgians have corps de guide. Guidon, the swallow-tailed silk flag in use by dragoon regiments instead of a standard, also the sergeant bearing the same. Guidor, a name in old statutes synonymous with condor, which see. Gwillem, a sea-fowl, see lavie. Guillemot, a web-footed diving seabird allied to the auks. Guimad, a small fish of the River Dee. Guinea boat, a fast-rowing galley of former times, expressly built for smuggling gold across the Channel, in use at Deal. Guineaman, a negro slave ship. Guinea pigs, the younger midshipmen of an Indiaman. Gust, the same as guess or guest, which see. Gulden, a name for a waterfowl. Gulf or gulf, a capacious bay, and sometimes taking the name of a sea when it is very extensive. Such are the Euxine or Black Sea, otherwise called the Gulf of Constantinople, the Adriatic Sea, also called the Gulf of Venice. The Mediterranean is itself a prodigious specimen. A gulf is, strictly speaking, distinguished from a sea in being smaller, and from a bay in being larger and deeper than it is broad. It is observed that the sea is always most dangerous near gulfs, from the currents being penned up by the shores. Gulf Stream is especially referable to that of Mexico, the waters of which flow in a warm stream at various velocities over the banks between Cuba and America, past the Bermudas, touch the tail of the Great Bank of Newfoundland, and thence in a sweep to Europe, part going north and the other southerly down to the tropics again. Gulf weed, the Fucus natans, considered to belong to the Gulf Stream, and found floating in the Sargasso Sea in the North Atlantic. Many small crustacea live amongst it, and assume its bright orange-yellow hue. Gulgul, a sort of tunam or cement made of pounded seashells mixed with oil, which hardens like a stone and is put over a ship's bottom in India, so that worms cannot penetrate even when the copper is off. Gull, a well-known seabird of the genus Larus. There are many species. Also a large trout in the north. The name is, moreover, familiarly used for a lout easily deceived or cheated. Thus Butler in Hybridas, quote, "The paltry story is untrue, and forged to cheat such gulls as you." End quote. It is also applied to the washing away of earth by the violent flowing of water, the origin perhaps of the Kentish Gull stream. Gullet, a small stream in a water-worn course. Gull sharper, one who preys upon Johnny Raws. Gully, the channels worn on the face of mountains by heavy rains, also a rivulet which empties itself into the sea. Gully squall, well known off tropical America and the Pacific, particularly abreast of the lakes of Leon, Nicaragua, etc. Monte Desolado gusts have dismantled many stout ships. Dolphin, an awkward soldier, a weak, credulous fellow from the Gaelic golbin, a novice. Gum. Shaking the gum out of a sail is said of the effect of bad weather on new canvas. Gumpus. A fish also called numbskull for allowing itself to be guddled. Gun. The usual service name for a cannon, which see. It was originally called great gun to distinguish it from the smaller hand guns, muskets, blunderbusses, etc. The general construction for guns of cast metal is fairly represented by the old rule that the circumference at the breech ought to measure 11 calibers, at the trunnions 9, and at the muzzle 7 for iron, and in each instance 2 calibers less for brass guns. But the introduction of wrought iron guns, built up with outer jackets of metal shrunk on one above another, is developing other names and proportions in the new artillery. See built-up guns. The weight of these latter, though differently disposed and required not so much for strength as for modifying the recoil or shock to the carriage on discharge, is not very much less, proportionally, for heavy guns of full power than that of the old ones, being about 1 1/4 hundredweight of gun for every 1 pound of shot. For light guns, for field purposes, it is about 3/4 hundredweight for every 1 pound of shot. Guns are generally designated from the weight of the shot they discharge, though some few natures, introduced principally for firing shells, were distinguished by the diameter of their bore in inches, with the larger guns of the new system in addition to this diameter. The weight in tons is also specified. Gun in North Country cant meant a large flagon of ale, and son of a gun was a jovial toper. The term owed its derivation to lads born under the breast of the lower deck guns in olden times, when women were allowed to accompany their husbands. Even in 1820, the best petty officers were allowed this indulgence, about 1 to every 100 men. Gunners also, who superintended the youngsters, took their wives, and many living admirals can revert to kindness experienced from them. These sons of a gun were tars, and no mistake. Morning gun. A signal fired by an admiral or commodore at daybreak every morning for the drums or bugles to sound the réveillé. A gun of like name and nature is generally in use in fortresses, as is also the evening gun, fired by an admiral or commodore at 9 p.m. in summer and 8 p.m. in winter every night, on which the drums or bugles sound the retreat. Gun and head money, given to the captors of an enemy's ship of war, destroyed or deserted in flight. It was formerly assumed to be about £1,000 per gun. Gunboat, a light draught boat fitted to carry 1 or more cannon in the bow, so as to cannonade an enemy while she's end on. They are principally useful in fine weather, to cover the landing of troops or other such occasions. They were formerly impelled by sails and sweeps, but now by steam power, which has generally increased their size and much developed their importance. According to Froissart, cannon were fired from boats in the 14th century. Gun chambers. In early artillery, a movable chamber with a handle like a paterero, used in loading at the breech. In more recent times the name has been used for the small portable mortars for firing salutes in the parks. Gun cotton. an explosive compound having some advantages over gunpowder, but so irregular hitherto in its action that it is at present used only for mining purposes. It consists of ordinary cotton treated with nitric and sulphuric acid and water, and has been named by chemists pyroxylin, nitrocellulose, etc. Gun deck, see decks. Gunfire, the morning or evening guns, familiarly termed the admiral falling down the hatchway. Gun gear, everything pertaining to its handling. Gun harpoon, see harpoon. Gun ladle, see ladle. Gun lod, a vessel filled with combustibles, but rather for explosion than as a fire ship. Gun metal, the alloy from which brass guns are cast, consists of 100 parts of copper to 10 of tin, retaining much of the tenacity of the former, and much harder than either of the components, but the late improved working of wrought iron and steel has nearly superseded its application to guns. Gunade, a short 32-pounder gun of 6 feet, introduced in 1814, afterwards termed the shell gun. Gunnel, see gunwale. Gunnel, a spotted ribbon-bodied fish living under stones and among rocks. Gunner of a ship of war, a warrant officer appointed to take charge of the ammunition and artillery on board, to keep the latter properly fitted, and to instruct the sailors in the exercise of the cannon. The warrant of chief gunner is now given to first-class gunners, quarter-gunners, men formerly placed under the direction of the gunner, 1 quarter-gunner being allowed to every 4 guns. In the army, gunner is the proper title of a private soldier of the Royal Artillery, with the exception of those styled drivers. Gunner fluke, a name among our northern fishermen for the Pleuronectes maximus, or turbot. Gunner's daughter, the name of the gun to which boys were married or lashed to be punished. Gunner's handspike is shorter and flatter than the ordinary handspike, and is shod with iron at the point, so that it bites with greater certainty against the trucks of guns. Gunner's mate, a petty officer appointed to assist the gunner. Gunner's piece, in destroying and bursting guns, means a fragment of the breech which generally flies upward. Gunner's quadrant, see quadrant. Gunner's tailor, an old rating for the man who made the cartridge bags. Gunner's yeoman, see yeoman. Gunnery, the art of charging, pointing, firing, and managing artillery of all kinds. Gunnery lieutenant, one who, having obtained a warrant from a gunnery ship, is eligible to large ships to assist especially in supervising the gunnery duties. He draws increased pay. Gunnery ship, a ship fitted for training men in the practice of charging, pointing, and firing guns and mortars for the Royal Navy. See seamen gunners. Gunning, an old term for shooting. It is now adopted by the Americans. After the wreck of the Wager, on hearing the pistols fired at Cousins, "It was rainy weather and not fit for gunning, so that we could not imagine the meaning of it." Gunning a ship, fitting her with ordnance. Gunning in mining is when the blast explodes and does not rend the mass. Gunning, signals enforced by guns. Gunning boat or gunning shout, a light and narrow boat in which the fen men pursue the flocks of wildfowl. Gunny, sackcloth or coarse canvas, made of fibres used in India, chiefly of jute. Gunny bags, the sacks used on the India station for holding rice, biscuits, etc., often as sandbags in fortification. Gun pendulum, see ballistic pendulum. Gun ports, see ports. Gunpowder, the well-known explosive composition which, for its regularity of effect and convenience in manufacture and use, is still preferred for general purposes to all the new and more violent but more capricious agents. In England it is composed of 75 parts saltpetre to 10 sulphur and 15 charcoal. These proportions are varied slightly in different countries. The ingredients are mixed together with great mechanical nicety, and the compound is then pressed and granulated. On the application of fire it is converted into gas with vast explosive power, but subject to tolerably well-known laws. Gun room, a compartment on the after end of the lower gun deck of large ships of war, partly occupied by the junior officers, but in smaller vessels it is below the gun deck and the mess room of the lieutenants. Gunroom ports. In frigates, stern ports cut through the gunroom. Gun searcher. An iron instrument with several sharp-pointed prongs and a wooden handle. It is used to find whether the bore is honeycombed. Gunshot. Formerly, the distance up to which a gun would throw a shot direct to its mark, without added elevation, as the line of metal, which see, was generally used in laying. This range was about 800 yards, but now that ranges are so greatly increased with but slight additions to the elevation, the term will include the distances of ordinary horizontal fire, which see. As between ships with rifled guns, it will not quite reach 2 miles, though when the mark is large as a town or dockyard, it is still within long range at 5 miles distance. Gun sight. See dispart or sights. Gun slings. Long rope grommets used for hoisting in and mounting them. Gun stones. An old term for cannon balls, from stones having been first supplied to the ordnance and used for that purpose. Shakespeare makes Henry V tell the French ambassadors that their master's tennis balls shall be changed to gun stones. This term was retained for a bullet after the introduction of iron shot. Gun tackle purchase. A tackle composed of a rope rove through 2 single blocks, the standing part being made fast to the strop of one of the blocks. It multiplies the power applied 3-fold. Gunten, a boat of burden in the Moluccas. Gunter's line, called also the line of numbers and the line of lines, is placed upon scales and sectors, and named from its inventor Edmund Gunter. It is a logarithmic scale of proportionals, wherein the distance between each division is equal to the number of mean proportionals contained between the 2 terms, in such parts as the distance between 1 and 10 is 10,000, etc. Gunter's quadrant. A kind of stereographic projection on the plane of the equinoctial. The eye is supposed in one of the poles, so that the tropic, ecliptic, and horizon form the arches of the circles, but the hour circles are all curves, drawn by means of several altitudes of the sun, for some particular latitude, for every day in the year. The use of this instrument is to find the hour of the day, the sun's azimuth, and other common problems of the globe, as also to take the altitude of an object in degrees. Gunwale or gunwale. Nearly synonymous with plank shear, which see, but its strict application is that horizontal plank which covers the heads of the timbers between the main and fore drifts. The gunwale of a boat is a piece of timber going round the upper shear strake as a binder for its top work. Gunwale to. Vessels heeling over so that the gunwale is even with the water. When a boat sails with a free wind and rolls each side, or gunwale, to the water's edge, she rolls gunwale to. Gurge, a gulf or whirlpool. Gurnard, a fish of the genus Trigla, so called from its peculiar grunt when removed from the water. Falstaff uses the term soused gurnet in a most contemptuous view, owing to its poorness, and its head being all skin and bone, gave rise to the saying that the flesh on a gurnet's head is rank poison. Gurnet pendant, a rope, the thimble of which is hooked to the quarter-tackle of the main yard. It is led through a hole in the deck, for the purpose of raising the breech of a gun, when hoisting in, to the level required to place it on its carriage. Gussock, an East Country term for a strong and sudden gust of wind. Gust or gush, a sudden violent wind experienced near mountainous lands. It is of short duration and generally succeeded by fine breezes. Gut, a somewhat coarse term for the main part of a strait or channel, as the gut of Gibraltar, gut of Canso. Gutter, Anglo-Saxon, geotan, to pour out or shed. A ditch, sluice, or goat. Gutter ledge, a crossbar laid along the middle of a large hatchway in some vessels to support the covers and enable them the better to sustain any weighty body. Guy, a rope used to steady a weighty body from swinging against the ship's side while it is hoisting or lowering, particularly when there is a high sea. Also a rope extended from the head of shears and made fast at a distance on each side to steady them. The jib boom is supported by its guys. Also the name of a tackle used to confine a boom forward when a vessel is going large, and so prevent the sail from jibbing, which would endanger the springing of the boom, or perhaps the upsetting of the vessel. Also a large slack rope extending from the head of the mainmast to the head of the foremast, and sustaining a temporary tackle to load or unload a ship with. Jibbing, another form for jibbing, which see. Guy, a West Country term for a salt water ditch. Gimert, the Erse or Manx for rowing with oars. Gymnotus electricus, an eel from the Suriname River, several feet in length, which inflicts electrical shocks. Gin, a three-legged machine fitted with a windlass, heaving in the fall from a purchase block at the summit, much used on shore for mounting and dismounting guns, driving piles, etc. See Gibraltar gin. Gip, a strong gasp for breath, like a fish just taken out of the water. Gyver, an old term for blocks or pulleys. Gyves, fetters, the old word for handcuffs. End of section 16, read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. End of the Sailor's Word Book, D to G, a digest of sea terms and phrases, by Admiral William Henry Smyth.